I got there. See. Okay, welcome everybody to the 2017 Ski and Snowboard Championships. We got a wonderful day ahead of us. We'd like to start with the national anthem, and then we have a brief ceremony. So please, would you welcome the La Crosse Central Logan Ski Team Singers? Come on, right up here, girls.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Absolutely beautiful, girls. Nice job by all of our flag bearers. We only had one casualty up there, but they're finding their way down the hill. So every year we get together and we have what's called a Lifetime Achievement Award. We have people that have dedicated themselves to ski racing and snowboarding here at Mount La Crosse and all over the state of Wisconsin. And this year we have a couple that lived up on top of the hill and were very, very much involved for many, many years and had many state champion teams and state champion individuals. And today we are honored with a lot of their former skiers that are here from a long time ago. And I'd like to introduce Cindy Patza, who was one of Norma's skiers, and she'll talk a little bit about Kenny and Norma Lubbs.
And actually, I go back to the era when girls really didn't get to be on the team. I think it was my sister's class of 74, where the girls finally got to join. Kenny and Norma started the ski teams here in the very early 1960s and did a remarkable job and created a lot of passion in a lot of people. And here to speak on behalf of those teams, I think we have people here. Is anyone here older than me? Rolf. Okay, so Rolf represents the oldest among us. Speaking today, traveling here from Colorado, is class of 74's Tim Atkinson. And all of the rest of you, would you come up and stand with Tim as he speaks briefly to all of you about what a great coaching pair mean to us.
Thank you so much, Cindy. Good morning, everybody. As Cindy said, I'm Tim Atkinson. I am a proud member of the 1974 Central High School State Championship ski team. And for us, it was a journey of about 3 years in passing. There were 4 of us who were seniors in the class. 2 of them are here with me today. And we started out as sophomores by 9/10 of a second, finishing second in the state championship. Then as juniors, we went up to Rib Mountain, and by 1/10 of a second, over 12 counting runs, we finished second. And so 1974 for us was a year that we regarded as a year of destiny, and it turned out to be exactly that. And it really started a tradition that Ken and Norma continued forever. So the recipe for success, I think, back in those days was to take your life and invest it in kids in a way that made a huge difference for them, and that's exactly what the Loveses did through decades of wonderful coaching in this town. Coaching skiing back then meant having a station wagon big enough to pile 7 kids in, going out and tearing apart the bed of a pickup truck and building a wood box so you could carry enough pairs of skis to get them to the races, and then heading out in any kind of weather to places unknown and sitting and watching these kids bond together as teammates, watching them grow as competitors, and just really celebrating the success of that. And so for that, we are so grateful for the work that Ken and Norma did in this town and really across the state in terms of planting a flag of successful ski racing. As a kid from La Crosse, I come back here. It's the first time I've been to this wonderful event, and I look at what's happening here, and I can't help but think that Ken and Norma are smiling down on this with delight. It's exactly, I think, what they would have envisioned this to become. And so one more thing before I go, in response to Cindy's question, yes, indeed, I was on the first team that actually got to ski with the girls, and how cool was that? Have a great time. Race fast, race safe. Everybody have fun.
Okay, many of you know me as Mountain Man. Well, Mountain Man is a legend that lives throughout all of us that come out to this hill and work and have fun. And Kenny was the Mountain Man out here for many years, and he kind of passed the torch to me. And many people have said that Bill and Cindy are the next Ken and Norma, and it means a lot to me. Let's have fun today, enjoy the sunshine, and good luck to everybody.
always singing Willie Nelson songs. You were secretly smart, but you always sang along. I was 17, I was 10 feet tall.
Weekdays are for rising to the challenge. They're the days to take care of business, when possibilities become reality. With CenturyLink as your trusted partner, our visionary cloud infrastructure and global broadband network free you to focus on what matters. With custom communication solutions and responsive, dedicated support, we constantly evolve to meet your needs every day of the week. CenturyLink, your link to what's next.
Thank you so much.
problem.
No,
See you soon.
seriously. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Next.
Okay, if you want to use the magic toilet, you have to go pee-pee on the potty first, okay?
Okay, babe, come on, let's see how it works.
Here's your very own magic toilet, guys. Next.
Yeah. Dude, game just started. Good to see you, bro. Oh, gotta love potty training. Word.
Good job, let's go get your daddy. Honey, we're all done.
Sorry, man. Thought potty training took like a year.
This kit by Kohler is amazing, and trust me, we've tried everything. Books, the occasional M&M, take the whole bag, and that party.
Happy potty training day to you.
Oh no.
Yeah, the party.
Yeah.
Hey, man, was that hard to install?
Nah, super easy.
Mom did it again. Oh, and the best part, the kids don't have to touch the handle with their dirty hands.
Really? That's amazing. I mean, not that I'm a germaphobe or anything. No one thinks that.
Hey, heard you guys had some kind of magic potty thing going on here?
Yeah, but
I want in.
I think the kids gonna have to be ready first.
Oh, she's ready.
Just take a kit.
Next.
Presley?
Wanted to use the magic toilet.
I'll install one in our bathroom too.
We come out again tonight to where the street lights like halos. And in this party for the bandits and the saints, there's you and your wet coat of paint. Well, it's leaking systematically upon the floor of my brain. And we're speaking indirectly of the cobalt cast being yours. Yeah! We got the thing going on!
It's that one extra handshake, that perfect polish and shine, one adjustment here, one final spot check there that makes all the difference. For over 100 years, Dahl has kept people moving. On family trips, open roads, and everything in between. Whether it's new, used, service, or body, the dedicated and friendly team at all Dahl locations in La Crosse, Onalaska, and Winona go the extra mile so you can too. Find a vehicle you'll fall in love with at dahlauto.com.
Peace of mind is important when you're running a successful business, so we provide IT services you can rely on. With CenturyLink as your trusted IT partner, you'll experience reliable uptime for the network and services you depend on. Multi-layered security solutions keep your information safe and secure, and responsive dedicated support meets your needs and eases your mind. CenturyLink, your link to what's next.
Good morning and welcome to day 2 of the 2017 WIARA State Ski and Snowboard Championships. I'm Amy Schwartz and I'm here with Bill Gage, and we are going to take care of the snowboarding Bordercross today. And we are about ready to begin. welcome to a beautiful day at Mount Lacrosse, and we'll have a lot of racing today. We'll start with snowboarding and follow up with girls Super G, boys GS, and girls slalom. So stick around for a great day of racing. And here we go. Our first racer is on course, bib number 411, Elizabeth Mikulich, a freshman from Wausau West. And Elizabeth podiumed twice yesterday. She had a great day of GS and slalom, and it looks like she's doing really well on this Bordercross too. In the gate, we have 418, Anastasia Roth from Ashland. And coming into view right now is Elizabeth Mikulich, a freshman from Wausau West. And Elizabeth with a good run. And we'll have Elizabeth's time in just a second here. Our second racer is on course, Anna Sage Roth, and she's a senior from Ashland. We do have Elizabeth's time. It was a 34.09, 34.09. And on course, we have Anna Sage Roth from Ashland. In the gate, we have 407, Lexi Bullis from Slinger. And here comes Anna Sage Roth toward the finish. And Anna's time is a 35.98, 35.98. On course right now is Lexi Bullis from Slinger. She's a junior and qualifier as an individual. In the start, we have 406, Courtney Pop, a senior from La Crosse Central Logan. And Lexi Bullis doing a nice job. She also had a great day of racing yesterday. Lexi's a junior from Slinger. And here she comes to the final part of the course. And Lexi's time is a 34.27, 34.27. Now on course is a local favorite, Courtney Pop from La Crosse Central Logan. And this will be Courtney's final racing at Mount Lacrosse as a high schooler.
She can come back and be part of the celebrations in a couple of years.
Yeah, we'll let her come back. She's a nice person. So here's Courtney Pop making her way around this Bordercross course. In the start is 433, Maya Davis from Wanakee. And here's Courtney Pop, our senior from La Crosse Central Logan. And Courtney's time is the 38.54, 38.54. On course right now is 433, Maya Davis, a senior from Wanakee. And it looks like the girls are handling this course very well. I know the guys worked really hard to make this a nice Bordercross. Fun for the racers and also challenging for a state meet. And here comes Maya Davis, a senior from Wanakee. And there she goes. Maya's time is a 39.59, 39.59. On course right now is bib 428, Jamie Rosenfeld, a sophomore from Verona.
And behind her will be Megan Chandler from Middleton, another sophomore.
Yeah, we have a lot of young snowboarders at our state meet this year. It's great to see the involvement. We have a lot of speedy freshmen, especially on the boys' side. And here we're watching Jamie Rosenfeld, a sophomore from Verona. And Jamie's time is a 39.21, 39.21. Currently in fifth place. The time to beat right now is a 34.09 from Elizabeth Mikulich. Now on course, bib 420, Megan Chandler from Middleton. Megan is a sophomore from Middleton. And she's going to be our final racer in the first seed of the women's Bordercross.
Well, I don't know if the skiers are out here and they're getting a little tempted, but maybe they're going to want a little skier cross to be part of this. It looks like a lot of fun out there.
It does look fun. They make it look easy. That was Megan Chandler. Her time is a 36.15. 36.15. Good enough for fourth right now. Now on course 410, Morgan Baker from Waukesha West, one of our freshman competitors, and she qualifies as an individual. In the gate is 414, Althea Corpola from Ashland. And we're watching Morgan Baker, a freshman from Waukesha West. And Morgan Baker's time is a 38.50, 38.50. On course right now is Althea Corpola from Ashland. So far, it looks like this course is running very smoothly. The guys did a great job setting it. Oh, she's having a little bobble there. She's got a little air, but she'll be back up. And we're watching Althea Corpola from Ashland.
That's where you wish you had poles.
Yeah, exactly. That's a tough spot. So now she's only got one of her boots in, so yeah, she's going to strap in and get back on course here. In the gate, we have 402, Michaela Swanson from Ashwa Bay.
You know, I've noticed we've got a lot more about the north and the west for some of the borders, a little less than the southeast part of the state.
Mm-hmm. I don't know why that is, but Althea Corpola finishes with 1.09.09, 1.09.09. On course right now is 402, Michaela Swanson from Ashwa Bay. Yeah, we have more competitors this year than we did last year for snowboarding, so that's good. It's growing, and a nice competition here. And Michaela Swanson, a sophomore from Ashwa Bay, on our Bordercross course. And in the start, 412, Kelsey Waters from West Bend.
Oh, that's a great visual that they just showed of the lodge for people who are watching it online.
Mm-hmm.
That was a strong effort,
Yeah.
Michaela. Way to go. Excellent.
Michaela finishes with a 39.20, 39.20 with a little flourish at the end there. Now on course is 412, Kelsey Waters from West Bend. And you can watch this on live streaming. It's WIALPineChamps.org, and you can watch the entire thing from wherever you can have access. So this is Kelsey Waters from West Bend. And Kelsey's time is a 37.73, 37.73 for Kelsey. Now on course, a bib 401, Paige Espy, a junior from Aquinas, Alaska. Let's see how Paige handles this Bordercross. She's one of the locals. And this is not her first rodeo. Paige had a good day yesterday, and let's see how she can handle the Bordercross.
Well, if I know any of the skiers, tomorrow they'll have gone over there on the skiers left and taken some of these terrains.
Yeah, just as long as nobody gets hurt, we're all right. Here comes Paige Espy, bib number 401. And Paige is having a nice clean run. And Paige's time is a 47.99, 47.99. Now on course is Ava Papalia Beatty from Wanakee.
And in the gate behind her, bib 426, Jillian Arnold from Verona.
And we're watching Ava Papalia Beatty as she works her way to the finish here on the Bordercross course. And Ava's time is a 38.34, 38.34, currently good enough for sixth. Now on course, Jillian Arnold from Verona.
Bib 422, Cecilia Jones from Middleton, and she's a freshman, is in the gate.
And bib 426, Jillian Arnold, making her way toward the finish. And Jillian Arnold's time is a 34.65, 34.65. We're watching 4:22. Cecilia Jones, a freshman from Middleton.
Jillian Arnold is in third place right now.
Nice run by
Yeah.
Jillian. She had a good day yesterday, too.
Oh, super.
So Cecilia Jones, a freshman from Middleton, is on course. In the gate, 4:03, Ashley Martino, a senior from DC Everest, to round out our second seed.
Amy, you know where DC Everest is? What part of the state is that?
Kinda. I'm going to say the middle to the south. I don't know. All right, this is Cecilia Jones, and her time is a 44.09, 44.09. Obviously, I need a map to figure all this out.
We'll take an over-under on exactly where it is. Right?
Okay, we will. Yeah, 4:03, Ashley Martino is on course, our senior individual qualifier from DC Everest.
And that'll wrap up our second seed. How many have we got? A total of, I think, six seeds, right?
Yep. And the best 4 finishers per team make up the team score. Here's Ashley Martino, bib 4:03, approaching the finish. And Ashley has a time of 39.29, 39.29.
DC Everest. It sounds like a soccer team from England, actually. She plays for DC Everest.
All right, now on course we have bib 416, Roz Larson from Ashland. One of my favorite names, Roz Larson.
That's strong.
And she had a good day yesterday, too. Had a lot of good boarding yesterday and finishing it up today. And then we'll get going with our skiers later. This is Roz Larson, a junior from Ashland.
And we've got a young sophomore, Kayla Ormiston from Slinger, is in the gate.
And Roz's time is a 36.05, 36.05. We're watching 4:09, Kayla Ormiston from Slinger. And in the gate is Kaylee Zinzer from DC Everest.
There we go, the soccer team.
That's right. Yeah, we're going to have to get a map and just make sure we know where that is. Anyway, so Kayla having a little trouble now. She's going to have to pick up some speed to get back in a rhythm here to finish these last few gates. So Kayla Ormiston, a sophomore from Slinger. And here she comes, Kayla Ormiston, bib 409, finishes with a 52.40, 52.40. Now on course, 405, Kaylee Zinzer from DC Everest.
Paige Worth, bib 425, a junior from Middleton, is behind her in the gate.
So far, no major problems with this course. It looks like it's running smoothly, and the girls are doing a great job here. Kaylee Zinzer, a senior from DC Everest, her final showing at the state meet here. And Kaylee Zinzer's time is a 42.16, 42.16. On course, Paige Worth, bib 425, a junior from Middleton.
And Verona's young Alexis Sullivan is a sophomore from Verona. She's in the gate.
And Paige Worth doing a nice job on this Bordercross course as she approaches the final stretch here. And Paige finishes with a 37.04, 37.04, good enough for 7th at the moment. On course, 431, Alexis Sullivan from Verona. And in the gate, 432, Emily Beck from Wanakee.
Here she comes. What, Elizabeth, our first gal down the course, freshman, is still our leader from the beginning.
Yep, she did a great job yesterday. Elizabeth McCulloch, for once I said it correct, I think. 43.01 for Alexis Sullivan, 43.01. Now on course, Emily Beck from Wanakee. So the time to beat right now is 34.09 from Elizabeth McCulloch, from a freshman from Wausau West. Emily Beck having a nice clean run here. Bib 432. Ooh, little off balance, but she finishes with a nice time of 38.20, 38.20. Now on course, bib 404, Charlotte Ruthaber, a junior from DC Everest, an individual qualifier.
I want to see their uniform. All right. Got another junior, and rounding out the third seed, Kasia Koppel, bib 408, an individual qualifier from Slinger, is in the gate.
And Charlotte Rathaber finishes with a 42.60, 42.60. Now on course, bib 408, Kasia Koppel, a junior from Slinger.
And that's going to round out the third seed. The last few seeds have quite a few less contestants, so we've got probably just a little over 10 girls left to go here in the competition.
Mm-hmm. We have 34 women snowboarders competing this weekend, and we're watching Kasia Koppel, a junior from Slinger, finish. Her time is a 43.03, 43.03. Now on course, 427, Sarah Meyer, a freshman from Verona.
All right, freshmen, see if you can catch that freshman leader there, Elizabeth, and shred the gnar.
I know where Verona is. That's good.
Fantastic. I know where Middleton is, too. So speaking of which, that's Abigail Drake, bib 421, who's going to be our next racer, and she's a senior.
Mm-hmm. And approaching the finish is 427, Sarah Meyer, a freshman. And Sarah finishes with a 46.15, 46.15. Now on course, 421, Abigail Drake from Middleton.
Behind her is a sophomore from Wanakee, Anna Vine. Isn't that fine? All right.
You're a poet and you don't even know it.
Oh,
boy. And 421, Abigail Drake has a nice run of 37.37, currently putting her in 8th place. Now on course, Anna Vine from Wanakee.
All right, nice top 10 finish there by Abigail.
In the gates, 417, Maya Nortonen from Ashland.
And that'll wrap up the 4th seed when we get Mia there. 4 girls in the 4th seed.
So on her way to the finish, 435, Anna Vine, a sophomore from Wanakee. Oh, Anna had a little trouble on the last part here, but she's going to get a finish.
And we can even see her live from the timing booth over here. That's great.
Mm-hmm. Anna Vine finishes with a 1.05.03, 1.05.03. Now on course is Maya Nortonen from Ashland. She will be our final racer for the 4th seed.
And Maya's coming down towards the finish here. She just got up. Hannah Laufenberg, bib 423 from Middleton, a sophomore.
And Maya Nortonen's time is a 44 point, let me see here. 44.75, 44.75 for Maya. Now on course is Hannah Laufenberg, a sophomore from Middleton.
The technology here in the timing booth is pretty good.
It's
we can
pretty
just
cool.
move it by hand, I'll
That's
tell
right.
you. Why don't we
Touchscreen.
have these at the normal meets, right?
I know, this is awesome.
We're spoiled.
Yeah. Hannah Laufenberg with a finish of 38.88, 38.88, currently fast enough for 14th. Now on course is 429, Leah Sexton from Verona. Technology is a beautiful thing when it works.
That's right. Our 31st competitor is a senior from Ashland. That's right.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Sam Adair will be up after Leah.
Sam Adair.
And this is Leah Sexton. 429 on course. And Leah finishes with a time of 44.38. 44.38 for Leah. Now on course, 413, Sam Adair, a senior from Ashland. In the start is bib 424, Jay McCulley from Middleton. We're going to round out the racing today with 3 freshmen. So we are watching a senior right now, Sam Adair from Ashland.
The old lady on the course coming down.
Yeah. And she does a nice job here. She finishes with a 42.65, 42.65 for Sam Adair. Now on course, 424, Jay McCulley, a freshman from Middleton.
All right, 2 more after Jay. We've got another freshman from Ashland, Jada Larson, bib 415. She is our 33rd competitor.
And still holding on to the lead is Elizabeth McCulloch from, she had a great day yesterday. She podiumed. She's from Wausau West. So Elizabeth's holding on right now as we watch Jay McCulley from Middleton approach the finish. And Jay's time is a 40.46, 40.46. Now on course, bib 415, Jada Larson, a freshman from Ashland.
Cami from Verona.
Cami Streifel. She'll be our final racer.
Great. And as we're watching, in 3rd place is Jillian Arnold from Verona. Lexi Bullis. I think is there Bullis that does some ski racing too? I've seen that name around. And obviously Elizabeth's still in 1st from Wausau West.
And here comes Jada Larson, a freshman from Ashland, approaching the finish area. And Jada's time is a 39.82, 39.82. Now on course, 430, Cami Streifel, a freshman from Verona. And I mispronounce Elizabeth's name pretty much every time, so now it's I'm going to do it right. Elizabeth Mikulich. And she is our current leader. I'll get that right before at
we've
the
got
end.
a girl from Verona. Her parents may have listened to the Knack back in 1979. My Verona.
A great song. Great song.
Yes.
Yep.
I know we have a alternate here, but they won't be running.
Nope, only if there was an injury or something. But our final girls Bordercross racer, Cami Streifel, is making her way to the finish. And Cami finishes with a 40.79, 40.79. So as we look at the top 5 of the ladies Bordercross, like Bill said, in 5th place, we have Roz Larson from Ashland. 4th, Anna Sage Roth from Ashland. 3rd, Jillian Arnold from Verona. In 2nd, we have Lexi Bullis from Slinger. And in 1st place, Elizabeth Mikulich, a freshman from Wausau West with a nice time, 34.09. And we'll have results and awards later today, but nice job to the ladies finishing up your state meet with the Bordercross. We will continue in just a minute with the men's Bordercross. For the ladies' team scoring, Middleton currently holding on to 1st place in this category, 35 points. Ashland in 2nd with 52. Verona in 3rd with 65. And in 4th place, Wanakee with 72. So we shall see how it all shakes out when we put it all together with the GS and the slalom from yesterday. And we're back to racing. On course right now is 448 Eric Corpola, a senior from Ashland.
All right, so it's the beginning of the first seed. Spectators, we've got probably about 50% more, not quite, maybe 40% more boys than we do girls.
And Eric finishes with a splash there with 31.97. Now on course, or we've got some slippers going through the course here. Not sure why Eric went so quickly, but he got a good time.
And by the way, for our punters, Eric is in first place right now.
Did a great job.
Eric's on the stand. All right, great.
Yep, so we are looking at about 66 Bordercross runs coming up with the boys here. And it should be a good competition. Yesterday, some good boarding, and so far, La Crosse Central Logan was hanging on to first, and we'll see what happens today, if they can hold on.
Our next competitor is bib 501 from West Bend Junior, Hunter Zeskowski.
And Hunter was on the podium. And Hunter was on the podium yesterday, too. He did a great job in the GS and the Slalom. And here he comes. He's bib 501, a junior from West Bend. And in the gate, we have 484, Nathan Catalonati, a junior from Waukesha West. And here comes Hunter Zaskowski, a junior from West Bend, making his way through the Bordercross course, taking it pretty aggressively here.
Yep, good line. Here he comes on the rollers, got a little air,
Whoa.
And
Whoa.
across the finish.
And 30.21, looks like that might have hurt a little bit. 30.21 for Hunter.
Puts him in the lead, though.
Hopefully he'll be all right. Looks like a tailbone he landed on, but 484, Nathan Catalonati, Waukesha West on course.
And our first freshman from Port Washington, Taylor Stewart. Sounds like a pop singer, Taylor Stewart.
Kind of like Taylor Swift, but here comes Nathan Catalonati, and Nathan's time is a 28.32, 28.32. Looks like Hunter Zaskowski is still down. I hope he'll be okay.
Yeah.
That's never a good sign, but...
Nathan, by the way, is our current leader. Don't have the times in order here, but we saw it run across the left screen.
So we're going to have a little hold here while they take care of Hunter. Hopefully he's going to be all right.
All right, we're still on a hold here. We'll let you know when we get back to racing for the boys Snowboard Bordercross.
And we are going to be back to racing soon, but just a reminder that following the men's border cross, we're going to have the girls Super G approximately starting at 9:35, and then inspection for boys skiing will be around 11:30-ish, and then we'll have the boys GS, and we'll finish out our day with the girls slalom approximately 2:35, and then we'll finish up the day with awards. So stick around. We have a lot of great racing coming up. As long as we have a few minutes here, just a reminder that we are selling state apparel in the chalet in the Ula room, and we have lots of apparel left. We've got sweatshirts, we have long sleeve tees, short sleeve tees, beanies, and scarves for sale. So if you weren't able to get your order in by the time it closed, please stop in the Ula room and pick up souvenir apparel from the 2017 state championships, and we'll sell till we run out, and then we're also going to open up the window to order online starting tomorrow. So don't miss out. Great opportunity. All the money goes toward trophies, medals, and everything affiliated with the state meet.
Get your swag. All right.
That's right.
Taylor Stewart, bib 439 is on course. We are back and live racing at Mount Lacrosse.
And bib 439, Taylor Stewart, one of our freshmen. He's a freshman from Port Washington.
A sophomore from La Crosse Central Logan, Max Early, bib 460, is behind him.
Mm-hmm. And Max is one of my students, doing a great job, and he's excited for the state meet. Here comes Taylor Stewart from Port Washington. Taylor's time, we're not sure. We'll get that to you as soon as we can. We're having some issues here with our screen.
It's nice being here with Amy, an English teacher. We were just talking about books that you remember to read. Apparently they did the abbreviated version of with Hester Prynne.
And here comes Max Early. He loves the Bordercross. Max Early from La Crosse Central Logan. And it looked like a great run. We do not have any times right now, so we're going to need some help with that. But great job, Max Early.
And Luke from Wanakee.
Luke Schaff. I don't know.
Schaff.
We're not sure. I think we said Schaff and Schaff yesterday. We weren't quite sure. But we know he's from Wanakee, and he's a junior, and he's up next. So we are having some issues with getting our times here, so we will get that corrected, and we will let you know of Taylor's time and Max's time as soon as we can.
Well, we're on a hold here again. We don't have the timing in front of us here, but we'll let you know when we get our next racer on board. You know, besides all the sponsors, I know you were talking about some of the great swag you can get here, but I usually get a few things in the shop here, too. They do a nice job here at Mount Lacrosse.
Oh, yeah. They have a sale going on right now, too, so you can get some great deals, kind of end-of-the-season type sale in the shop, so check that out.
That is awesome. I mean, it's President's Weekend, and we're already at late season. Well, the weather feels like it's Easter, so there you go.
Yeah.
By the way, parents, remember, get a little sunblock for your children today. That's what you might need. Don't worry about frostbite, just a little sunblock. Well, I guess we were just hearing, and we can let you know over the speaker, inspection is going on for the girls' Super G. Looks like that red gate right on the edge of the head wall will be exciting for the skiers.
Yeah, I remember I think it was last year, Brewster had a name for that corner, but now I can't remember what it was. But a lot of, some people losing some skis on that one.
Something with suicide involved in it,
I think
right?
it was
Possibly,
like
right.
suicide corner or something. I don't know. Hopefully it won't be that today. Hopefully it'll be just a challenging course and everybody will handle it well.
Well, maybe we'll go more like the Masters. We'll just call it Amen Corner a little bit there.
Oh, I like that. Yeah, that's good. Now on course 493, Luke Schaff, a junior from Wanakee.
And behind him is Madison's junior, Max Armstrong, bib 436. Max Armstrong will be behind Luke. And we can see on the Jumbotron here, bib 493 coming over the last roller here.
Yeah, I think yesterday we said Luke Schaff. So we'll go with that again. Junior from Wanakee, Luke Schaff, approaching the finish. Luke's time is a 33.63, 33.63, currently good enough for 5th place. Now on course 436, Max Armstrong from Madison West Edgewood Co-op.
Bib 479, Jack DeMarco Jr. from Verona will be next.
And we're watching 436, Max Armstrong from Madison West Edgewood as he makes his way toward the finish. Jack DeMarco waiting in the gate. And here comes Max. And Max finishes with a 34.39, 34.39.
That puts him in 6th place currently.
And Jack DeMarco on course, 479. And I've been given the information that it's called Coffin Corner. So we'll see how that shakes out in the ski racing today. Jack DeMarco on course, 479 from Verona.
Oh, thank you, Brewster, for the witticism. We appreciate that.
Jack DeMarco's time is a 32.11, 32.11. Now on course, bib 504, Danny Gwitt, a junior from Whitefish Bay.
I think that's our first competitor from Whitefish Bay. I don't think there were any
so.
girls from Whitefish Bay, were there?
Not that I recall, nope. Danny Gwitt.
A senior from Slinger, Alec Nelson, bib 474, is in the gate behind Danny.
And Danny has a finish of 33.97, 33.97. Now on course, 474, Alec Nelson, a senior from Slinger, attacking this Bordercross course.
Now he's looking strong. We've got the soccer team back again. DC Everest, a senior, Joe Hoffman, will be coming next.
Ooh, Alec Nelson with a fast run of 30.00. 30 flat currently puts him in 1st place. Alec Nelson had a great day yesterday and continues with the Bordercross. 455, Joe Hoffman from DC Everest on course. And the current leader, Alec Nelson, with the 29.84. We're not getting accurate times here. We're doing our best here. We'll get to you in just a minute. Joe Hoffman, finishes. And we don't have a time for Joe yet, but we'll get to that when we can. On course now, 444, Ethan Meldy, a freshman from Aquinas, Alaska.
All right, another local competitor here.
Yeah, Ethan had a great day yesterday. He just really is an aggressive snowboarder. He's not a big guy yet, but he can move super fast. This is Ethan Meldy's debut at the state meet on the Bordercross.
Way to go. We've got an individual qualifier from Rhinelander, a junior, Colin White, bib 441, and he just came on the screen.
And Ethan Meldy's time was a 33.29. Colin White was on the podium yesterday, too, so let's watch him on the Bordercross. A junior from Rhinelander.
I can hear a little cowbell somewhere. You're a fan. I'm your fan. I like that.
Can always use more cowbell. And Colin White with a nice run here.
It's going to be close.
Ooh, 31.08 for Colin White, 31.08. And rounding out our first seed is 464, Sam Anderson, a senior from Middleton.
Beginning of seed 2 after that will be another local competitor, a senior, Logan Robison, right?
Correct. Yep, I've said it wrong for 4 years. I just got it right yesterday. So Logan Robison in the gate. This is Sam Anderson, a senior from Middleton, approaching the finish.
Oh, that's a nice going away present for Logan. Thanks.
Yeah, and Sam does a little acrobatic move at the end. Sam Anderson, a senior from Middleton. I'm sorry we don't have a time on that, and we'll try to get that for you. On course right now is 4:45. Logan Robinson, a senior from Aquinas, Alaska.
Another individual qualifier from Rhinelander, Brandon Carlson will be next.
Logan just did a little flip at the top there, and now he's trying to pick up a little bit of speed here so he can finish the course. And Logan Robinson's on course. And here comes Logan. And Logan's time is a 47.30, 47.30. On course, Brandon Carlson from Rhinelander.
Here he comes, just into view now.
And I know we missed some times, but we can let you know, scoreboard, Max Early, we have his time. Max Early from La Crosse Central Logan, 3:1.26. 3:1.26 for Max. We'll catch up with some other ones in just a bit. I think Sam Anderson's. Sam is from Middleton. Sam's time is a 31.65. 31.65. Not sure if we had Jack DeMarco's time. Jack's time is a 32.11. Jack DeMarco, 32.11. Here we're watching Brandon Carlson have a little bit of difficulty on the middle part of this course, but here he is, Brandon Carlson from Rhinelander.
Well, he's going to come down, probably finish just under a minute here.
Yep, and that's pretty darn close. Brandon Carlson, 52.89, 52.89. Now on course, bib 476, Jake Alexander, a senior from Verona. Our current leader is Alec Nelson from Slinger with a 29.84. Following him is Hunter Zaskowski with a 30.21. And in third is Joe Hoffman with a 30.42 so far. And here comes Jake Alexander from Verona.
Looking strong. And Jake finishes with a 33.89, 33.89.
On course, bib 447, Owen Zapiga, a freshman from Ashland. The coach told me how to say that, too. Owen Zapiga from Ashland.
That's an Irish name, isn't it? Zapiga?
Not quite.
All right.
All right. And in the gate, we have Brian Popp from La Crosse Central Logan. Had a great day yesterday. And we'll see how Brian comes out today. And we're watching Owen Zapiga from Ashland.
Oh, he's looking solid here. And that's going to be a top 5 finish for Owen. He had a 31.18. 31.18.
And now here's our Brian Popp, a freshman from La Crosse Central Logan, in the Bordercross.
La Crosse team, always tough.
Mm-hmm. And these guys, they're a young team, and they're really, really strong, very deep. And Brian is doing a great job here attacking this Bordercross.
Behind him will be a senior from Madison, Drew Stats.
And Brian Popp finishes with a 31.91, 31.91, good enough for 9th at the moment. And Drew Stats is on course. He'll be followed by Tomas Edmondson from Whitefish Bay. And we are in our second seed of the men's Bordercross.
Sun's starting to come out on the Super G course here for the girls. Get out the sunglasses, folks.
And here comes Drew Statz, a senior from Madison West Edgewood Co-op, working his way around those gates on this Bordercross course.
Again, behind him will be Tomas Edmondson. Sounds like a Arctic explorer from Spain. Tomas Edmondson.
We'll have to ask him.
Right.
And Drew Statz finishes with a 36.12. 36.12 for Drew. And on course, 5:03, Tomas Edmondson from Whitefish Bay. The Explorer.
Our Explorer, right. And maybe we've got a Dutchman coming next from Wanakee, a senior, Jacob van der Leen.
I don't know. We said Van Dielen yesterday.
Van Dielen, all right.
Well, we're going to go with that. Yep. Here comes Tomas Edmondson, a junior from Whitefish Bay. In the gate, 494, Jacob Van Dielen. Here comes Tomas, and his time is a 34.26. 34.26 for Tomas Edmondson. On course, 494, Jacob Van Dielen, a senior from Wanakee.
And our next competitor is another senior. He's from Slinger, Connor
Zapfel.
Connor Zapfel.
Mm-hmm. And Jacob Van Dielen making his way to the finish shortly. And here comes Jacob Van Dielen. His time, 36.41. 36.41. Now on course, 475, Connor Zapfel from Slinger.
All right, your next competitor will be another senior from Middleton, Alec Johnson, bib 468. Alec Johnson is in the start gate. Here's Connor heading down towards the lodge. And he finishes with a 35.45, 35.45.
Now on course, 468, Alec Johnson, a senior from Middleton. In the gate, 486, John Lund from Waukesha West.
John Lund makes me think of fishing, you know, like a Lund fishing boat, maybe.
Well, today it's going to get pretty warm. I don't know if we can go fishing, but...
I was walking down by the river last night. I didn't see any vans down there, though.
Thank goodness. All right, Alec Johnson finishes with a nice time of 30.45, 30.45, putting Alec Johnson in fourth position right now. John Lund from Waukesha West is now on course.
Yep, and there's just, he's only a 0.6 of a second behind our leader there, Alec.
So it's Alec Nelson, and we've got an Alec Johnson in the top four.
John Lund on course, and Dylan from DC Everest, bib 454.
And John Lund finishes in the top five with a 30.83, 30.83. And we have Dylan Groshek, a sophomore from DC Everest, on course. And rounding out the seed will be Cole Rummel from West Bend. Looks like the course is holding up really well for the Bordercross. I think some people are going to have some fun on that later today, maybe. Ooh, Dylan taking a little trouble with the gate there. We'll have to probably fix that.
Creative way there, but he's going to come in with 37.44, 37.44 for Dylan.
Now on course, bib 499, Cole Rummel, from a freshman from West Bend.
And that is your competitor number 27, rounding out the second seed. Third seed will be coming up next. A sophomore from West Bend, Hayden Johnson, bib 497, will be the first competitor from the third seed.
And we're watching Cole Rummel from West Bend.
Nice work back on camera. Here comes Cole. Hayden Johnson, bib 497's in the gate behind him, a sophomore from West Bend.
And our freshman Cole Rummel finishes with a 30.76, 30.76. That puts him in 5th right now. Starting out our 3rd seed, we have Hayden Johnson from West Bend.
Hayden's looking strong there. Mason Elliott from DC Everest, a senior, bib 453 is next.
This looks like a nice run by Hayden Johnson.
Yep. Are we going to get a time? We're going to imagine it. I'm going to imagine that it was a very good time.
Yes, and we'll get back to you when we know that time. And now on course, we have Mason Elliott from DC Everest, bib number 453.
Nope, still don't have a time for you.
Oh, Hayden, 497. Now we have Hayden on screen. Not sure what's happening here. Looks like we have a time for Hayden Johnson, a 31.94. We're not quite sure if that's correct, but 31.94 for Hayden Johnson. Or is that Mason Elliott? I don't know. We'll find out.
Is it live or is it
I think that was Hayden.
Right.
Now on course is Mason Elliott, 453. So we're back to the action here. Mason Elliott on course.
And Carl Herring from Madison West Edgewood. Bib 437 will be your next competitor.
And here comes Mason Elliott, a senior from DC Everest, approaching the finish. Mason's time is a 34.18, 34.18.
Say it is a provisional rerun.
Now on course, or coming up, will be 437, Carl Herring. We did have a provisional rerun for bib number 484, Nathan Catalanati. And so as soon as we get that time, it is a provisional rerun, so it'll be up to the jury to decide if he does indeed get the rerun time. We have a time for Nathan for 31.43, 31.43 for Nathan Catalanati, and that was his provisional rerun. So we're back on track now. We are going to watch 437, Carl Herring.
We're cooking with gas now.
And Carl is in the gate right now.
Maxwell Lawrence from Middleton, a senior, bib 470 should be behind him if our sheets are correct, and I imagine they are.
Yep, here we go. Carl is now on course. We want to thank all the people who helped make this 3-day event run well. Lots of hard work goes into making this outside and inside, making it run smoothly. So Carl Herring is now on course, and in the gate is 470, Maxwell Lawrence from Middleton.
Yeah, these ski races for all the parents, all the people at the hills and everything, it's not quite like going to a basketball game. There's a lot of work that goes into these things.
Mm-hmm. Luckily, we have good weather, though, for them. And Carl Herring crosses the finish with a time of 34.61, 34.61 for Carl. Now on course is Maxwell Lawrence. It's a lot prettier out here than in a gym, too, but it's a beautiful day at Mount Lacrosse.
I've got my sunglasses in the pocket. I'm looking forward to using them soon.
And we're watching 470, Maxwell Lawrence, a senior from Middleton on course.
I was looking fast.
Looks like coming in hot. Max finishes with a 32.02, 32.02.
Oh, we got a fall here from our next competitor, bib 483, Ryan.
And we were saying Adinek. Hopefully that's correct. Ryan Adinek from Waukesha West. Had a little trouble. And now he's going to do some hiking here.
He's got the hop. Good job.
His thighs are probably burning right now, but Ryan is back on course. And in the gate, one of our locals, 442, Aaron Brownell from Aquinas, Alaska. He is ready to do his best on the Bordercross.
Is that Aaron or Aaron?
It's Aaron.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Never heard him go by Aaron, but, he could change that.
Gotta have a little substitute teacher.
Exactly. We're watching Ryan Adinek finish up here, and Ryan's time is a 57.99. 57.99 in the gate. 442, Aaron Brownell, a junior from Aquinas, Alaska Co-op.
No. It's Aaron.
Aaron.
Aaron. Right.
Okay.
Manning Axtell from Whitefish Bay is your next competitor, too.
Mm-hmm. And we're looking at Aaron Brownell, our junior from the Aquinas, Alaska Co-op. Looks like he's handling the course very well. Got a little air off that.
Coming down towards the lodge. Should be visible live here in just a second.
And here he is. Here's Aaron Brownell approaching the finish with a nice run. Aaron's time is a 31.23, 31.23. Good enough for ninth right now. Great job by Aaron Brownell.
All right.
On course now, 502, Manning Axtell from Whitefish Bay.
And behind him will be a senior from Verona, Jonathan Redfern.
And here comes Manning Axtell approaching the final phases of this course.
And Manning finishes with a 35.87, 35.87.
On course is 481, Jonathan Redfern from Verona. And in the gate is Colin Bredding from Ashland.
Good work coming across towards the finish. Jonathan Redfern has a time of 36.65. That's a 36.65.
Now on course is 446, Colin Bredding, a sophomore from Ashland.
And behind him is a freshman from La Crosse, another local one here, Dawson Fredrickson.
Yep, Dawson had a great day yesterday too, and hopefully this Bordercross will be a good one for him as well. Here comes Colin Bredding. And Colin's time is a 32.88, 32.88. Now on course, our freshman from La Crosse Central Logan, Dawson Fredrickson.
And behind him is a junior from Waunakee, Jameson Fote.
Yeah, we weren't quite sure how to say it, but we know it's Jameson. And here comes Dawson Fredrickson approaching the finish. And Dawson does a nice job, finishing in 11th right now, 31.33, 31.33 for Dawson Fredrickson. On course, Jameson Fote, a junior from Waunakee, on course.
And rounding out the third seed from Slinger, a sophomore, Danny Harvey. Danny Harvey.
And here comes Jameson Fote, a junior from Waunakee, approaching the finish. Jameson's time?
32.64, 32.64.
And on course is 471, Danny Harvey from Slinger. And he's going to round out our third seed of the Bordercross.
Okay, we're on to page 2, as they say.
And here he comes, Danny Harvey, bib 471. Danny's time is a 36.04, 36.04.
And there's Brad Halverson, bib 496, from the beginning of the fourth seed. That is, just for information purposes, racer 40, our 40th competitor. In the gate behind him is Ethan Rich from Waukesha West, another junior. Brad comes across the finish line on the top 20 with a 32.53. 32.53. That's 19th place currently.
And we're watching 487, Ethan Rich, a junior from Waukesha West, on course. He's going to be followed by one of our locals, 462, Chase Leuenberger from La Crosse Central Logan.
Oh, man, that sounds like a great cheese, doesn't it?
Leuenberger.
Leuenberger.
Yeah.
I'd like a little Leuenberger and Chianti this afternoon, please. Thank you.
All right, and Ethan Rich crosses the finish with a 34.46, 34.46. Here comes Chase Leuenberger, bib number 462. Chase, great boarder, doing a nice job for our team this year, and I hope he's got a great Bordercross run in him here.
Danny Garrity from Aquinas, Alaska, also another local, a junior, bib 443 is behind him.
Here comes Chase. Chase Leuenberger's time is a 32.15. 32.15, putting him in the 19th position. Danny Garrity, another local, is on course right now. And in the gate is 480, Adam O'Donnell.
Adam's from Verona. If he was from Chicago, maybe his uncle would be Chris O'Donnell from the TV show. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure.
You're not going with me on that one.
No.
All right. Well, here comes Danny, bib 443.
Danny Garrity, one of our favorites here. And Danny's time is a 34.34, 34.34. And on course is 480, Adam O'Donnell, a junior from Verona.
A senior from Slinger, bib 473, Cade Miller will be behind him. Here comes Adam. All right, Adam's going to make the last few gates coming down here. And Adam finishes with a 33.49, 33.49 for Adam.
And on course now, 473, Cade Miller, a senior from Slinger.
A sophomore from Wanakee, Troy Loughton, is your next competitor.
And we're watching Cade Miller on course. And here he comes to the finish area. Cade's time is a 35.45, 35.45.
And here's Troy Loughton, bib 492 from Wanakee.
And in the gate is 452, Dalton Trushin, a freshman from Ashland.
Oh, that was the tricky name. You've got that one down now.
Yep. I said truckin' yesterday, but that was wrong. And here we go, Troy Lawton on course, a sophomore from Wanakee. And here comes Troy Lawton to the finish. Troy's time is a 33.82, 33.82. Now on course, 452, a freshman from Ashland, Dalton Trushin.
In the gate will be a junior from D.C. Everest, Tegan Strange.
Well, we said Stang yesterday.
Stang.
Yeah.
I threw an R in there.
Yeah, just wanted to add some letters.
Was,
and we're watching
Tegan, who was a girl last year.
Yeah,
who won
Tegan
state?
Hip.
Tegan Hip.
Yep. This is Dalton Trushin finishing. Dalton's time was a 32.78, 32.78. On course, 456. Tegan Stang from D.C. Everest.
And Campbell Espick, bib 466 from Middleton, a senior, is your next competitor.
And we're watching Tegan Stang from D.C. Everest. Do a little spin move there and make his way to the finish.
All right, he's working, rolling, great effort across the finish. All right, Tegan, we love that. That's a 40.04. 40.04.
Just have to cross the finish somehow. And this is Campbell Esbeck, a senior from Middleton on course.
And behind him will be Truman Russell from Whitefish Bay, a senior.
And we're watching Campbell Esbeck, a senior from Middleton, finish. And Campbell's time is a 31.77. Good enough for 14th right now, 31.77. Rounding out our fourth seed, Truman Russell from Whitefish Bay.
That's a nice time for getting near the end of the fourth seed. 50th competitor up there in the top 15.
That's awesome. Yeah, nice run. We're looking at Truman Russell. So many great names in snowboarding.
Those are two first names, right? It could be Russell Truman or Truman Russell.
Yeah.
All right, he's going to be your final competitor in the fourth seed, and he's coming across the finish. Behind him will be Cameron Comer from Waukesha West. That's a 35.98, 35.98 for young Truman.
And on course now, 485, Cameron Comer, a freshman from Waukesha West.
And in the gate is a junior from Wanakee, Cole Kennedy. Bib 491 is your next competitor. Here comes Cameron.
And here's Cameron Comer with a time of 36.81, 36.81.
Cole Kennedy from Wanakee is on course here with the yellow and orange gear. Bib 491, Alexander Marino from Whitefish Bay is your next competitor.
And it looks like the girls' Super G course is now closed, so we're going to be gearing up for the Super G following the men's Bordercross. Cole Kennedy from Wanakee finishing
with a 35.12, 35.12. Alexander Marino is on course, bib 506, and behind him, Ben Paulson from Ashland. Paulson used to make the casino chips. I don't know if you know that. Paulson Chips was a famous casino chip maker.
I did not know that.
It's nice. I'm always good for a few useless facts.
Yeah. Cliff Clavin.
Oh,
all right,
Cliff.
Here's Alexander Marino finishing. Alexander's time is a 39.85, 39.85. On course, we're watching Ben Paulson, a junior from Ashland.
Children, you may not know that, but Cliff Clavin was on a TV show back in the 1980s.
Called Cheers, and Cliff had a lot of irrelevant information to share. And here we go, Ben Paulson on course. And he's finishing nicely with
a 38.31, 38.31.
Another freshman on course, 472, Patrick Melius from Slinger.
All right, and behind him, another a senior here, Austin Blake.
Yep, Austin's doing a great job. He's been on the boarding team all 4 years, and he's going to hopefully finish strong with a great Bordercross run.
Of course, substitute teacher would call him Blake.
Blake. It's not Blake. It's Austin Blake. Here's Patrick Melius with a nice finish and then a little spin move. 36.86, 36.86. Now here's our Austin Blake from La Crosse Central Logan, hoping to get a great time to contribute to our team score.
And Middleton senior Jackson Grimm, 467, will be behind Austin.
And here we're looking at Austin Blake from La Crosse Central Logan, a senior, finishing up his career, high school career, with a 33.04, 33.04.
All right. In the top half there, finisher, Jackson Grimm, 467, is coming down here, senior from Middleton, taking his last race of his high school career.
And in the gate is 482, Nathan Redfern, a freshman from Verona. We had a Jonathan Redfern. We'll see how Nathan Redfern does. And we're watching Jackson Grimm here finish the Bordercross course. And Jackson's time is a 32.97, 32.97 on course. 482, Nathan Redfern from Verona.
In the gate is junior from West Bend, Caleb
Ravn. That's how we said it. Ravn. We don't know.
Got to swallow the end.
Ravn. So
Dr.
Nathan
Rosen.
on course, Nathan Redfern, a freshman from Verona. And in the gate, 498, Caleb Robin.
The great Redfern clan finishes. Nathan finishes with a 38.96, 38.96.
And finishing up our fifth seed is bib 498, Caleb Robin, a junior from West Bend.
All right, we'll move on to the sixth seed. There are 13 competitors left to go here in your 2017 boys snowboard bordercross?
Actually, only 7.
7? Oh, alternates.
Yep, here we go. Caleb Ravin from West Bend is finishing up here. And Caleb's time is a 40.17, 40.17.
On course is John Jones from Middleton, a junior.
And in the gate, another local, 4:58, Sam Christensen from La Crosse Central Logan. Hoping to get another great time and see how the team scores shake out.
You guys are stacking it in here in La Crosse.
Sure, why not? We've got this beautiful hill. We might as well use it. Here's John Jones finishing up.
With a 31.96, 31.96. That's in the top 20, 17th place currently.
Nice job. Here we go with 4:58, Sam Christensen from La Crosse Central Logan. He's a sophomore.
And behind him, Riley Hinckley, a junior from Wanakee, bib 490.
And Sam's doing a great job here on this Bordercross. All the guys were pretty excited. They love doing Bordercross. And here's Sam finishing up. Sam has a nice time of 33.30, 33.30, puts them in 29th at the moment. Now on course 490, Riley Hinckley from Wanakee. And our current leader is still Alec Nelson with a 29.84.
Hunter Zakowski is in second, and Joe Hoffman, a senior from DC Everest, is in third currently.
And here comes Riley Hinckley finishing.
And that's going to be a 37.35, 37.35 for young Riley.
And on course is 4:51, Cooper Tampke, or in the gate, I should say.
Coop.
Oh, sorry,
Nope.
we have a substitution. It's bib 450, Kalen Provost, a senior from Ashland.
That's down on our sheet that says alternates.
Mm-hmm. And Kalen is now on course. Well, Kalen having a little bit of trouble.
But he's right back up, going at it. Gravity is your friend here, Kalen.
And now Kalen's got to pick up a little bit of speed to get going on the rest of the Bordercross course. So Kalen Provost, a senior from Ashland, now on course.
There he comes. Bib 450, Kalen Provost. The provost would be the second person at the university, right? Not the president, but the provost is like the vice president.
Mm-hmm. I knew you were going to bring that up.
I knew I had to get something in there. Hey, Kalen finishes with a 53.68, 53.68, breaking the 1 minute barrier.
And now on course, 495, Philip Dahlberg, another alternate here.
He's from West Bend, a sophomore from West Bend.
Oh, no, now we're looking at another screen, and it's 507, William Price. Switching it up on us. Here's William Price, a sophomore from Whitefish Bay. Phil raced yesterday, though. Phil Dahlberg did a nice job.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Here's William Price finishing up with a 36.06, 36.06. Looks like we have 2 racers left in the Bordercross competition.
Yep, 477 is on course here. Carrick Bio.
Mm-hmm. That's what we said yesterday. Carrick Bio. Hopefully we were correct, and he's a senior from Verona.
Bayo, makes me...
Scott Baio.
Scott Baio,
Yeah.
you know, again, going back to the
80s.
the 80s for us here, you know, for the parents here, just a little fun.
Yeah, we're showing our age now, Bill. All right, here's Carrick Bio from Verona with
And
a 38.30, 38.30. And our final racer.
Oh, this is a great name, Carson Schmidt.
I like it. Bib 500, Carson Schmidt, a junior from West Bend, is going to wrap up our Bordercross today. Good German name, Schmidt.
All right, Carson, bib 500. Unless there's an alternate, he will be our final competitor.
And if we can get some results, we'll share them with you as far as team scores, and we'll give you the top 10 of the Bordercross. And here comes Carson Schmidt.
All right. He finishes with exactly 36 seconds. 36.00 for Carson Schmidt, a junior from West Bend.
And it looks like that'll probably wrap up the men's Bordercross today. We'll give you the top 10 now. In 10th place, Max Early, a sophomore from La Crosse Central Logan. In 9th, Aaron Brownell from Aquinas on Alaska. 8th place, Owen Zapiga, a freshman from Ashland. 7th place, Colin White, a junior from Rhinelander. 6th place, John Lund, a senior from Waukesha West.
In 5th, Cole Rummel, a freshman from West Bend. In 4th place, Alec Johnson, a senior from Middleton. Joe Hoffman is 3rd, a senior from D.C. Everest. Hunter Zaskowski, a junior from West Bend, is in 2nd. And Alec Nelson, a senior from Slinger, is your unofficial leader in 1st place.
And we don't have any team results right now, but that'll be shared with you obviously at the awards ceremony as well. So good competition today and yesterday, and that wraps up our snowboarding competition for the 2017 WIARA State Ski and Snowboard Championships. I'm Amy Schwartz, and it was a pleasure working with you, Bill Gage, and we'll be around watching the rest of the racing today.
Thanks so much, everybody. Enjoy. It looks like there's some coaches going through over on the women's Super G, or girls Super G. I guess we're just running a few minutes behind, but I haven't heard when, but I'm sure they'll get the girls racing going soon.
Yep, so thanks, everybody. Stick around. Lots of great racing coming up.
All right, cheers. Bye-bye.
Mountain Man! Hey, Mountain Man here. Good job on all the snowboarders, and we're about ready to get going with some ski racing. I hope you're all going to have a great day. Tradition here is we like to get you all excited, have a little fun with your sweetheart, and let's go skiing. Come on, grab your sweet hands. Let's go skiing. Come on, you guys, join in. Grab your honey and dance with her. Super giant slalom. Okay, we're tired. All right, now I'd like to introduce our USSA competition manager, Brewster McVicker, and Kate Paling. Let's all welcome Brewster.
Hello, everybody. How you doing? Okay, I got some people over here that know the answer, and it's real good with some feeling. So how you doing? All right, we got a real great day, and we'd like to welcome everybody here to Mount La Crosse, and it's real good. We're going to see some great skiing, and we want to welcome our sponsor here from Gerhardt's. How are you doing today?
Can't be better with a gorgeous day like this and some awesome skiing.
It's real good. So talk about your support. You've supported this event for how long?
We've been supporting this event since I can remember, but it's just a fantastic event to bring the whole ski community from all over the state here to La Crosse and show off our beautiful mountain.
And what does it mean to Gerhardt's to be a part of this?
It's so important to us to support our local communities. We've got 14 stores all over the state, and it really is a great way to support our customers and our local communities.
Well, it's certainly great to have you here. We've got an awesome crowd for those folks that may be listening on the broadcast out there. It's a bright, sunny day, and it's February, but it's like springtime in the Rockies, huh?
It looks an awful lot like St. Moritz, too.
Yeah.
We've got some blue sky here.
Absolutely. St. Moritz, of course, World Alpine Championships going on, and your sister's over there.
She is. She is with the U.S. ski team over there and the coaching staff, and so we've got a little scoop that we can talk about later as we get going with the racing.
Yeah, we're going to spend some time talking about ski racing in general. Great crowd here today, and what a beautiful day that we have here for this setting. As the ladies are getting ready for Super G, we're kind of turning over the timing from the snowboarding that we just had and just doing a little time killing, but we're running a little late in the day, but we'll keep things going here, and it's really great to have you here. And you talk about what's going on at the World Alpine Championships, and it really begins with these high school racers, doesn't it?
Absolutely. We all start someplace, and we really get a great foundation of ski racing through events like this and at hills like this all over the country.
And with your support, of businesses, and we have a lot of businesses, but certainly yours at Gerhardt's and First Supply with all the great businesses that you have around the state supporting all these high school racers is really appreciated.
We love to do it. We really enjoy being here and really enjoy getting everyone off on a good start.
Now, you ski raced in high school, didn't you?
I did. It was always a really fun event. I don't remember this much blue sky, but it's always just a really good weekend to be here in La Crosse. I was from La Crosse, so it was a little bit easier trip in for us, but we really enjoyed welcoming people from all over the place. We don't get to race against people from all the state until we get here at the end of the year.
And talk about the lessons you learned as a young high school racer and how that's gone into you being a business leader in the state of Wisconsin.
You learn perseverance, and you learn how to respond to things that you don't always expect. When your number one seed takes a fall, then you need to pick up and carry the team.
All right. Well, congratulations to everybody. We're just finishing up some snowboarding over there, and we'll be back to racing here with our Super G in just a few minutes. Thank you, and we'll visit with you later.
Sounds good. Thanks.
All right. Ski you guys soon. Real good.
Just a quick announcement. We do have a DQ to announce. Bib number 480, Adam O'Donnell, is a DQ. Bib 480, Adam O'Donnell. And you have 15 minutes to protest.
pocket singing Willie Nelson songs. You were sleepily smiled, but you always sang along. I was 17, I was 10 feet tall.
Weekdays are for rising to the challenge. They're the days to take care of business, when possibilities become reality. With CenturyLink as your trusted partner, our visionary cloud infrastructure and global broadband network free you to focus on what matters. With custom communication solutions and responsive, dedicated support, we constantly evolve to meet your needs every day of the week. CenturyLink, your link to what's next.
Thank you so much.
problem.
No, seriously. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Next.
Okay, if you want to use the magic toilet, you have to go pee-pee on the potty first, okay?
Okay, babe, come. Let's see how it works.
Here's your very own magic toilet, guys. Next.
Yeah. Dude, game just started. Good to see you, bro. Oh, gotta love potty training. Word.
Good job. Let's go get your daddy. Honey, we're all done.
Sorry, man. Thought potty training took like a year.
This kit by Kohler is amazing, and trust me, we've tried everything. Books, the occasional M&M. Take the whole bag. And that party.
Happy potty training day to you.
Oh no.
Yeah, party.
One more announcement from that last boys Bordercross race. There's one more DQ, bib number 452, Dalton Truchon. Dalton Truchon, bib number 452. You now have 15 minutes to contest that.
Hey, heard you guys had some kind of magic potty thing going on here?
Yeah, but
I want in.
You have till 10:15 to contest that.
Oh, she's ready.
just take a kit.
Next.
Presley?
Wanted to use the magic toilet.
I'll install one in our bathroom too.
We come out again tonight to where the streetlights like halos. And in this party for the bandits and the saints, there's you and your wet coat of paint. Well, it's leaking systematically upon the floor of my brain. And we're speaking indirectly of the cobalt Caspian shores.
It's that one extra handshake, that perfect polish and shine. One adjustment here, one final spot check there that makes all the difference. For over 100 years, Dahl has kept people moving. On family trips, open roads, and everything in between. Whether it's new, used, service, or body, the dedicated and friendly team at all Dahl locations in La Crosse, Onalaska, and Winona go the extra mile so you can too. Find a vehicle you'll fall in love with at dahlauto.com.
Peace of mind is important when you're running a successful business. So we provide IT services you can rely on. With CenturyLink as your trusted IT partner, you'll experience reliable uptime for the network and services you depend on. Multi-layered security solutions keep your information safe and secure. And responsive dedicated support meets your needs and eases your mind. CenturyLink, your link to what's next.
Attention everyone, apparently some leaky poles have been kind of swapped up a little bit. Somebody might have some mismatched sizes in their leaky poles. And Doug from the Badger team, he's going to be down by the scoreboard, the big screen, see if we can get those poles adjusted. So if anybody's with some mismatched leaky poles, let's get those changed up please. About 4 inches difference. Thank you.
And good morning, everyone. Welcome to Mount Lacrosse, our first skiing competition of the day. You're looking at our first forerunner coming down the hill. It is the girls' Super G. So glad to be with you again this morning. I'm Scott Emmerich, along with Brewster McVicker, back here for another year of competition. Our defending champ for the girls, Arrowhead, and they're back in force again here. They dominated the competition at Mount Lacrosse here last year. And Brewster, when I look at how things went down, we only have 4 of the top 10 skiers from last year returning, so it should be a wide open race.
Absolutely. Arrowhead's been definitely the powerhouse, but we'll see if we got some other teams to challenge them this year, because I think we've got some great competition coming your way. It's a great day, as you can see on the screen, and I'd like to welcome everybody that's here in attendance. You see all the folks up there. It's what's affectionately known as the Coffin Corner, where the coaches can see them coming down the road and coming through that corner. That left foot or the red gate up there might be a bit of a challenge from what I understand. We'll see how the forerunners are doing here, as that's what you are looking at on the screen right now. But welcome to another state championship, ladies and gentlemen. It is a Bluebird Day. The crew here has done a great job getting this hill in shape. Spent a lot of time with some salt and some chemical warfare on there with the groomer, and it's done a great job, as this is rock solid this morning to start the competition.
Yeah, Brewster, I wanted to ask you, 60 degrees here. We're going to get later today. It's a little bit more winter-like right now, but what is the science behind getting a hill like this prepared when temperatures are so much above normal?
Well, it is a chemistry experiment for sure, and it's just a matter of dealing with the snow chemistry and how much moisture's in it. But they've used a lot of salt this week. It was warm earlier in the week, and we've got a great Bluebird Day, and with the sun and the snow melting, it'll create some more moisture in there, and it'll help that salt take. It's kind of like making old-fashioned ice cream, if you will, taking that and firming it up. So this is a rock-solid course this morning. It'll soften up throughout the day, but excellent course conditions for the Super G for the ladies this morning.
All right, and just to review from last year, Arrowhead is the defending champ. In second place was McGuanago. Edgewood was third. The Southwestern Co-op was fourth. Kettle Moraine was fifth. And West Bend was sixth. Those teams are back and ready, raring to go, and we'll see if anybody can challenge Arrowhead. They have been a ski powerhouse over the years, and they're back here at the state meet. Great to have you with us here, as I believe we get a look at our final forerunner. We were told there were 3 forerunners. We have a list of 4 that were supposed to come down the hill. Elizabeth Jacobs, Ava Ludwig, Sarah Puccini, and Alice Gardner. Not sure which one won't be coming down, but we appreciate our forerunners and the work that they do to help prepare the hill and give us a kind of feel for what it's like.
Yeah, and Elizabeth Jacobs, one of the top performers the last couple of years, and now attending college up at St. Thomas in Minnesota, coming out here to forerun and meet some of her old classmates for sure, and all the other competitors. Great to see her out here and returning to the field of play.
Our first racer out of the gate will be bib number 125, Delaney Dykeman from Verona.
And you can see her on the screen there, wearing bib number 125. Saw our dad in the audience this morning, and he says, yep, she's first one out. So we'll see what the pace starts like with this sophomore beginning our competition today, as we're going to be seeing the Arrowhead athlete Natalie Sorensen bringing up the bottom of that first seed to see how the Arrowhead team stacks up this season.
And it is Delaney Dykeman out of the gates, and we are underway. Our first girls ski race, the Super G.
And Delaney Dykeman working down the road. This is relatively flat for most part of the course here, and then comes into this big left footer coming into this big turn here. You can see she just gets a little wide there. We'll see that turn come into play for sure as she keeps trying to grab a aerodynamic position, the tuck position, and Delaney bringing it to the finish line here, and unofficially that time's a 30.33, as you'll see on your screen all day long. Just to remind everybody, those are unofficial times, but talking to our official timing crew, they're pretty right on from what the official times end up being. As you are watching Danielle Sylvester now, she'll be challenging this as she's the senior from Slinger.
Sylvester making her way down the hill, and Isla Gagne from Kettle Moraine is due up next, but it's Sylvester to the finish. And a time of 29.29 seconds as she takes over the top spot. Danielle Sylvester. Now Isla Gagne making her way down. Ayla took 20th here at state individually last year. She's from Kettle Moraine. Emily Friedel from Cedarburg is due up next.
This will be a good idea of where the course and the tempo is going to be. I think that's going to be a pretty solid time for Danielle, and we'll see if anybody can challenge that in the 29-29 club right there. As you are watching Ayla Gagne come through, and she moves into third place with a time of 30.61.
30.61 for Gagne. Now Emily Friedel from Cedarburg with Kate Heisey from La Crosse Central Logan due out of the gates next. But this is Emily Friedel.
As Friedel makes her way down, the time coming into that corner is about 17 seconds as we watch her swing it a little wide. The girls really need to focus on that outside ski coming in. You can see their upper body kind of tipping in just a little bit, and they're losing a little traction on the corner as she comes to the line now with a time for Emily Friedel of 30.90. 30.90 for Emily as we watch Kate Heisey now on course from right here in La Crosse, Central Logan, and we'll see what they can bring to the race here today.
Heisey is a senior from La Crosse Central Logan squad, racing in her final state tournament event here this weekend. And here comes Kate Heisey to the finish with Hunter Bindis from Muskego due up next. Heisey's time, 32.4 seconds, 32.4 for Kate Heisey.
They had a nice recognition for the La Crosse Central Logan historical teams here. A lot of members from those former teams in attendance as you are now watching Hunter Bindis. She comes around the corner looking like a strong run here from Hunter, as we'll see her younger brother going to be doing some forerunning here today as well, and that's Noah Bindis. But right now you're looking at Hunter Bindis bringing it to the line at 30.56, and that puts Hunter in the third place right now.
Bindis, 30.56, and now on the course is Noelle Lang from Wausau East. Noelle Lang, she'll be followed by Anna Dubel from University Lake School Brookfield Academy Co-op. And this is Noelle Lang coming over the head wall in just momentarily.
Attention, Jim Christensen, please report to the log cabin. Jim Christensen, report to log cabin for a jury meeting. Thank you. As we are watching Noelle Lang come to the finish line, as she from Wausau East finishes with a time of 31.78 and puts her into sixth place. And now you are watching Anna Dybel from University Lake School Brookfield Academy Co-op. As Dybel makes her way down this course, she looks like she's carrying some nice speed, could be contending for a podium position here with this run, as this is very solid.
Anna finished in 10th in state last year overall, and she finishes strongly at 29.42. That puts her in second place.
Right now on the podium, as it's Sylvester, Dybel, and Dykeman right now, our top three, as we are watching Kayla Fritz now from Rhinelander on course.
Fritz from Rhinelander, followed by Maddie Knorr from the Aquinas Onalaska Co-op. But here comes Kayla Fritz, a junior from Rhinelander.
Fritz making it around the corner here from Rhinelander. As she makes her way down, we're going to be seeing a couple more big contenders coming up here in just a few moments. Sarah Davenport, one of them from West Bend, as she was a top competitor here last year.
32.33 for Kayla Fritz from Rhinelander. 32.33 puts her in 8th place. Maddie Knorr from the Aquinas Onalaska Co-op, a senior, making her way down the hill. Very familiar with the slopes here at Mount La Crosse.
Yeah, she's making her senior final Super G race on her home hill right now, as she's looking to compete and find herself on a podium and contribute to her team score today.
Maddie Knorr across the finish, and her time, 33.43 seconds. 33.43.
And right now, well, that should have been Maddie Knorr, and we're seeing Olivia Krigbaum recognized for that time, so we'll see what we've got here now. Is Olivia Krigbaum showing up with that time just a moment ago. So maybe now we've got some unofficial times right now, ladies and gentlemen. As we are watching Taylor Von Baron now on course on our screen, as she has come into this competition as a freshman from the Madison Co-op team. And she looks like she might be contributing to the podium. we'll see how it goes. Oh, definitely taking it wide, carrying a lot of speed here. Let's see what she can bring to the finish line.
Taylor Von Baron, a time of 57.89. 57.89 puts her in 11th place
Well,
at
I'm
the
going to
moment.
say right now, these are unofficial times that we see here because these times are definitely off right now. So we have got a little bit of a challenge. So with our scores right now, there's some unofficial scores on the board here.
She was clearly faster than 57.89.
Absolutely. So I think we had a false start or something going on. So we'll see what happens here. And we'll just have, it looks like we have a course hold right now for a moment.
We are awaiting the exit of Sarah Davenport from West Bend due up next, and she figures to be one of the contenders as well for an individual state title. Davenport took 5th at state here last year. So we have some timing issues. It started with Maddie Knorr from Aquinas, Alaska. Once we get the official times, we'll pass them along to you. Olivia Kriegbaum from Middleton came next, and then Taylor Von Baron just crossed the finish line.
Once again, all these times are unofficial. They do have plenty of backups, lots of different impulses, and I think there was a false input on one of those finishes, so we'll see how that goes. So stand by.
Well, they've been updated now on the scoreboard, and I can tell you Maddie Knorr at a 33.43, Olivia Kriegbaum at 31.53, 31.53 for Kriegbaum, and Taylor Von Baron. You mentioned, Brewster, that she was cruising across the finish. They have her in for a time of 29.65. That would put her in 3rd place at the moment. 3rd place for Taylor Von Baron at 29.65.
So right now, unofficially, it's Sylvester, Dybel, and Van Baron right now as our top 3. They're all in the 29 club, starting at 29.29, 29.42 for Dybel, and Taylor Von Baron at 29.65. Delaney Dykeman moves into, actually, she's tied. They're showing a tie for 3rd place, but that needs to be updated as well. Meanwhile, we are looking at Sarah Davenport. She will be a contender in this, as she looks like she's had a lot of speed coming through the flats. Let's see how she does here on this big left footer. Really carrying that speed, taking it deep, as she is carrying a lot of speed. We saw Taylor Van Baron kind of ski that line as well and found herself into 3rd place. Let's see what Sarah Davenport brings to the line. And Davenport, once again, the clock unfortunately fails to stop here unofficially, so we'll have to see how that time goes. Once again, now we have an impulse at 29.57, and that puts Davenport into 3rd place unofficially right now. Meanwhile, you are watching this next racer come down. That's Katie Tour.
Katie Tour from Wauwatosa making her way down the slopes and crossing the finish in a time of 30.59 seconds, 30.59 for Katie Tour. Andrea Kinsey from McGuanago is due up next. Kinsey had a terrific state meet last year. She took 19th overall, and McGuanago as a team took 2nd. So a big racer here coming down the hill for McGuanago. Andrea Kinsey.
Andrea Kinsey trying to find as much speed as she can. Works that tuck position, and here's the big corner. That's the big key right there. That left footer sets them up for finishing down here at the bottom, and we've seen some girls really carrying a lot of speed and letting it roll as Kinsey comes to the finish line.
30.06 seconds, 30.06 for Kinsey, puts her in 5th place at the moment. Now on the hill, Amanda Schuster from Waunakee. She is the top returning skier from last year. She took 2nd at state last year, and she figures to be a title contender again this year.
Amanda Schuster coming into the corner here, and she gets a little wild too, as she's got a lot of speed as she brings it down here, down near the bottom part of this course. Amanda looking very efficient here through the turns as she brings it to the finish line.
The defending champ in the Super G with a 29.59, 29.59. That puts Schuster in 4th place at the moment. Now coming down the hill, Emma Kate Stecker from Whitefish Bay. Emma Kate Stecker.
And unofficially, Amanda Schuster just 0.02 of a second off the podium. As right now you are looking at Emma Kate Stecker, and oh, she got wild there. One of the things these girls have to pay attention to is they get in that tuck a little too soon sometimes, get a little off balance, and they've got to make sure they make a great turn first.
Stecker, a time of 32.49, 32.49, puts her in 16th place. Christina Hopkins from University School of Milwaukee making her way down.
Hopkins is a little bit behind the pace here a little bit. Let's see what she can bring down here at the finish line. As you can see, she's really working on good turns first as opposed to being in that aerodynamic position. She finally gets into that position to the finish line and finds herself in the 18th place with a time of 33.70.
33.7 for Christina Hopkins. Katie Ulrich from Divine Savior Holy Angels, a senior, making her way down the hill right now.
As Katie Ulrich comes into the big corner where all the coaches are hanging out up there, they can get a full view from the top to the bottom pretty much of this whole course from there. As Katie Ulrich makes her way down the course, we'll have Haley Bartling coming up and then Emma Meeker getting ready to go as we're nearing the end of the first seed here at the Wisconsin High School State Championships.
34.17 for Ulrich, 34.17. Haley Bartline from DC Everest making her way down, and she'll be followed by Emma Meeker from Ashwa Bay.
Oh, and our first casualty of the day, and whoa, she's going to end up in that B-net, and that serves its purpose right there to protect these athletes from hitting that big tree there, so hopefully she's okay, but throwing a shoe up there on the road, and looks like she's moving around. Let's see how that goes, but we'll have a little bit of a stop-start there for Haley to get herself back up and running. Let's see how that goes, but we hope the best for her. Meanwhile, Danielle Sylvester leading the way at 29.29 as she came out of the start in start position number 2, and she's made that pay off with currently atop the leaderboard. Anna Doibel is in second place, and Sarah Davenport from West Bend in third. So we have a official DNF now on Haley Bartling, and our ski patrol has come into position there. It's great that they're there for support for these athletes. They're a great support team, part of the team here at Mount Lacrosse, and it's a total team effort. I'd like to thank Mount Lacrosse for hosting the state championships again this year and providing this great venue. And we certainly hope that Haley's going to be okay.
While they attend to Haley, we want to thank the folks also who are watching on our live web stream at WIALpineChamps.org. We understand we have some folks from Hawaii watching us today. So I can imagine, hey, we're not that far off temperature-wise from Hawaii today.
Well,
we won't be later.
It's definitely feeling like a beach time. I saw Zach Chose earlier in the day. He's helping with the course crew and pretty bundled up this morning as it was a chilly morning, which helped create this firm surface for us today. But he's got the Hawaiian shirt on underneath the layers and expects to be breaking that out later today. I'd like to thank First Supply for being our sponsor. You saw the interview earlier if you've been with us all day here with Katie Paling, and it's great to have their support every year and helping us out and supporting these high school athletes from around the state. Once again, I'd like to thank everybody for joining us here. We've got a great crowd on the hill. For those of you watching and listening at home or wherever you are around the world here on our broadcast at WIALpineChamps.org, we've got some great competition yet to come, and we hope that everything's okay. We have the professionals in place there to help with getting our athlete cleared off that course, and that is Haley Bartling right now. As we're going to be held up here, we're going to wait until we can get that all cleared out before we resume the race here, as we want to make sure we've got this environment in a secure position before we start racing again. Don't forget, we will have the awards for the Bordercross and all those taking place after the end of the Super G here today at the end of this run as we get through our schedule here. We will also have our boys GS later today and then the girls slalom to finish up our competition here on President's Weekend here at Mount Lacrosse, and just a stellar day for ski racing and the border action. They had a lot of border action yesterday out here, and those athletes have completed theirs. The border cross was pretty exciting to watch earlier. We saw at least one athlete try to literally camo the bottom jump here, and that would be taking a lot of speed to be able to make that, but gave them an A for effort, certainly, as those guys were laying it out there trying to win that competition. Well, you can see they're getting the B-net set back up, and looks like she's up and moving.
Yeah, Brewster, looking through my binoculars, looks like Haley is gingerly moving her way through the B-net area with the help of some of the helpers and medical personnel up there, and hopefully she'll be okay, but it was nice to see her up on her feet at least.
All right, I could hear the crowd giving her a round. Let's give her another round for that, and hope she's okay. She's got some competition to go yet. And glad to see she's up and around. Like to thank all our ski patrollers out here today to help attend to those situations. We hope that's a minimal amount of effort that is needed, but certainly they're on hand to provide that excellent service for our athletes out here. Thank all the volunteers and all the community here in Mount La Crosse and La Crosse in general and the whole state of Wisconsin. Really, everything's right here at Mount La Crosse today, and what a great day for racing. Well, as I mentioned earlier, Danielle Sylvester topped the leaderboard with Anna Dybel and Sarah Davenport on the podium right now, but we still have plenty of athletes yet to come and in the first seed. Looking down the list, somebody like a Sheridan Westphal could pop in there, and certainly Natalie Sorensen from Arrowhead could provide some competitiveness there as their team looking to defend their state title. And Natalie Sorensen, just a junior, seems like she's been there forever, but she's just a junior, so she'll be leading that team. And then her teammate, Maddie Cummings, is atop the second seed, so we'll see Arrowhead going out after each other here, and we'll get a good sense of how that begins right at the top of the second seed.
Emma Meeker is due to come down the hill next. She is a senior from Ashwa Bay, and she'll be followed by Alyssa Messer from Oconomowoc. And, in fact, here comes Emma Meeker right out of the gates, and we are back underway racing here in the Super G here at Mount La Crosse, our 2017 Wisconsin High School State Ski Meet. Emma Meeker around the corner.
As she's come charging down the field, looks like Emma Meeker looking to help her team out here today as she's coming from Oshawa Bay, and she's charging with a solid run right now.
30.42 for Emma Meeker, 30.42. And that puts her in 8th place. Alyssa Messer from Oconomowoc is making her way down the hill right now.
And Emma Meeker from Oshawa Bay putting in the effort. Alyssa Messer now from Oconomowoc, also skiing for a team here. As we're looking at these teams, we've got some new updated software, and we are going to be able to tell you live really what the standings are. It's pretty amazing with the technology these guys have with some of the new software as we watch Alyssa Messer come through in the 15th fastest time at 31:91.
And folks behind her, there's Haley Bartline making her way down the course. Let's give her a big hand here. It's good to see her make her way back down on skis.
Always good to see those athletes ski away from situations like that.
Ellie Schlinkman now on the course. She's a senior from Wausau West.
And we've watched Slinkman for a number of years now, so let's see what she can bring here to the line. It looks like she's a substitute, as that was scheduled to be Sheridan Westphal, so we'll see what happens here, as I did not know that Sheridan would not be here, as it shows Ellie Schlinkman now through to finish at 30.77, moving into 12th place.
Haley James, a sophomore from the Madison West area team. Madison West, Mount Horeb, Deerfield is now on the course. Haley James. She'll be followed by Charlotte Doring.
And then we'll see Natalie Sorensen. So just a few left here to finish out our first seed. And whoa, getting really wide as Haley James. Is she carrying a lot of speed? Oh, it got back on her heels. And then, oh, there goes the ski. And she will be a DNF, unfortunately, for that. So hopefully she gets up under her own power. Looks like she's okay. So give her a hand for that, but certainly putting in an effort there. But that was our second DNF here of this Super G.
And for those watching at home, Brewster, once you lose a ski, you are done.
Correct. And, in fact, in Super G in the world of USSA anyway, or GS, you're not allowed to hike, and I believe there is hiking allowed here in the high school competitions. So we're going to get underway here and finish off our first seed with Charlotte Daring from Homestead.
Charlotte Doring out of the gate right now. Charlotte had excellent state ski meet here last year. She took 14th overall.
And then we'll finish off this first seed with Natalie Sorensen, the junior from Arrowhead, as this is Charlotte coming through now as she's carrying some nice speed as well, making some nice moves. As you can see, she's really working on good turns first and now getting into that tuck position to carry the speed here to the finish.
Doreen with a time of 30.81, 30.81, puts her in 13th place. And now out of the gates from the defending state champs, Arrowhead, Natalie Sorensen.
And Natalie, a very compact racer, but real efficient. As you can see, there's hardly any snow coming off her skis up there on the road. Let's see how she makes this turn. Gets a little bumpy there, but makes the turn. As she gets deep, that means she's carrying a lot of speed. Let's see how much that cost her as she tries to keep herself on line. As Natalie holding a nice low position there and taking it to the finish line into 12th place at 30.64, 30.64. As Natalie just got a little wide up there on the big left footer, but showed how much speed you can carry in there.
So after the first seeding group has finished here, we have Danielle Sylvester in first place at 29.29. Anna Dybel from University Lake School, just 13/100ths of a second behind her at 29.42. In third place, Sarah Davenport from West Bend, a senior at 29.57. In fourth place, Amanda Schuster, a junior from Wanakee at 29.59. Just 0.3 of a second separate first from fourth. And so it still some speedy racers yet to come here and some more athletes to challenge for that top spot.
Yeah, very tight pack there in that 29 club. Just 5 of them in there. Let's see who can challenge for those here in the later seeds, as it'll be a waiting game now for Danielle Sylvester to see if anybody can unseat her from the top of the podium. As that 29.29 looks pretty secure right now, but this course could be creating some more pace into it. And we'll see what happens as we get our course crew through with a nice slip there. And the course looks in excellent condition right now, considering how warm it's going to get today. That could be changing later in the day.
Well, we'll see somebody challenge for the top right off the bat here when we start our second seed, and that's Maddie Cummings from Arrowhead. Back-to-back Arrowhead skiers going here, and Maddie Cummings finished 4th at state last year. She is the second highest returner from last year, and she's on the course right now. She could challenge for a top spot or at least a podium.
And you can see there's some little micro terrain in this course, little bumps that are causing some balance issues for these girls. Maddie Cummings doing a nice job keeping herself on line. Got some good edge angles there, hardly any snow coming off her skis. Let's see how that amounts to a good time here. And she is our new leader. 28 club at 28.90. Maddie Cummings unseats Danielle Sylvester. Scott, as you mentioned, we're going to see it right from the get-go, and here we are.
So a new leader at the top with Maddie Cummings. Now Sarah Dempsey making her way down the course. 28.90. That's the time to beat now after Cummings came down the hill. Now Sarah Dempsey from Wauwatosa.
And the key to Maddie Cummings' run there was just clean skiing. You hardly saw any snow coming off her skis there.
32.81 for Sarah Dempsey. 32.81 puts her in 23rd place. Mackenzie Im from Rhinelander is due next.
So Mackenzie M. from Rhinelander, she looks to be putting on a challenge. Oh, gets tipped in and twisted around. A great save there, but costly on the time. Boy, I thought she was going to go down, ladies and gentlemen, but a great athletic maneuver to keep herself on line. It'll cost her some time, but she's to the finish line into 19th place at 31.79.
31.79 for Mackenzie M. Now Riley Hendren from Muskego. Riley Hendren, the senior from Muskego, making her way down and across the finish in a time of 32.36. 32.36 for Riley Hendren. Alexis Stenke now on the course right now from Middleton. Alexis Stenke, a sophomore, making her way down. Hendren, by the way, in 22nd place after that run.
as we are looking at times on the team times right now with that finish with Maddie Cummings puts Arrowhead in the early lead right now as we're early into the second seed. As we just watch Alex Stanke come through
at 36.25, 36.25 puts her in 29th place. Jill Genova from Brookfield East making her way down.
As she makes her way down, we're going to be looking at some more girls that could possibly challenge for the top of the podium here in the second seed. We'll see what they can bring to the table as we are watching some great racing here so far early on. But you can see just these little bit of bumps, little micro terrain I call it, causes some challenges.
32 even for Jill Genova, 32 seconds, and that puts her in 21st place. Alexandra Benson from West Bend is making her way down the hill with Natalie Olkey from Aquinas, Alaska, due up next.
And here comes the big corner right there and does a nice job, a little bit on her heels as she carries her speed, but doing a pretty clean job keeping those skis running. This is a good effort here from Alexandra Benson.
Benson to the finish with a time of 31:37, puts her in 17th place at the moment, 31:37. Natalie Olkey now on the course, making her way down with Katie Connor from Verona due next.
And that puts West Bend currently into second place with that effort unofficially right now, as it's Arrowhead leading the way with West Bend and Muskego on our team scoring tabulation so far, as Natalie Olkey makes her way down. Right here, hometown girl. Let's see what she can bring to the line.
Natalie Olkey, 33:16, 33.16, puts her in 28th place. Katie Connor from Verona now out of the starter's gate with Gabrielle Palmer of Madison Memorial due up next.
These girls are really going for it here on this race course, and it looks like, you know, there's some bumps up there on the flats that are actually causing some of the balance issues. So we'll see how that develops throughout the day and whether course maintenance will be able to keep that smoothed out a little bit.
Katie Connor, 31.38, 31.38 for Katie Connor, puts her in 18th place. Now Gabrielle Palmer from Madison Memorial. She'll be followed by Isabel Ulrich from Divine Savior Holy Angels.
As you're watching Isabel come onto our screen here, you see that right footer we saw earlier caused the problem with one of our DNFs as that threw a shoe. But right now, Isabel is carrying some really good speed down here at the bottom part of this race course. Let's see if she can keep that going, and looks clean down here at the bottom. Very nice run.
Ulrich with a time of 31.08, 31.08. That puts her in 17th place. Annika Lewis from DC Everest now on the course. Riley Burkett from Madison Area Co-op is due up next.
As you watch Annika come into the big corner here, working her turn, got a little leaned in, getting a little low, but keeps her on line. Oh, it got twisted up there, and unfortunately with a big spinorama, and she's out of the course, and just glad that she's standing upright there, but certainly some forces overtook her there, and glad that she's kept herself upright, but unfortunately will be a DNF for Annika Lewis.
Riley Burkett about to make her way out of the starter's gate, as you see on the Jumbotron, about ready to explode out of there and make her way down the hill. Rhianne Klein from La Crosse Central Logan is due up next.
Okay, so Riley Burkett still starting in the start gate here.
Here she
and
comes.
Now she's underway as the timers got reset on that. Maddie Cummings, our leader right now at 28.90, the only one in that time zone right now, as we have 5 girls in the 29-second club. As Riley Burkett coming down here. Oh, getting a little tipped in there as well, but looks like she's got a clean run going here, as Riley could be challenging certainly up there in the top 10. Let's see if it's going to be good enough to find herself to the podium. This is looking very good.
30.58, 30.58 for Riley Burkett, puts her in 11th place. The senior from Madison Area Co-op. Rhianne Klein from La Crosse Central Logan is now on the course with Erin Bennett from Wausau East due up next.
Riley Burkett just 0.02 of a second off that top 10, which is 10th place right now is Hunter Bindis. As Rhianna Klein, she got tipped in here on the big corner, and she goes down in a heap. And let's see if she's going to get up. She's straight across from that gate, and she's been instructed that she can continue no farther, as in Super G, you come to a stop and you are done. unfortunately. So that's what happens in speed events, as that looks like the mountain man up there assisting her. Yes, it is, as he's making sure that she understands those rules. Unfortunately, she will be a DNF.
Bill Patza delivering the unfortunate news to one of the local stars here, Rayanne Klein. Erin Bennett about to come out of the starter's gate right now. In fact, there she goes with Martha Daniels from University School of Milwaukee due up next. But this is Erin Bennett from Wausau East.
Yeah, not only the mountain man, the chief of race here, chief of course, he's Mr. Everything, but also her coach up there. So as we watch now, Erin Bennett, and she's carrying a lot of speed here as well, as these girls are getting a little tipped in with that upper body. They've got to really focus on the outside ski here to keep that traction going.
Erin Bennett with a time of 32.87. 32.87 puts her in 31st place. Martha Daniels from University School of Milwaukee is making her way down. Kira Dinkowski from Cedarburg is due up next.
And Martha rather, making her way down this course as she was trying to carry a tuck position there, got a little wide in the process. Once again, you got to make sure you've got good pressure on the outside ski to carry that speed when you are in that tuck position.
Daniels with a time of 31.82. 31.82 puts her in 24th place. Now Kira Dinkowski from Cedarburg, a junior on the course. Allison Slusar from McGuanago is due up next.
Kira's our 43rd starter here in the race today, and we're nearing the end of our second seed of racers. Once again, it's Maddie Cummings on the top of the leaderboard, Danielle Sylvester in second, and Anna Deibel in third place right now. As you're watching Kira come down here on the bottom part of this course, getting a little wide down here at the bottom, but carrying a nice tuck position into 26th place at 32 flat.
Kira Dinkowski at 32 flat from Cedarburg. Allison Slusar from McGuanago due up now. Lexi Bullis from Slinger is up next.
As Slinger certainly can be challenging for the top spot with currently Danielle Sylvester, her teammate, in second place. So we'll see how that shakes out here as we're near the end of this second seed. Allison Slusar from McGuanago finds herself into 13th place with a time of 30.61.
A nice run for McGuanago, a team that took second at state last year, 30.61. Now Lexi Bullis from Slinger with Kate Gale from University Lake School Brookfield Academy due next. This is Lexi Bullis.
As Lexi Bullis makes her way down, I can tell you that right now it's Arrowhead, Madison Area Co-op, and McGuanago are top three here as we near the end of the second seed. However, Slinger's athlete right here, Lexi Bullis, could change that.
A 31.43 puts her in 22nd place. That moves the Slinger up the team standings.
They're tied for fourth place now with West Bend at 24 points, as they're 4 points behind McGuanago in third place.
Kate Gale from University Lake School on the course right now with Sydney Dawson from Oconomowoc due up next. But here comes Kate Gale.
As Gale makes her way down this race course, trying to carry all her speed, got a little wide coming in there. As these girls can take it a little straighter here on these last couple gates. It's 30th place for Gale at 32.15.
32.15 for Kate Gale. Sydney Dawson from Oconomowoc. She'll be followed by Sydney Smith from Nicolay.
As Sydney Dawson makes her way down, we just have about 5 more athletes going.
And a little bit of a spill for Sydney Dawson. She'll have to take a DNF.
Yeah, unfortunately, once again, that left footer comes into play once again as these girls are challenged with a lot of changing terrain up there, which definitely challenges their balance coming into that corner. So we've got 5 more athletes to go here at the end of the second run, and we've got 4 teams that have yet to score here in this second seed right now, and we'll see what we can have come to the table here as we finish up this second seed. These are all team players that will finish up our second seed. Sydney Smith, actually, I'll take that back, is an individual here from Nicolay.
And Sydney Smith is off and running down the hill. Aaron Hutchison from Madison West, Mount Horeb Deerfield is due up next. But here comes Sydney Smith.
So Sydney Smith acting as an individual here in this competition, looking to find herself in the top 10. Let's see what she can do as an individual here as we're just wrapping up our second seed. Oh, getting tipped in just a little bit there as these girls really need to think about that outside ski. That's where the pressure needs to be.
31.57, 31.57 puts Sydney Smith in 24th place. Now Erin Hutchison from Madison West, Mount Horeb Deerfield on the course right now. Current leader Maddie Cummings at 28.9 seconds. That's the time to beat so far. Arrowhead looking really good at the moment, but here comes Erin Hutchison.
Erin Hutchinson was skiing very aggressive at the top, maintained her tuck throughout most of the run up there and skied it clean. We got a little wild on the corner. Let's see what she has. A 28th place finish right now at 31.88.
31.88 for Hutchison. Now Elise Robertson from Kettle Moraine is on the course. And we have Sheridan Westfall due up next.
Yeah, I guess they switched those girls around on the start order from what we got on the printed paper. So Sheridan Westfall certainly could be a player. As we watched a little problem right there from Elise Robertson, a little stop and go action. Let's see if that might be a disqualification. She did make the gate, and we'll have to see what the jury rules on that with that stop on there.
Her time is 42.23, but we'll see if that stands or if it's a disqualification. But here comes Sheridan Westfall out of the gates. Westfall could challenge for a podium spot. She finished 15th at state last year overall. From Wausau West, Sheridan Westfall.
As Sheridan comes to us right here, skiing up there at Granite Peak. Got a great training environment there for her. As she's getting some speed going here, this looks like she could find herself in the top 10. It's going to be close. Let's see what she could bring to the finish line in a good tuck position, and finds herself in the 9th place. 30.37, 30.37.
Sheridan Westfall moving into the top 10. Allie Robertson from Ashwa Bay is on the course right now. Allie Robertson with Olivia Costa due up next.
As we finishing up here our 2nd seed, and with that finish of Sheridan Westfall moves Wausau West into 6th place. Ashwa Bay had a 10th place finish from their first seeded skier. Let's see what the contribution could be here from Allie Robertson. Oh, and down she goes as she tried to get in her tuck position, but got a little bit off balance there. She did slide through that gate. However, she did fall and come to a stop. So once again, a jury decision on whether they're going to allow this time to stand, as Allie Robertson puts in the effort and finds herself in the 46th place from Ashwa Bay at 42.30.
So now each team has had 2 racers complete the course. Arrowhead sits in first place with 17 points. Madison Area Co-op in second place with 18 points. McGuanago in third at 21. West Bend in fourth, along with Slinger, 25 each. Wausau West sitting in sixth with 26 points. That's your team standings right now after 2 racers have made their way down the hill. Individually, Maddie Cummings is in first at 28.9 seconds. Danielle Schuster from Slinger at 29.29. Anna Dybel from University Lake School is in next at third at 29.42.
Well, I think by placing Maddie Cummings in that 2nd seed instead of the 1st seed was kind of a strategic maneuver there, not really knowing what the conditions might be here, because if you had an early start position, that might be a disadvantage. So I think coaching-wise, they played it right there by putting her in the 2nd seed. She ended up at the top of the 2nd seed, so literally almost 1st seed anyway, and she finds herself atop the leaderboard.
As a coach, what is the general rule when you're seeding athletes 1 through 6?
Well, generally you want your top-seeded skiers going in the 1st seed. But in these speed events, sometimes you've got to play kind of the weather card a little bit, and you got to kind of hedge your bets sometimes on course conditions and things, but ideally the best place is to be in those top seeds. But sometimes in the speed you'll see them, as a high school coach back in the day, I would do that sometimes, thinking the forecast might not be that great, and we're going to switch up those first 2 seeds a little bit.
On the course right now, Olivia Costa from Brookfield Central, a freshman skiing in her first ever state ski meet. She'll be followed by Missy Plunkett from Aquinas, Alaska. But here comes Olivia Costa from Brookfield Central.
And she's skiing as an individual here, so congratulations for qualifying here for the state championships. And Olivia moves into 44th place at 34.69.
34.69 for Olivia Costa. Now Missy Plunkett from Aquinas, Alaska. She'll be followed by Alicia Kraus from La Crosse Central Logan. So a couple athletes here who are familiar with the hill here at Mount Lacrosse making their way down.
As Missy Plunkett negotiates this race course, we've got a couple other girls here in this third seed that'll be interesting to see how they stack up. Of course, Brittany Curry in the middle of that from Arrowhead. Let's see if they can maintain their lead after the third seed here. They just have a 1-point lead over Madison Area Co-op right now after just 2 seeds of action. As Missy Plunkett now approaching our finish line with her excitement of this Super G underway. 46th place at 40.46.
Alicia Kraus from Lacrosse Central Logan on the course right now, making her way down. And she'll be followed by Charlotte Buer from Divine Savior Holy Angels.
You know, I'm recalling that maybe that's Krause, if I recall hearing that before from here in Lacrosse Central Logan. So this could be Alicia Krause. Excuse me if I've got that wrong, but I recall that pronunciation before, I think, Scott.
All right, here comes Alicia Krause down towards the finish line.
I'm calling a Krause to the line. In 46th place at 40.36.
She sneaks just ahead of Missy Plunkett of Aquanasan, Alaska. Charlotte Buer from Divine Savior Holy Angels.
Oh, and she's down up on the upper part of that course. We talked about that little left footer you see right behind her there, the red gate previous. There's a little bump there, and that's been causing some issues, and certainly took her down for a moment, but she's picked herself back up and continues on now as Charlotte making her way to the finish to complete this race here, as the girls will have Super G and Slalom to compete in today.
Charlotte Buer, a time of 41.42. 41.42 puts her in 48th place. And we are awaiting the exit from the starting gate from Justina Sviatoslavsky.
Easy for you to say. I'm just going to say Justina, as that's a mouthful right there. No disrespect to that family, but my goodness. That's one of the things for us as announcers. We really have fun pronouncing some of these names, so Sviatowskis. Anyway, she's still awaiting her start command up there as we are just getting started here with our third seed of racers. Once again, it is Arrowhead that was at the lead at the second seed completion there, but really tight racing for these team girls. So I know the Madison Area Co-op wants to make a play on Arrowhead, so we'll see how that comes through as they just are trailing by 1 point. So we'll see what happens there. A lot of excited girls thinking that they can compete with Arrowhead this year. As Justina now finds herself around the corner, carrying speed now, doing a nice job as she makes her way down. Riley Higar from Wausau West will be getting set to go up there in that start gate.
Justina Sviatoslavsky across the finish at a time of 34.32. That puts her in 44th place.
I would say that was really good pronunciation.
Thank you. I like the effort. I was happy with the effort. Riley Higar from Wausau West making her way down with Zoe Stenseth due up next.
As you can see on the scoreboard there, Maddie Cummings, the only one in that 28-second club, 28.90 is the leader. And looking down this list, I have a hard time finding anybody that may be able to challenge her. I do see maybe a couple girls down here at the end of this third seed that may challenge. We'll have to wait and see.
Riley Higar, 35.29, puts her in 46th place.
Right now, a very aggressive run coming here from Zoe as she makes her way down, as she was putting some good pressure in the turns up there, trying to carry speed. Let's see what it does here. As you can see, that speed starting to play a role here as she gets a little too deep in those turns. And she did a nice job, very aggressive on the top part of this course, so she generated speed, and now she's got to carry it to the finish line.
Zoe Stenseth, an individual qualifier from Rice Lake at 32.92, puts her in 40th place. Frankie Flores from Ashwa Bay is on the course right now with Ashley Puccini from Menominee Falls due up next.
Well, we just saw that rut. You can see a course worker up there working on it as that took her out right there, Frankie Flores, unfortunately. As that little bump just, it seems like it's not a big deal up there on the flats, but it has been causing problems most of the day. So we'll see what happens there as they're working on some of the course crew. We can see the ski actually coming all the way down to the bottom of the hill here as we have a Course worker out there retrieving that ski patrol, saving the ski. Thank you very much. As once again, that's a little right footer, and it's right at the edge of where the hill would drop off there. We'll see some courses set down in that section here later in the competition this week. But certainly caused an issue there. So the ski unfortunately came off for Frankie, and haven't seen a picture of what's going on up there, but hopefully she's okay, and she'll be able to ski down and retrieve her ski here later. Once again, it's Maddie Cummings atop the leaderboard. Danielle Sylvester, Anna Dybel are the top three, with Sarah Davenport sitting in 3rd place. Amanda Schuster, the individual from Waunakee, sitting into 5th place right now. Rounding out our top 10 is Taylor Von Barron, Andrea Kinsey, Delaney Dykeman in 8th, Sheridan Westfall currently in 9th place, and then Emma Meeker into 10th place at 30.42, and then Hunter Bendis just off that top 10 at 30.56. So it's Maddie Cummings leading the way for that Arrowhead team as they are looking to defend another state title here, as it's just a 1-point lead after the second seed between Madison Co-op and Arrowhead, and then just another couple points back is McGuanago and then West Bend tied with Slinger after that second round. So we'll see how those girls all stack up here as we get into the meat of this 3rd seed right now, and it's going to be the depth that really wins these state championships.
We've seen racers in the past, Brewster, you and I, 4th, 5th, 6th seeds who have come in and had great runs and had a major impact on the team standings. So some big racers yet to come here and some important racers. Ashley Puccini about ready to come out of the starter's gate with Arrowhead's Brittany Curry due up after her.
You know, it takes 4 to score, but if you've got a lot of depth, you can end up getting into takeaway points country where your 5th and 6th placed skier on your team will actually knock points out of these other teams, so that'll help stretch the difference. As Ashley Puccini, you can see our course worker still addressing that hole up there, the little rut, but Ashley comes through there unscathed as she comes down around the corner now, as she's got some good pace going here. Ashley, she got tipped in just a little bit there, and unfortunately down she goes, and Ashley will be a DNF as she is not allowed to hike back to that red gate. Boy, she had a great run going there, but that right footer where she came down, it falls away just a little bit, so you've got to get a little more angulation going in there to maintain that pressure on that right ski.
So Brittany Curry now getting ready to come out, and we'll see if her run can vault Arrowhead back into the lead here, as we're in the middle of our 3rd seeded group.
And Brittany Curry, this will be a chance to show the depth of Arrowhead, and it looks like a solid run right here, as Brittany Curry just wants to be clean and find the finish line here for Arrowhead. Real good job up there, as she made some solid turns on that corner. Very little snow coming off her skis. You can see she's just working on good technique, not really worried so much about the aerodynamics, and comes through solid into 19th place as Arrowhead moves back atop the leaderboard right now, unofficially, of course, because we are just into this 3rd seed, and they are at 36 points now.
Curry with 30.83 in 19th place. Camille Mose from Edgewood now on the course. Edgewood, one of those teams that had a really good state meet last year. They took 3rd as a team.
As she makes her way down this race course, she's being very aggressive as well. A little bit, watch out for that. You got to be careful with these girls as they get a little late pressure after that turn, and it's causing some issues there, but a solid job there. A 20th place finish, 30.90.
Camille Mose at 30.9 in 20th place. Haley Seefeld from Rhinelander is up with Kayla Osbeck from Kettle Moraine due next.
So one of the things I was talking about with Camille there, she had pressure after she turned through the gate, and that is where you've got to get off that pressure and just start moving on to the next turn. That's where you start feeling actually the pressure come to you, and you just got to let it go. If you push back, it'll push you and could be devastating consequences.
Haley Seefeld, a time of 34.34. 34.34 for Haley Seefeld, puts her in 48th. Kayla Asbach from Kettle Moraine is up now with Anna Meyer from Cedarburg due next.
And this is a solid effort from Kayla, just getting a little inside. Oh, and way down low, and makes the big arc there, working on her little half circle move just to keep things moving. But unfortunately just lost that traction up there and ends up getting way wide. But this will be a good finish for Kayla just for the effort. 51st place at 35.40.
35.4 for Kayla, able to save the run there. Now Anna Meyer from Cedarburg with Sydney Richetto from Wausau East due next.
So, Scott, I talked about pressure. You want the pressure going into the top of the turn above the gate. You got to have enough shape so that you can pressure it there. And as you pass the gate, you want to have that turn completed and start thinking about the next turn. This is a nice effort right here from Anna Meyer.
Anna Meyer from Cedarburg, the Bulldogs at 32.21, puts her in 36th place. A nice run for Anna Meyer. Sydney Richetto from Wausau East now on the course with Maya Wood due up next.
And Sydney had a nice, powerful start there. As she gets through that rut that's being constantly worked on by Bill Potza, looks like up there, the mountain man, under control of the course maintenance. As right now, Sydney got a little wide as well, as these girls need to really focus on that outside ski pressure in order to hold that ski through the turn.
Sydney Richetto across the finish in a time of 35.15. 35.15 puts her in 51st place. Maya Wood from Madison West, Mount Horeb, and Deerfield, a sophomore, making her way down with Olivia Rawson from Verona due up next.
Well, we have yet to see Madison Area Co-op and McGuanago come down, and their team players with Slinger and West Bend. They are all in contention for the lead for the team titles here, as we'll see what happens as we continue to move through this third seed as Maya Wood comes through the finish line in 41st place at 32.81.
32.81 for Maya Wood. Olivia Rawson, freshman from Verona, in her first state ski meet, is now making her way down with Charlotte Siegel from University School due up next.
It's always exciting for these freshmen to see how they react to their first state championship opportunity here. And this is looking like a solid effort from Olivia as she's carrying some good speed, bringing some hip into the turn here and through the finish line, finding herself into 45th place at 32.96.
32.96, Olivia Rawson. Charlotte Siegel from University School of Milwaukee due next. Rachel Kushner of Middleton is up next after Charlotte. Here's Charlotte Siegel, though, down the head wall.
And this is her final Super G of her high school career. Let's see what she can finish off strong for this as she gets ready also for slalom racing later on. Doing a nice job maintaining a nice quiet upper body there, and Charlotte to the finish line at a 56th place at 35.66.
Rachel Kushner now making her way down the course. Allie Vollmer from Slinger is due up next, but here comes Rachel Kushner from Middleton over the head wall.
As we watch Rachel come through these final gates of this race course, we are about 3/4 of the way through our third seed, and with I mentioned Madison Area Co-op, it'll be Mandy Fitzgerald in that position to see how they shape up there. And then we'll see Hannah Gage out of Badger. Saw the former Badger coach out here. Doug's out here looking for those poles, by the way. Hopefully that got changed up and taken care of as Allie Vollmer comes through with Slinger into the corner.
Kushner, by the way, 37.43, 37.43. Kushner in 58th place. Now Vollmer from Slinger. A big run here for Slinger, who hopes to contend.
Yeah, Slinger in contention there, tied with West Bend at 27 points after the second seed. And let's see where Slinger ends up here as Allie Vollmer finishes 58th place at 36.28.
Marie Major from University Lake School now on the course. Sarah Letcher from Oconomowoc is due up after Marie.
All right, so far in our standings, as we're completing this third seed, we still got a number of teams yet to score here, but Arrowhead's got the lead with Verona, Wausau West, and Slinger right now, our top four. And I'll share those scores with you here at the end of the third seed as we still have certainly some competition yet to come.
Major with a time of 35.98 puts her in 57th place. Sarah Letcher from Oconomowoc is now on the course with Mandy Fitzgerald from Madison Area Co-op due up next.
And with Oconomowoc, they definitely need a finish as their first skier, unfortunately, was a DNF. And so they've only had one completed racer down the course right now. So they definitely, and now they've lost 2. So unfortunately for Oconomowoc, they're in deep doo-doo right now, as they're going to need the rest of their competitors to find the finish line, as they have just one of 3 racers to find that finish line. This is Mandy Fitzgerald now from the Madison Area Co-op. She'll look to be competitive here on this race course as she gets a little wide, carrying a lot of speed though, as Mandy Fitzgerald looking to compete for their team from Madison. See if they can challenge Arrowhead. This will be a big indicator right here at the end of this run, as it is Mandy Fitzgerald into 8th place.
An excellent run for Fitzgerald at 30.32, a top 10 spot for Mandy Fitzgerald. And now Madison Area Co-op challenging Arrowhead. They take over the team lead.
A huge run there, as Madison Co-op currently in the lead here after we have completed the 3rd seed, at least with those 2 schools. As you're watching Hannah Gage from Badger, she's skiing as an individual here in this competition. As she makes her way down through the finish line here, Hannah Gage finds the finish line in a 42nd place at 32.60.
32.6 for Hannah Gage. Now Hannah Benson from West Bend making her way down the course. Allison Holm from Mugwanago is due up next. A couple of teams that were in contention last year. West Bend took 6th as a team, and Hannah Benson trying to help her team's cause here for West Bend.
Yeah, Mugwanago in the mix today as well. So West Bend and Mugwanago's players coming up. We'll see how that shakes out here as we're completing our 3rd seed right now, ladies and gentlemen. Hannah Benson to the line in 48th place at 33.07.
Allison Holm from Mugwanago is now on the course with Claudia Strand from Wauwatosa due up next.
Well, that moves West Bend into 3rd place right now at 76 points. So they're going to have to make up some points here in the later seeds to catch up to Arrowhead and Madison. Right now, it's Mugwanago's Allison Holm now, as Mugwanago certainly in the mix for the team scores here, and this looks like a solid effort from Allison, and see what she can do for her team effort here on this 3rd seed run.
32.42 for Allison Holm puts her in 41st place. So we're through 3 racers from each team, and
right now we're just finishing up with Claudia Strand from Wauwatosa right now.
My apologies. One more to go. Claudia Strand from Wauwatosa. Then we'll be done with our 3rd seeds.
And Claudia representing Wauwatosa here to finish up our 3rd seed, and that'll make us halfway through the ladies Super G race here, as Claudia comes to the line in 62nd place at 36.24.
So Brewster, after 3 racers have gone down the hill from each team, update us on the team standings.
Well, it's going to be exciting to watch. The 4th, 5th, and 6th seed players are going to be playing a role today, as it's Madison Area Co-op atop the leaderboard with 27 points. Arrowhead at 38 points in 2nd place. And then we have Mugwanago and West Bend at 63 and 77. And then hot on their heels of Verona and Wausau West at 82 and 86 points, with Slinger and Cedarburg tied for 7th place at 92 points right now.
Individually, the racer to beat is Maddie Cummings, the senior from Arrowhead, at 28.9 seconds is your leader. Danielle Sylvester from Slinger is in 2nd. Anna Dybel from University Lake School Brookfield Academy is in 3rd, 52 100ths behind Cummings. And in 4th place is Sarah Davenport from West Bend. Amanda Schuster from Wanakee is in 5th.
And Amanda, the only individual skier up there in that top 10. All the rest of these girls are team players here. So all these girls skiing for their teams, and it's going to be exciting for these last seeded skiers to see how they can affect these team scores today.
Some high drama here yet to go in the girls Super G here at Mount Lacrosse. So glad you could join us on the World Wide Web at wialpinechamps.org. Watching our live stream from Mount Lacrosse on the south side of Lacrosse on a beautiful Sunday morning.
By the way, those folks inside enjoying the inside environment, you need to come out here and watch it live, because it's a beautiful day. It is springtime here in Mount Lacrosse, as we're expected highs in the 60s, as we have started our 4th seed racer right now. This is Annika Lean from right here in Lacrosse, Central Logan.
Anna Colleen making her way down the course. Lauren Kleinschmidt from Oconomowoc is due up next.
As this will be really an indication of how these teams line up here after this 4th seed, and we'll see how the depth plays out on these teams as well. As Annika Lean, we saw her go through the finish line, and we don't show a time on the scoreboard, so we'll wait to see that get corrected here. And that's a 44.62, puts her in the 71st place as we are watching Lauren Kleinschmidt now on course out of Oconomowoc.
With Ann Squires of Middleton due up next. But here comes Lauren Kleinschmidt, senior from Oconomowoc.
Well, the senior doing her job here, skiing pretty aggressively. They need her to find the finish line as they have 2 DNFs on the board right now.
And Kleinschmidt does find the finish in 36.52. That puts her in 65th place. Here's Ann Squires from Middleton.
As Ann Squires makes her way down to the big corner here. Oh, getting a little bumpy there, and unfortunately that caused her to get off balance, and unfortunately will be a DNF as well, as she's missed a couple gates, and unfortunately for her it was just enough of a bobble to cause her to get off balance there.
So now on the course, Annalise Schmidbauer from Muskego. Just about ready to come out of the starter's gate at the top of the hill. Here she comes, Annalise Schmidbauer with Lillian Zahn from Aquinas, Alaska, due up next.
And Annalise working on trying to build some speed up there at the top part of this race course. Gets through that little rut on that right footer, still a little roughed up in there, as unfortunately the snow is starting to deteriorate here as we get to the warmer temperatures of the day. Highs expected in the mid-60s, believe it or not, here in February. As Annalise Schmidbauer doing a nice job from Muskego, coming through the bottom part of this race course, searching for all the speed she can get.
Schmidbauer, 37.72, 37.72, puts her in 67th place. Lillian Zahn from the Aquinas, Alaska Co-op now on the course. She'll be followed by Ellie McMeekin from Slinger.
Well, it's exciting to watch all these girls challenge themselves with their determination as they make their way down this Super G race course. The course is very hard and slick and bumpy, and just adds more challenge to these athletes as they are determined to find their way to the finish line representing their schools. And it's certainly a great community effort for all the effort these kids have put in training for this opportunity to ski here in this championships. As she's got some nice pressure in her outside ski to the finish line at 74th place unofficially. I think they'll correct that time a little bit, but it's a minute 20.18 on the board here right now. As Ellie McMeekin now from Slinger, as they've been challenging as well in the team scoring here as she makes her way down the course. As McMeekin, and she got twisted up coming around the corner, and unfortunately will be another DNF. So that's going to put Slinger in the position where they're going to need the bottom of their start order to play a role here in the team scoring.
Kirsten Bachend from Wausau West is about ready to come out of the gate, and we'll see if we can get an official time from Lillian Zahn from the Aquinas, Alaska Co-op there. But we're having some timing issues, so we're a little bit of a delay right now. Well, there we go. Lillian Zahn at 44.86 puts her in 78th place. Ellie McMeekin is down for a did not finish, and Kirsten Bachend is out of the starter's gate right now. Here she comes with Abby Kuborn from Cedarburg due up next.
Kristen Bakken from Wausau West, and she's got some nice aggressiveness up there at the top part of the course, but boy, you can see those bumps really building in that right footer right along the edge of the steep part of that race hill. And coming into the big corner here, these are critical turns here. We've seen a number of girls have some challenges there, but doing a nice job, well balanced on her skis, as she's getting some good traction here to the finish line. Representing Wausau West, Kristen Bakken to the finish line in a time of 34.62.
34.62. And now on the course is Abby Kuborn from Cedarburg.
As she makes her way down this race course, you can see it's a little bumpy there still. As Bakken found herself into 56th place. Kuborn now from Cedarburg, competing here on the bottom part of this race course, looking to find a good time for herself as she's enjoying the sunlight here at Mount La Crosse in the 2017 Wisconsin High School State Championships.
33.36 for Coborn, and that puts her in 51st place. Emma Thiel from Ashwa Bay now making her way down. She'll be followed by Grace Dempsey from Wauwatosa.
Well, Cedarburg can know that they're currently in the lead here as the points have totaled up here as we're midway through this 4th seed. But we have yet to see the big players come into play yet right now as Oshawa Bay's Emma Thiel comes to the finish line.
32.93, 32.93 for Emma Thiel. Now Grace Dempsey from Wauwatosa making her way down. Wauwatosa, my hometown, Brewster. I'm kind of rooting for them.
All right. Well, that's what you got to do for the sophomore as Grace Dempsey comes to the big corner right now. Representing Scott's hometown. And, she's late and gets into the soft stuff, but nice athletic move to keep herself on the course. Boy, I tell you, get really wide down there. It's going to be tough to stay in this race course, but she did a nice effort there, so give her a round for that finish.
36.42 for Grace Dempsey in 68th place. They didn't have a ski team when I was in school there, though.
Oh, you missed your opportunity, didn't you?
I did, yes. Grace Murphy from University Lake School, Brookfield Academy. Co-op is up right now. She's just a freshman, but here comes Grace Murphy.
Boy, Grace has been skiing aggressive here as well. She's making some solid turns. She's going to put in a good effort for University Lake School and the co-op at Brookfield Academy as well.
Grace Murphy, 34.51, 58th place. Grace Murphy. Now Larissa Thorpe from Wausau East on the course now. She's a sophomore.
And Grace helps her team out as she's the 3rd best finisher for them, and they're currently in 3rd place right now. As we watch Wausau's East, Larissa Thorpe come into play here. And then we'll see Allie Seepman from Arrowhead as we'll get our 4th score from Arrowhead on the books or not here as the junior gets ready in the start gate. As Larissa Thorpe now does a nice job here to find her way to the finish line.
Thorpe with a time of 35.18. Now Addie Seepman from Arrowhead to be followed by Hallie Hart from Madison area. So we'll get a really good picture of how things shape out team-wise after our next 2 racers come down the hill. Here's Addie Seepman from Arrowhead.
Well, she's had a solid run so far, and this is very solid. This will be a great contribution to the Arrowhead team right now as Addie comes to the finish line into 24th place at 31.26. 31.26, easily moving ahead of Cedarburg here in our standings as we've had almost half our teams here in the 4th seed scoring right now. But right now you're watching Haley Hart, and down she goes. And that'll change up things a little bit. Haley was really putting in the effort there, but just got a little too fast and wide. And hopefully she's okay. Certainly disappointed, but we've got the ski patrol right there on the call as she got certainly upper body rotated on that and spun out a little bit too much.
Abby Erickson from McGuanago in the starter's gate, but we're going to have to wait a few minutes and so the ski patrol can attend to Hallie Hart. And let's hope she's all right.
Yeah, we're definitely going to be holding the start until we get her cleared out of there because she's definitely in the spill zone right there. So thank you for our ski patrol being right in the right spot as there's been plenty of action on that section of this race course, and we hope Haley is okay. She's been quite the competitor this year throughout the season, put in all that hard work, and certainly hate to see this happen here right now, but I think maybe she's more shaken up, but we'll have to wait and see. So anyway, she's got all the help she needs right there with our ski patrol. They're just going to assess the situation, make sure everything's okay. Another great day here for ski racing at our state championships here at Mount La Crosse.
Brewster, we talked earlier about the temperatures and how it affects the hill. We haven't talked about how it affects the preparation for skiing. Now, let's say this was a normal February day, temperatures in the 20s or so. How does that change things when the temperatures are in the 50s and approaching 60 for the skier?
Well, you know, the thing about ski racing is you have such a different variable of snow conditions. I mean, we could be in the middle of a blizzard for who knows what and lose all the visibility. We've got great visibility today, and the course is in awesome condition. I mean, despite the warm temperatures, it will deteriorate later in the day. But these guys have been on top of it with the course prep literally days, weeks in advance, preparing for the state championship. And so the coldness has gotten really deep into the snow. And so it's pretty solid underneath there. We had a fifth race here last weekend, and the course conditions, same thing. It got warm, but a lot of salt was applied, and the course conditions held up. So we're glad to see that she is up. Haley Hart, let's give her a round for that she's up and walking on her own and getting out of the way so we can get this race course underway. So we hope Haley is able to shake off that little bobble that she had there and is able to compete, because certainly that team from the Madison Area Co-op in contention here. They're going to need their 5th-seeded and 6th-seeded skier to come in and play a role now, as they are definitely competitive with Arrowhead. As we watch Abby Erickson now from McGuanago on course.
Here comes Erickson from McGuanago. Alex Nunn from Divine Savior Holy Angels is due up next. Abby Erickson from McGuanago.
Well, she got really wide up there, but is maintaining a good presence and, maintaining the not panicking at all. So she carried her speed throughout, went a little longer, but comes through with a solid 43rd place finish at 32:45.
So a 43rd place finish for Abby Erickson. McGuanago took second here at state last year, and they hope to move their way up the standings now.
Currently in 6th place.
And now Alex Nunn from Divine Savior Holy Angels with Mary Deck due on deck.
Yeah, and Alex Nunn, a freshman, as this is her first state championship. Watch this young lady compete in the Region 2 events here in Wisconsin and the UP, and she's a solid competitor. And Alex Nunn finds herself in the 30th place.
31.7 seconds for Alex Nunn. 31.7. A 30th place finish. Now Mary Deck making her way down from the Madison West Mount Horeb Deerfield Co-op. Samantha Larson from University School of Milwaukee is due up next.
Well, great effort from Alex Nunn there. She's the second best finisher from Divine Savior at the 30th place finish, and they move into 7th place in the team standings with that effort. As Mary Deck now from Madison West, Mount Horeb and Deerfield comes to the finish line.
30, well, we didn't get the time yet. They're still working on that. Samantha Larson out of the starter's gate up at the top of the hill at University School of Milwaukee. And Zoe Connor is due up after her. Mary Deck at 34.19, 34.19, 59th place for Mary Deck. Now Samantha Larson making her way down with Zoe Connor due up next.
And Samantha Larson putting in an effort here. Like to see a little more edge angle get created here. Some of these girls just need to create more edge angle, get a better bite on that. And unfortunately, we do see the toboggan coming down for Haley Hart. And as they have been able to walk her off, but it looks like she may need the assistance from that toboggan with the ski patrol. So we'll have to pay attention to that situation. We certainly hope she's okay. As you are watching Zoe Connor now make her way down this race course from Verona. And here's a team that definitely would like to have another finish here, as they've only had 3 finishers in the book so far, as Zoe Connor from Verona is going to contribute to the team score in 55th place at 33.27.
33.27 for Zoe Connor. Before Connor, Samantha Larson had a 35.41. 35.41 for Samantha Larson. Helen Flynn from West Bend now on the course. Helen Flynn making her way down with Alexis Pachala from Rhinelander due up next.
Well, that finish from Zoe, that moves Verona into 3rd place right now in the team standings, as Helen Flynn from West Bend now, they need to get a 4th place finisher here in the books, and she will do that at 47th place at 32.71.
Nice run for Flynn, 32.71. Now Alexis Pachala from Rhinelander making her way down, and then Claire Sickinger from Kettle Moraine is due up next.
And that moves West Bend into 3rd place at 130 points right now. As Rhinelander, and she gets bobbled up in that left-footed rut that we saw up in the flats there, and she falls down just short of the B-net on the flats, and she's continuing on now. But potentially this is another disqualification by coming to a stop in a Super G, and we'll get a time on her anyway, but that will be a jury decision on whether they want to allow that time to be posted. So stay tuned. Remember, all these times that we're giving you and the places are all unofficial.
Claire Sickinger about ready to come out of the gate right now for Kettle Moraine. Maggie Nunn from Verona will follow her.
And Alexis comes through with a time of 45.99. And once again, all these times unofficial, along with these team scores. So it's all unofficial right now, ladies and gentlemen, but gives you a general guideline of where we are in the standings. And once again, another girl goes down and, into the B-net hard up there on the flats. And it's good to see that she's up and moving around, but definitely had a big impact. And this is why we have all that B-net up there, ladies and gentlemen, to keep these athletes from hitting any kind of other obstructions up there. But this is obviously going to take a little while to clean her out, as she looks like a fish out of water up there. But looks like she's okay as she's up and moving around. But we'll have a hold in the action as Claire gets herself untangled and get that B-net back up.
Well, we see that problem area up at the top of the hill that we can't see from eye view down here at the bottom, but that's caused some skiers some issues here, especially recently.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that right footer coming into play early on, and we watched the course crew kind of clean that up a little bit, but it's still a choppy hole. And right there, what we saw with Claire was that she tried to go into tuck position right where it got really bumpy. And so you lose the ability to be able to change and be able to maintain that balance. And that's kind of what happened. We saw a couple other athletes as well. And it's in the sunlight there, it looks like to me, so they should be able to see that. And it's just they are not ready to adapt to that challenge of being tossed around a little bit.
So each team has had 4 racers make their way through to the finish. The leader is Arrowhead, the defending state champs. In first place with 62 points. McGuanago's in second with 109. West Bend is third at 130. Verona is in fourth at 144. Cedarburg in fifth at 153. Now, Madison area, Brewster, they're only in 15th place right now, but if they can get a good run from their 5th or 6th seeded skier, they can move up very quickly here at the finish. So still a lot to determine here in the Super G.
Well, there's quite a few schools right now that are scoring a 400-point result because they only have 3 so far that have finished. And then in Oconomowoc case, they are actually scoring 2 400-point racers because they've only had 2 athletes finish this race. So they are going to need their 5th and 6th skiers to find the finish line, to be sure.
Maggie Nunn is now on the course from Verona as we start our number 5 seeded skiers. Maggie Nunn from Verona. Right now they sit in 4th place. So a good run here for Maggie could vault Verona up a little bit.
And her goal right now is to find the finish line, but also finish better than 56th place. And she falls a little short of that goal at 67th place. 35 flat is her time. And when I talk about that place, it's about knocking out your 4th place finisher to help increase your points, or lower them, if you will, by a place point. So Wauwatosa's Emma Terry on course right now as she makes her way down this course. And it's a great competition, great day of ski racing here, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for joining us live here at Mount Lacrosse. As unfortunately,
Emma Terry makes her way across in a time of, we're still waiting on that.
Yeah, unfortunately, they'll be able to get the time. We have a lot of backup systems here today with the timing, so they've been very good at correcting those, and there's our 38.55 for Emma Terry.
That puts her in 82nd place. Haley Ann's from Mugwanago is up right now. Haley Ann's.
And she's been getting a little wild and crazy up there as well from Mugwanago. They currently sit unofficially into 2nd place right now, just behind Arrowhead. And Haley Ann's trying to beat 44th place. And
34.25. That puts her in 62nd place. 34.25 for Haley. Now Michelle Horning from Divine Savior Holy Angels.
And right now, Michelle Horning also trying to help out her team right now, as they are currently in the 9th place, and the time to beat, or the place to beat for them to help out with improving their scores right now, looks like it is Well, I lost it on the screen here for a minute. It was 86th place, and Michelle Horning into 60th place there. And so that definitely helps out Divine Savior move up into 7th place right now.
Horning with 33.88, 33.88.
And we've lost another athlete off that right-footed hole up there on the top flats, and that's Hannah. And she will be, unfortunately, a DNF for Oshawa Bay.
Hannah Lingauer got caught up in front there at the top of the hill, that flat area that's been so costly for some racers. Stefania Potter from University School of Milwaukee is about ready to come out of the starter's gate.
And unfortunately for Oshawa Bay, they still only have 3 girls that have finished, so it's going to come down to their 6th-seeded skier to find the finish line. Otherwise, that team's going to take 400 points into at least that's what it shows on the board here. It may not be quite that many, but I think they take how many competitors there are, which is showing me at 141, so maybe 142 points would be added on. But right now it just shows 400 as the adder for not scoring 4 athletes in the team scoring.
Stefania Potter from University School of Milwaukee. Now here she goes out of the starter's gate. Aurora Molinaroli from Aquanason, Alaska is due up next.
So we're going to see Madison Co-op's Grace Colvin. She'll be the player to watch here. She's midway through this 5th seed. And Madison's definitely going to need her contribution to the finish. And Stefania, she got a little wide as well, as these girls seem to stiffen up a little bit, and they just can't make any athletic moves when they're all stiffened up like that to keep themselves on the course. So unfortunately, she'll be a DNF as well for that University School of Milwaukee. They are currently in 8th place, and the place they'd like to change is that 76-point result so far.
Aurora Molinaroli is on the course right now. From Aquanason, Alaska, we've had back-to-back DNFs. Let's see what Aurora can do here, making her way down.
As Aurora making her way down, and, you know, she's just darn excited to come down this race course and probably exceeding some of her speed that she's been able to compete with in the days coming into this event. For some of these girls, this is some of the fastest action they've had all season on these race courses. So very exciting times. This is what they enjoy, coming out and competing and just enjoying the speed and the wind in their face.
Molinaroli with a time of 42.87, 42.87 puts her in 90th place. Victoria Roberts from Rhinelander is on the course right now, with Zoe Croning from Oconomowoc due up next.
Well, and Oconomowoc needs a finish right now from Zoe as she gets ready to go up there. Meanwhile, Victoria Roberts from Rhinelander, they're currently in 12th place, and they're looking to take out a 93 as far as the place points go here. So Rhinelander, I can hear a lot of fans up there cheering Victoria on to the finish line here. And she does a nice job to the finish line into 75th place, and that'll help that team out as she is their 4th best scorer and moves Rhinelander into 10th place in the team scoring right now.
35.65 for Victoria Roberts. Now Zoe Croning from Oconomowoc with Ava Griffin due up after Zoe.
Well, Zoe right now, she's just trying to keep it alive, and down she goes. And she did a nice job managing the hole up above, but unfortunately down here she throws a shoe, and Oconomowoc with just 2 finishers in the team scoring going to suffer a serious blow there. They're going to rely on their 6th place seeded skier to help out a little bit, but Zoe getting up and moving away from that, but Oconomowoc being challenged here on the team with the Super G results here today.
Ava Griffin from Madison Westmount, Horeb Deerfield is now on the course and making her way out of the starter's gate. Grace Colvin from Madison Area Co-op due up next. But here comes Ava. And Ava hits that little rut at the top of the hill as well, and down she goes into the B-net.
Well, that looks like Mountain Man is supervising that area again, as that is our 3rd athlete into the B-net up there on those flats. And unfortunately, she will be a DNF.
So now Grace Colvin will get ready to come out of the starter's gate, and we saw what happened in the previous seed for Madison area. So this is a big run. When Haley Hart went down, Grace Colvin, if she can come up with a decent run, she can vault Madison area co-op, which sits in 15th place right now, up to near the top.
Absolutely. They really need her to have a solid finish and find that finish line. So Grace Colvin right now, her job is to just ski solid, making clean turns, and find that finish line for Madison to be staying competitive with Arrowhead. The depth of these teams is so critical at this juncture in the competition. It'll set the tone up for the next 2 race runs that these athletes will go through, as the slalom will take place later today, as Grace Colvin now on course. As she's looking aggressive here at the start, she's got to maintain good posture on her skis, and this is a little solid run here. It comes through unscathed in that, no problem at all right there. As Grace Colvin, very solid here. Here's the big turn. Oh, does a nice job with that left footer there. Oh, got a little pressure. That's where I talk about that late pressure, kind of pushes back, but she does a nice job in balancing. This will be a solid effort, and her teammates will be overjoyed to see this finish. 30th place from Grace Colvin at 31.65, and that puts Madison back in the lead at 57 points, a 5-point lead over Arrowhead. That was huge.
Peyton Farley from Cedarburg is now making her way down.
Oh, and Peyton throws a shoe, as that's what I affectionately call losing the outside ski. And this is where these girls, sometimes they come in, they're just not pressuring that outside ski. And it's kind of a use it or lose it program. They've got to be pressuring that left footer right there. That is so critical. And you can see the course right there at that red gate. For those of you here looking up the hill, you can hardly see a track there. So it's very firm. It actually has a little bank to it, but the girls still kind of lean in, and so they've got to get solid on that left footer. They can really make a move on that. That gate right there is really critical. We've seen so much action happen there today.
Here comes a big run now here from Eiley Brumder from Arrowhead. Arrowhead now trailing Madison area. And Eiley, a big run here could help Arrowhead get back over Madison area co-op.
Well, in order to be helpful, she has to finish better than 30th place to come into play in the scoring right now. So that's the key, is our 4th place finisher from Madison is a 30th place finish. So that'll be the key. Anybody that can beat that will help out for Arrowhead. As Brumder right now, we did not have an initial time. We'll have that on the board here in just a moment. It's 31.57.
And she did
29th
finish.
place. So that does help chip away at that lead by 1 point. Right there, it's 58-62 now. So that was huge for Ellie Blumder. For Arrowhead, chipping away at the lead, as Emma Nye now from Slinger, as they would need a finisher here as well, as they've only had 3 girls find the finish line. So this will be huge for Slinger as well, as Emma Nye comes through the finish line in 85th place, and that helps out Slinger with that time of 36.63. And Slinger moves into 10th place, but at least they get rid of that 400 points they were showing on the board here earlier.
Now Elle Parsons from Kettle Moraine is on the course right now, and Kettle Moraine also looking to make a little jump.
Yeah, they need a finish right here from Ellie Parsons as well, as they're one of those teams that only has 3 finishers so far here, and we are in the 5th seed of this ski race right now, as Ellie Parsons from Kettle Moraine is going to find the finish line and help their team out right now.
36.99 for Parsons puts her in 86th place, so that'll help out Kettle Moraine significantly. And now on the course is Ellie Olson from Muskego. Ellie Olson from Muskego on the course, with Alyssa Hutchins from West Bend due up next.
Yeah, that was a good effort there from Ellie, Ellie Parsons, right, as she moved her team up to 16th place, and she's actually the 3rd best finisher on her team right now in the scoring. Ellie Olson from Muskego now putting on an effort, getting really low down here, got twisted up just a little bit, but keeps herself moving.
Here comes Olson. Final few gates, trying to gain some speed towards that finish.
Well, she wears bib number 88, and her goal is to finish better than 88. She finishes in 92nd place so far right now.
40.74 for Ellie Olson, 40.74. Now Alyssa Hutchins on the course from West Bend. She'll be followed by Riley Keefe from Wausau East.
And West Bend currently into 4th place. And
whoa, she had spun around.
As she works the reverse 180. And herself now as Alyssa Hutchins continuing on, but that's certainly going to be her time as she comes 39.74.
39.74 for Alyssa Hutchins. Now Riley Keefe from Wausau East about ready to come up out of the starter's gate, with Emma Ugolini from University Lake School Brookfield Academy Co-op due up next.
Well, you're watching Riley Keefe up on this upper part of the race course coming through that bumpy section right there. You can see it's a little washboardy now. It's not really just a rut, but kind of a washboard, and that causes that balance challenge if those girls go into the tuck. Oh, and she gets wide here, gets some good traction there, but once again tries to rotate her upper body instead of just really pressuring the outside ski to keep the traction going here.
Riley Keefe making her way towards the finish. For senior from Wausau East, a time of 39.86, 39.86, puts her in 91st place. Now Emma Ugolini from University Lake School Brookfield Academy.
You are watching the Wisconsin Interscholastic Alpine Ski Racing Association Ski and Snowboard Championships here at La Crosse, Wisconsin. Mount La Crosse is the action as Emma Ugolini out of University Lake School making her way down this bottom part of this race course now as she wants to try to find the finish line here. Looks like they need to be better than 79th place to be effective for her team, and she's just off of that at 81st place at 36.25.
Hannah Heiger from Wausau West now on the course. Ava Shively from La Crosse Central Logan is on the course. Hannah Heiger to follow. Ava Shively from La Crosse Central Logan making her way down.
And you can see that she's very excited to be out here racing as the speed is a little bit more than what she's comfortable with right now, but she's going to find herself to the finish line and make sure that she gets through that big turn right there, as you can just imagine the excitement going through her mind right now, feeling that wind in her face and a beautiful day of ski racing here and just feeling like a champion as she comes down this race course. It's such a great feeling. It's such a great sport. A lot of fun to come rip it down. And Scott, unfortunately, you didn't get to do that in high school, but here you are.
Ava Shively across the finish in 53.53. That puts her in 103rd place. The freshman from La Crosse Central Logan in her first run. Hannah Heiger now making her way down, and she almost took a spill. The junior from Wausau West.
And Wausau West right now in 7th place in the team scoring. And right now the place to beat is a 74th place to help in the team scoring for them as she finds the finish line just out of that at 75th place. 35.35 is the time, as that could be takeaway points, however, for some of these other schools.
So we've completed. Each team now has had 5 racers come down the hill. In first place is the Madison Area Co-op with 58 points, challenging the defending state champs, Arrowhead, who is in second place with 62, just 4 off the pace. McGuanago's in third at 113. West Bend at 134 is in fourth place. Verona in fifth at 148. Our individual leader right now, Maddie Cummings at 28.9. That number has been up there for quite a while here this morning. Danielle Sylvester of Slingers in second at 29.29. Anna Dybel from University Lake School Brookfield Academy is in third. And Sarah Davenport from West Bend is in fourth place at the moment. We are beginning our final set of skiers, seed number 6. Sophia de Oliveira making her way down. She races for Middleton.
Well, we're rounding up our last seed of ski racers here, ladies and gentlemen, and the points to beat are really about taking out the 4th-seeded skier and improving the team score is what some of these teams will be looking for here from their 6th-seeded skiers. As we look at Sophie come through the finish line from Middleton in a 40.98.
Marissa McGuire from Rhinelander is on the course. Isabel Kruger from West Bend is due up next.
So right there, Sophie actually happened to help Middleton out as she's their fourth best point player, as they needed her to finish, by the way, to get 4 in the barn, as I like to call it, in the scoring for the team.
Here comes Marissa McGuire, bouncing her way around the final gates and heading towards the finish. Just a freshman in her first race here at the state meet.
And this will be a nice run for her as she finishes 99th place, as Rhinelander will hold currently in 12th place with the team scoring right now.
Isabel Kruger from West Bend, a senior on the course right now. This is a crucial racer for West Bend, who sits in 4th place right now as a team.
And the place to help improve would be a 56th place is what's going to be needed from Isabel here. And right now, as she's just working on having a nice clean run here, probably won't get into that 56th place, but certainly could be playing some takeaway points on some of these other racers and these other teams, as she finds herself in the 92nd place from West Bend.
38.79 for Kruger, 38.79. Naomi Coulter from Moraine now on the course.
So she actually helped spread the difference between them and Kettle Moraine with that last racer. So Naomi trying to get some of those points back right now, as she just needs to find herself better than a 101st place finish here to help Kettle Moraine with their team scoring.
Coulter with a time of 38.44. 38.44 puts her in 91st place.
So she definitely helped out their team score right there, just knocking off some points. About 10 points on the play right there. So good effort there as the team scoring got improved with her finish.
Nicole Shivo from Madison West, Mount Horeb, Deerfield now making her way over the head wall, and down she comes. Shivo with Grace Dempsey of Divine Savior Holy Angels due up next.
And Nicole doing a nice job for Madison as she works her way to the finish line.
Time of, still waiting.
And they needed that finish, by the way, because they only had 3 girls through the finish line, and it's a time of 36.77, 88th place, and that moves Madison West up to 15th place right now. So certainly they needed that finish as a team.
36.77 for Nicole Shivo. Now Annika Strand from Wauwatosa. Final turn, and here she comes to the finish. Annika Strand. Grace Dempsey, I beg your pardon, Divine Savior Holy Angels at 35.05. 35.05 for Grace Dempsey. Now Annika Strand out of the starter's gate for Wauwatosa, with Emily Kreiner of Ashua Bay due up next.
Annika Strand carrying some nice speed here as she makes her way down from Wauwatosa, currently sitting in the 14th place, and they're looking to take out the 86th place finisher of their team score right now. And she finds herself in the 81st place. So that helped out, as she's their 3rd best finisher on the team right now with that time of 35.82.
Emily Kreiner from Ashua Bay making her way down, with Macy Meyer of Oconomowoc due up next.
And Emily Kreiner from Ashua Bay, here's a team that needs her to finish, as they have just 3 across the finish line so far, as she's going to find that finish line and make her way and help out that team score from Oshawa Bay right now. They'll still be in 21st place with that time of 39.26, 97th place, but just to take out that 400 points is huge for Oshawa Bay, actually moving into 17th place.
Macy Mayer from Oconomowoc on the course right now. Another freshman, Tia Coates from Madison Area Co-op, is due up next. And that could be a very big run for Madison Area Co-op, the team leader right now. But right now it's Macy Mayer from Oconomowoc. And Oconomowoc trying to move their way up. They're in last place. They need somebody to finish right here. They've had a couple of DNFs today.
Well, they've had more than a couple, but they're getting a 3rd place finisher there, as Macy Meyer wearing her twin tips in Super G at 42.81. That's a 108th place finish. She's their 3rd best finisher, as they only had 3 girls finish here in the Super G.
Now Tia Coates, a freshman from Madison area, making her way down with some good speed here. The team leader currently. Here is Tia Coates to the finish.
As Tia finds herself in the 40th place, it doesn't help their team score, but what it does is take points away from some of these other teams. As Tia Coates at 32.03 in the 40th place.
Tessa Gurink from Wausau West making her way down. Mira Stevens from University School is due up next, but here comes Tessa Gurink.
And Tessa getting a little rotated with their upper body. Want to try to just ski with those feet, roll those ankles and knees over. Like to call it anculation to create that edge angle to get those skis to hold as Tessa comes through the finish line in 94th place at 37.68.
Mira Stevens from University School Milwaukee now on the course, just a freshman. Riley Iverson is due up next from Middleton.
And I know I've got some anculation fans out there. I heard them earlier today. So that's really what it's about, is creating more edge angle, and it starts with using that ankle to help create that edge pressure and get some knee angulation as well. That's where the traction is for these athletes. As we are watching Mira Stevens come through the finish line from University School of Milwaukee in 100th place at 39.31.
Now Riley Iverson from Middleton making her way down. Alexandra Donnie from Verona is due up after her, but here comes Iverson.
And right now, Iverson from Middleton looking to help out with their team here. As she makes her way down, trying to find that good tuck position. Want to keep those hands together. Get those hands up in the face a little bit more, and that'll help out those aerodynamics. 42.42 is her time at 111th place.
Alexandra Donnie from Verona now making her way down. We are in our final few racers here in our girls Super G. About 8 more to go.
Whoa, doggies. And she got a little twisted up as well, as she was riding a nice ski there, but just kind of rotated her shoulders and lost that pressure on that left footer. As Alexandra Donnie was skiing very aggressively here, going for the speed as much as she can. You can see the hands are out in front there, finds herself in the 97th place despite that spin at 38.48.
Here's a big racer here for Arrowhead, Justine Bader. Arrowhead is 4 points behind Madison Area Co-op right now, and a good run here for Bader could carve into that lead, maybe vault Arrowhead into the lead.
Well, she's going to need to beat 31st place to play a role in taking any points away here. And I don't think that's going to be enough, but we'll wait and see, as this is a solid run. As Justine Bader finds the finish line, we're still waiting for the time to come up. Meanwhile, that is Sydney Clements from Muskego on the course right now, bib number 87.
Sydney Clems, a freshman from Muskego. And Bader's time is 33.96. 33.96 puts her in 64th place overall. So the team standings will remain the same, with Madison Area Co-op in first place after the Super G. Here is Sydney Clems to the finish line. A 36.8. 36.8 for Clems puts her in 93rd place. Now Anna Reisinger from Cedarburg making her way down.
By the way, Sydney Clems just helped her team out, as she is their 4th place finisher for that team, so able to knock off some points there for the team. And whoa, down goes Anna, or didn't go down, but certainly spun out there, and will be adding to our DNF list, unfortunately, as Cedarburg could have used that finish for them, as they currently sit into 6th place, and that's where they'll be here at the end of the Super G.
Here comes Macy O'Malley from University Lake School, Brookfield Academy, making her way down. Sarah Schmitz will follow her, our last scheduled racer of the day. But here is Macy O'Malley from University Lake School.
And right now for Macy to help her team out, she needs to finish better than 84th place right now to help the team score improve, as they look like they're about 15 points behind Divine Savior, as it's Divine Savior in 8th, and they're in 9th place right now.
O'Malley with a time of 36.83. That puts her in 94th place, 36.83. Now Sarah Schmitz, last one out of the gate here in our girls Super G. Sarah Schmitz from McGuanago, a team that right now sits in 3rd place in the team standings.
Yeah, and in order to help out here, she'll need to finish better than 47th place to close the gap between them and Arrowhead. And right now, she's going to be in a position, I think, just to really help take some points away from some of these other schools behind in their team standings. As we are finishing up our Super G here, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have awards coming up for the snowboard competitions, and we'll get some slalom set up, or GS rather, for the guys. And we'll have that coming up here just a little bit later as Sarah Schmitz completes our Super G race in a time of 37:12. 37:12 the time for Sarah Schmitz into 96th place.
So to recap, the team leader after one event, the girls Super G, it's Madison Area Co-op with 58 points. The defending state champs, Arrowhead in second at 62, McGuanago in third at 115, West Bend's in fourth place at 136, Verona in fifth at 150. Our individual state champ for the girls Super G is Maddie Cummings from Arrowhead at 28.9, Danielle Sylvester second at 29.29, Anna Dybel for University Lake School is in third. She finished at 29.42. And Sarah Davenport from West Bend fourth at 29.57. In fifth place in the girls Super G, Amanda Schuster from Wanakee at 29.59. Stay tuned. We'll have some awards and then some course inspection for our boys Giant Slalom, scheduled to start at around 12:05 this afternoon. 12:05 for the start of the boys Giant Slalom. We'll keep you posted to let you know if that will start on time. For those of you watching on WIALPineChamps.org, stay with us, and we'll have more racing later on.
And we are returning with Katie Paling from Gerhardt's here. We'll get her set up here in just a little bit and talk more about Gerhardt's and Alpine ski racing here as we welcome her into the booth. We saw her at the beginning of the race as our course crew taking down the Super G race right now. As we get that set up, once again, the scoring here, a little more competition for the ladies race this year. Usually by this time we're looking at Arrowhead pretty much in the lead and running away with things. Well, Madison Area Co-op's going to have something to say about that as they have just a 4-point lead, so this is going to be very exciting. And McGuanago at 115, just a bit back, and then West Bend and Verona also in the action. And Katie, what did you think about the competition you just watched here?
It's fantastic. You know, it's a lot of fun to be out here on a beautiful day and see these girls really make their way down the hill very successfully. We had a couple of spin outs, but everybody came down in one piece, more or less.
Yeah, we had one go off in the ski patrol sled I saw there, so we hope that she's all right. Hopefully we'll have some more information on that, but certainly you watch some of these girls coming down, and, you know, there's just some excitement, maybe some fear a little bit in there. I mean, just seeing the speeds that these girls are taking, and what an experience, huh?
Absolutely. You know, we good course set up there, and the course workers kept it in these warm conditions, kept it skiable for us. So it was real nice to see them, and thanks to all of them for all the hard work they do. We're proud to support them and Mount La Crosse and all the work they do.
Yeah, I mean, even as the course got taken down here, you can kind of see where it went with the blue line on there, but there's hardly any rut on this. So for this morning's competition, outstanding conditions. We did see a couple little ripples that caused some issues out there with some of the girls. Even on the flats, they're just not really ready for it, and they're balanced. They're trying to go for speed, but yet they're just not ready to take on the challenges of some of those little ripples.
Yeah, absolutely. Everybody's going for it out there. It's the last race of the year, and everybody is hungry for the success and the title, and everyone's really putting their best effort out.
Absolutely, they're going for it. So tell us about Gerhardt's Kitchen and Bath and all the stores you have here in Wisconsin, and what's going on. What's your background with how it got started and how you've grown? I know you've had a great partnership with Kohler, which is another Wisconsin company, certainly known around the world.
Absolutely. We started right here in La Crosse. Our parent company, First Supply, is celebrating 120 years this year, which is just, we're so proud and happy to be a Wisconsin company for the last 120 years. Gerhardt's is our kitchen and bath stores, and we have actually opened up 6 new kitchen and bath stores in the last 18 months, which has just been exciting. We're growing, and as I go through the start list, I see that we we have a store in all of these communities that our racers represent, including our first, as you mentioned, Kohler, our first Kohler signature store that just opened in Wauwatosa across from Mayfair Mall this year. We have a signature store up in the Minneapolis area, but we really wanted to bring this concept to Wisconsin and our hometown and home state of Kohler as well. So that's been really exciting. We actually even have a racer here whose parent works for Kohler. Allie Holum came down here in the Super G, and so it's awful fun to see people real successful. And we've got a racer coming up on the boys' side from Master Brand Cabinets, Brayton Lupke. From Rhinelander will be representing Master Brand Cabinets. His father works there, and that's our cabinetry line. At Gerhard's and the Kohler Signature Store, we have designs and products both from the kitchen and the bathrooms. We have tile, cabinetry, and plumbing products as well.
Well, I mean, phenomenal growth for your company. I mean, you're just another great small business story in America. And what's made America great, and you look at the Kohler Company and how they started out as a small business and known worldwide, and now you're statewide. What kind of expansion plans? You talked about Minneapolis, so you're in another state there. What kind of goals do you guys have as a company?
I'm the 5th generation of the Paling family to be involved, along with my cousin, who's our CFO, actually lives right here in La Crosse as well. So we've really continued to grow and expand over the past 5 generations. We are opening up a new store in Kansas City, actually, outside of our far-flung. Not a lot of skiing in Kansas City, I understand.
There is skiing there, though.
Well, I'll have to
I've
check
been to the ski area. I haven't skied it, but I've seen it.
Perfect. I'll feel right at home. But a little bit closer to home, we are opening a new store in Delafield, Wisconsin as well. And there I know I can find some good skiing in Delafield. So we'll be right down the road from that big hill in Oconomowoc. So that opens up in April. So excited about that.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about your small business, you talk about the ski areas in Wisconsin. Those were all mom and pop kind of shops as well, and you look at how the industry's been able to survive. Some haven't survived with certainly the weather conditions and all that, but it's all about small businesses. You talked about, some of your suppliers and some of those families work for those companies and their kids are competing here. I mean, it's all about family. You're in the family of the business that you're in, but we all have that common connection with ski racing as well.
It's been so neat to see your network grow through ski racing, and before you know it, you have something in common with somebody and really create a really neat community. And we've been so proud to be part of that community for so long. Ski racing has really brought us a really fantastic way to give back to our community and continue to participate.
Well, and you talk about the local community here, and you talk about family. Let's talk about your own family with your sister literally at the World Alpine Ski Championships in St. Moritz right now. And what exciting times that's got to be for you and your sister. And, you talk about how we're connected here just locally, but you're connected through our connection here with the best in the world.
It's so fun to see them participating in such a high level. So my sister Kristen, married to Forrest Carey, one of the head U.S. ski team coaches over there. I had an opportunity to visit them and check out a couple of races. And it's amazing, even at the highest level of ski racing on the World Cup, the races look and feel like this. They are part of the communities. That we were in this Italian village. I actually found a lift ticket from Santa Caterina in my pocket this morning. And it's just incredible when you think about a place like Santa Caterina. It is just a cool community of people who keep ski racing alive, just like we do here in La Crosse. So it's they're having a great time and some good success. It's been a little bit unfortunate. They've had a couple of pretty big injuries on the team, on the men's and women's side this year, but they're pulling through. They had a couple of nice results in the World Champs the last couple of days, and it's fun to see Bodie Miller out there announcing, keeping his life alive in ski racing, and it's just been great to see it.
You listen to Bodie talk on those broadcasts, and by the way, excuse me, NBC's been getting a lot of stuff on the NBC networks all over, but you can check out all those races on their live app, which is awesome. And just listening to his commentary, I know a lot of folks are excited to have me here doing the announcing here. I'm not nearly the expert of a Bodie Miller. I don't get loopy as much as he does, maybe. We talked about that earlier. I talk about bringing shape to the turn. He calls it loopy. We all have our different ways of saying things, but just listening to that guy talk and how he's going to be a great coach someday. And, who knows? I think he's going to come back for the Olympics. That's my speculation. I think he had some contractual problems this year, but he's definitely invested in the sport. He's got a family now. At Forrest, who's been, in my mind, instrumental in that guy's development for sure. I mean, they're still together. They're still tight. Their families are together. What kind of insight can you bring about Bodie with your relationship with your sister and Forrest and that?
You talk about a guy who's got passion for the sport. I mean, he really has a true love. He visited La Crosse, Wisconsin a couple of times, actually. And we actually brought him out to the hill here one time, him and Forrest, and they were just so impressed at the level of ski racing we have right here in the community. But I think that his passion for the sport will continue, and the Olympics will be another great opportunity. It's a little unfortunate in our sport that we really get the biggest bang every 4 years. People are out there working hard all year, every year. And we've got the World Championships, which the networks have done a good job to bring to the forefront. And this group here is certainly, I'm sure, watching more than most. But it'll be exciting to see the Olympic year come back and really see everybody participate. We've got a couple of strong contenders between Ted and if Bodie makes a run at it, and a couple of young guys, Ryan Cochran-Siegel, who is from a ski racing family out east. He's going to make a good run at it, and I think we'll have some fun watching both the veterans and hopefully Bodie and some of the new guys too. And the other neat thing that I think Bodie's doing is continuing to innovate the sport. You mentioned a little bit about his contractual situation, but what he's done is really take an American ski company and said, we need to have the best in the world here. The Austrians are beating us up on the equipment, and while they make a fast pair of skis, we can do that here too. So that'll be really neat to see him continue to innovate and drive the sport right here in America. There's no doubt that he's been an innovator from day one. I mean, he was one of the first athletes to be on shape skis. And, he is an innovator. I talk about him all the time, especially with the boot work he does. I mean, he's got some boots that are kind of interesting, bringing out kind of the old Reichley out there. But he is about the ankulation. You folks that hear me talk about ankulation, that all came from Bodie initially, and I just threw the word in there with that. It is about the power of the foot. It's where it happens. As we talk about technique, and we're watching out here with our course crew salting the course down for our Super G. And, it's exciting. I never knew that he had been here to La Crosse. I mean, to come over here and see Damnation and see the action going on here and having Forrest as the central connection now with your family. I mean, that just shows you how interconnected we are. And, I talked about Doug, who's here, his daughter is on the press corps for the U.S. ski team, and Megan Harrod, that's Doug Harrod, who's been coaching Badger for years, so a lot of reach history here in La Crosse, this community. You talked about the communities of St. Moritz. I mean, you talked about Kansas City, right? Well, I skied down in St. Louis this year, and believe it or not, there was a coach, a ski instructor that came from St. Moritz to take our level 100 coaches clinic and ski course setting, because he's more of a ski instructor, but he wanted to learn about coaching. And literally, he flew over from St. Moritz to St. Louis to take this clinic. I mean, just think about the connections we have here, and it's pretty astounding. So adding to the family, of course, I said, you got to say hi to this, and this, because they're going to want to hear that. So it's really cool that, worldwide, we're connected through the sport. We gain all these new friends and family. And you think about these high school kids now. I was just in Marquette yesterday and seeing a lot of the former state champions competing at Marquette, representing the UW in Madison. And some kids are over in Minnesota. And it's just great for those kids. You watch them at the USSA level skiing as a J3 or now U16, U14s. And now they're competing at the collegiate level up there, and they're having a great time. It's fantastic. You see the connections we have from Wisconsin, and honestly, I heard this morning that this is one of the largest state ski and snowboard meets in the country. We really have such a great foundation here, and it's just great to see. And you kind of see, you talk about that network. You see that network expand all over the country, and like you say, all over the world, which is it's something to be proud of for us here.
And we're talking to the world right here with our World Wide Web. Folks are from all over. Really appreciate it. And, you know, with Gerhardt's and the First Supply and your Kohler connections, I mean, you think about where you guys started as a company. You talked about your 5th generation being involved and how you grew up as a ski racer and you learned how to manage your time and all that. How does that play in your role as the leader of your small family business here that's growing exponentially right now?
You really learn through all sports. Sport's so important, but especially a sport like ski racing, where you really do have to have a passion for the sport. You're out here, I remember a lot of those nights when you're out here and it's cold and it's dark and you've got homework to do at home. But, you know, it's really that energy that keeps you pushing through it, and really both the gratification you get through the sport and the accomplishment that you find really can bring you through your whole life. When things are challenging, you look for those threads of inspiration that just continue on, and that really is what will continue to make these kids, just like the generations before them, they will be successful in all that they do when they think back about the things that they were doing here this weekend.
I mean, you just watch them when they're taking a run. You know, you got to run, you get a little challenging turn. Well, you can't just quit, right? You keep moving on. You just try to make the next turn better than the last one, and that's where you get those life lessons, don't you? When you have those challenges, you got to figure it out. You got to keep moving.
Absolutely. You know, you say keep moving. That's a new rule from when I was racing down this hill. Is if you come to a stop, that's it. You know, and you think about the lesson that teaches us to keep moving and keep moving forward and persevering, and it's really going to be a neat thing, I think.
Yeah, it's really cool. So we talked about Gerhardt's. Talk about your First Supply also that you have going on within your organization.
So First Supply is our trade-focused business. We've got 37 locations throughout the upper Midwest, and we've got a couple of banners out here from our trade partners there as well, A.O. Smith and Comfort Maker and Kohler, of course, there, and Incinerator, another great Wisconsin company, all of those. So First Supply is really the supply end of our business that has partnered. We've talked about innovation with Bodie. We've partnered with our vendors and we've partnered with our customers to bring the best in education and distribution innovation to our customers over the past 120 years.
How much innovation is going on with all the products you guys sell?
Tons of innovation, I should say, excuse me, both on the green side of things, so products becoming more efficient and becoming better for our environment. We look at the A.O. Smith bringing hot water to our homes and keeping us safe with the energy there, but doing it in a way that is greener than it ever has been. Products being very green, more or less. Kohler especially coming through in a lot of the innovations that they've had in low flow products, so bringing the same really good water experience to our bathrooms and our kitchens, but doing it in a way that's better for the earth. We're also seeing a ton of electronics come through. So we see it, we've all got a cell phone in our pocket, and now we're seeing more and more connectivity throughout our homes as well. I think as consumers, we're used to, our cars are basically moving computers these days, and we want the same in our homes. We want to have smart homes that make us more comfortable and that make things easier, make our very busy lives easier for us today. And a lot of the products in a kitchen and bathrooms are doing that for us. Even on the cabinetry side, we're seeing more and more accessories and assemblies. One of the things we have coming out from Master Brands in the next year is something it's called a toe kick vacuum. And basically, it's a vacuum cleaner in the base of your cabinets. And you press it with your toe, and it vacuums up all of the bits and pieces that are on your kitchen floor. So these small innovations that are making all of our lives easier, saving us time, and a little bit better for the environment.
Boy, could I use that.
Yeah, couldn't we all?
Well, it's real interesting with all that innovation. Sorry, my voice went froggy on me for a minute. But, you talk about all that innovation. How close to Jetson's World are we?
Oh man, we're getting there. Maybe someday we'll be hovering above the snow on these skis. Who knows? But it is amazing when you think about. I'm watching them out here throw the salt down, and even though we've got innovations, you kind of harken back to these things that are always standard and true. You know, there's sometimes we're talking about the chemistry in keeping the snow firm for us this afternoon, but sometimes things just are the as they always have been, which is also a good thing. We've got all of the things in our companies and our partners like A.O. Smith and Comfort Maker and Kohler that have really continued to stand the test of time.
All right, I think we're getting about ready for our snowboard awards, but Katie, it's been great to visit. Come back and let's talk some more, because I think this has been a great discussion here, helping our folks keep entertained. I see Bob Larson out there. He's in the house. Bobby, wave to us. I know you're listening. You're ignoring me, but he's out there. We're going to send it over to Cindy, as we are going to be doing our snowboard awards over there at the podium level. So thank you very much, and it's been great to visit with you. Let's visit some more.
Sounds good. See you soon.
All right, over for the snowboard awards. Feel good.
All right.
It's kicking ass there.
All right, are you guys ready for the snowboarder awards for today? Woohoo! All right. All right, I'm going to announce the girls Bordercross top 3, and these ladies should come up to receive their medals. We had a great competition today, another beautiful day at Mall Lacrosse. For the girls Bordercross, in 3rd place, with a time of 34.65 from Verona, Jillian Arnold. I apologize, I've mispronounced that a number of times. Gillian Arnold. In 2nd place, with a time of 34.27 from Slinger, Lexi Bullis. And in 1st place for our girls Bordercross, with a time of 34.09 from Wausau West, Elizabeth Mikulich.
Happy meter, we're up here, way up here, through the roof.
And all snowboard qualifiers, if you'd like to come and pick up an all-state form, come on over here to Sam Whitcraft to pick up an order form for state apparel. If you'd like to order a, not state, is it national the championship? Duh. All right, and now for the boys Bordercross results. In 3rd place, with a time of 30.21 from West Bend, Hunter Zaskowski. In 2nd place, with a time of 29.84 from Slinger, Alec Nelson. And in 1st place, with a time of 29.80 from Waukesha West, Nathan Catalanati. Congratulations. Now, before we do the overall top 3 for snowboarding, I'd like to announce the 2017 Sportsmanship Award. We had 2 nominations. One of our nominees was from the Metro Conference, And John Lund was one of our Sportsmanship Award nominees from Waukesha West. And our second nominee and our winner for the Sportsmanship Award, and should I read it before she comes up here, or should I? Okay, I'll read it first. All right. So this Central Logan senior, Courtney Pop, is the 2017 Sportsmanship Award winner. Courtney is the ideal teammate and a captain for our team, someone who makes everyone feel welcome and cared for. She's always there at the race cheering on every teammate from the beginning. She's had a disappointing season plagued by injury and has not once let that disappointment display itself in negativity. She might have decided to end her season early, but instead she put off knee surgery until making her last appearance at state. Courtney was more than a talented athlete. She made her teammates better people as well. Congratulations, Courtney Pop from the Lacrosse Central Logan team. And now I'd like to announce the top 3 women's snowboarders in the overall competition. In third place, with a combined total of 13 points, from Ashland, Anna Sage Roth. In second place, with a total of 6 points, from Wausau West, Elizabeth Mikulich. And in first place, with a total of 4 points, our 2017 snowboard champ from Slinger, Lexi Bullis. Congratulations, ladies. And now for our top 3 men's snowboarders. In third place, with a total of 14 points, from DC Everest, Joe Hoffman. In second place, with a total of 12 points, from Waukesha West, John Lund. And in first place, with 6 points, our 2017 men's snowboard champion from West Bend, Hunter Zaskowski. And now I'll announce the team results for the girls snowboard competition. The third place team will come up and receive their medals and then pose for pictures. Coaches, come on up too, please. In third place, with a total of 193 points, Verona. And congratulations to the Verona snowboard team in third place. I guess we're taking a dance break. I don't know. All right. Now, in second place, with a total of 140 points, who the team needs to come up with their coaches, and they'll receive medals and a trophy. Ashland. Congratulations to Ashland, our second place finishers. And now I will announce the champion girls snowboard team. And there's Mountain Man. Let's hear for Mountain Man. Woo, Bill. Our championship team with a total of 118 points for the girls snowboard competition, Middleton. And there you have our 2017 state champion snowboarders. And now, to finish up our snowboard awards, I will announce the top 3 teams. In third place with 235 points, West Bend. You can get up on the podium, guys. Yeah, that's why we built it. Congratulations, West Bend. In second place for our boys snowboard competition with 172 points, Middleton. Congratulations, Middleton. And now I'll announce our championship snowboard team for 2017 with 127 points. The La Crosse Central Logan snowboard team. Congratulations, La Crosse Central Logan. Thank you, everybody. Safe travels if you're heading out. If not, stick around for a lot more ski racing.
pocket singing Willie Nelson songs. You were secretly smart, but you always sang along. I was 17, I was 10 feet tall.
Weekdays are for rising to the challenge. They're the days to take care of business, when possibilities become reality. With CenturyLink as your trusted partner, our visionary cloud infrastructure and global broadband network free you to focus on what matters. With custom communication solutions and responsive, dedicated support, we constantly evolve to meet your needs every day of the week. CenturyLink, your link to what's next.
Thank you so much.
problem.
No,
See you soon.
seriously. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Next.
Okay, if you want to use the magic toilet, you have to go pee-pee on the potty first, okay?
Okay, babe, fun. Let's see how it works.
Here's your very own magic toilet, guys.
Next.
Yeah. Dude, game just started. Good to see you, bro. Oh, gotta love potty training. Word.
Good job. Let's go get your daddy. Honey, we're all done.
Sorry, man. Thought potty training took like a year.
This kit by Kohler is amazing, and trust me, we've tried everything. Books, the occasional M&M. Take the whole bag. And that party.
Happy potty training day to you.
Oh no.
Yeah, the party.
Yeah.
Hey, man, was that hard to install?
Nah, super easy.
Yes, Mom did it again. Oh, and the best part, the kids don't have to touch the handle with their dirty hands.
Really? That's amazing. I mean, not that I'm a germaphobe or anything. No one thinks that.
Hey, heard you guys had some kind of magic potty thing going on here?
Yeah, but I think the kids kind of have to be ready first.
Oh, she's ready.
Just take a kit.
Next.
Presley?
Wanted to use the magic toilet.
I'll install one in our bathroom too.
We come out again tonight to where the streetlights like halos. And in this party for the bandits and the saints, there's you and your wet coat of paint. Well, it's leaking systematic.
Attention everybody, course workers to the top please, course workers to the top, thank you. We're going to be starting with our forerunners here within about 10 minutes from what I understand, so we're just a couple moments away from our giant slalom. You see the inspection going on, so we'll be underway in about 10 minutes, thank you.
It's that one extra handshake, that perfect polish and shine. One adjustment here, one final spot check there that makes all the difference. For over 100 years, Dahl has kept people moving. On family trips, open roads, and everything in between. Whether it's new, used, service, or body, the dedicated and friendly team at all Dahl locations in La Crosse, Onalaska, and Winona go the extra mile so you can too. Find a vehicle you'll fall in love with at dahlauto.com.
Peace of mind is important when you're running a successful business, so we provide IT services you can rely on. With CenturyLink as your trusted IT partner, you'll experience reliable uptime for the network and services you depend on. Multi-layered security solutions keep your information safe and secure. and responsive, dedicated support meets your needs and eases your mind. CenturyLink, your link to what's next.
Attention, please. Course workers to the top. Course workers to the top. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to Mount Lacrosse, here in person and watching online at WIALpineChamps.org. You're getting a look at our forerunners making their way down the course here at Mount Lacrosse as we get ready for our first boys race of the 2017 state ski meet, the Giant Slalom. And Brewster, let's just recap a little bit about what happened last year as we had Arrowhead is back, the defending champs from last year. They won it all with 112 points. Central Logan took second as a team with 134. Kettle Moraine third. Oconomowoc was fourth. Middleton fifth. And Madison area was sixth. Arrowhead is back stronger as they always are, but Central lost three of their top skiers due to graduation. That could change things up a little bit.
Absolutely. As we just watched forerunner coming through the course as we're getting ready to go on this men's race right now. And I think we're going to have four forerunners there. We saw Noah Bindus, Leo Safransky scheduled, Jake Grun, and Logan O'Malley are forerunners here for the boys GS as we're getting ready to go with this competition. And certainly with some of the changes in the graduation rate, certainly it's going to play a huge role, as we've already seen it in the ladies' race early on today with some new players there with Central Logan graduating a bunch of guys. Actually saw Alex Harris, last year's overall champion, competing in the college regionals that are taking place up in Marquette, Michigan at Marquette Mountain. And so a lot of these great racers have moved on. You look at Jack Eater, and he was third overall last year. Nick Van Heimberg, unfortunately, is injured, and I don't expect to see him in competition as he suffered a bit of a knee injury in training, kind of a fluky thing, talking to his father here today. Dylan Van Heimberg is here. I expect him to be competitive, certainly, with those overall results from last year, as it'll be a definite change of leadership here. So that's the thing about these schools. I mean, Arrowhead has been historically able to reboot, and I think that Arrowhead boys team will be the competitive team this year for sure.
Well, we're about ready to get things going here in our boys Giant Slalom, and leading things off will be Duncan Seidel from Rhinelander, and he'll be followed by Trevor Katz from Whitefish Bay. Our crowd's enthusiastic. Our weather is warm and comfortable out here at Mount Lacrosse. If you're just joining us for the first time on the web, the temperature's in the 50s here today in late February here in La Crosse, Wisconsin. It's been unbelievable, but the skiing so far and the snowboarding yesterday has been fantastic. Duncan Seidel from Rhinelander making his way down the hill, our first racer of the day in our boys Giant Slalom.
Well, we did see some forerunners have some issues on this course. We'll see what it affects as we get our timing started here with our first racer, Duncan Seidel. We'll be awaiting his results here in just a moment. Meanwhile, it's Trevor Katz from Whitefish Bay, and Duncan has a time of 30.06 showing up on our board right now.
Trevor Katz from Whitefish Bay, a junior, finished 13th at state overall last year, looking to improve on that. And he's got a good one going here too, Brewster. A time of 28.44. Trevor Katz will be your pace setter. Brian Jasperson from Slinger now in the course.
And we'll see Dylan Von Heimberg coming up. He's the sixth starter out of the gate here to start our first seed of racers here in this Giant Slalom. As you watch Brian Jasperson from Slinger, probably does quite a bit of training over there in Little Switzerland as he makes his way down this race course. This looks like a competitive run. We'll see how that stacks up here at the end of the day as he moves into second place with a time of 28.48, just 0.04 of a second off of Trevor Katz.
Josh Boer from Menominee Falls, a junior, is making his way down, the top-seeded racer from the Menominee Falls squad. And after him will be Alex Bennett from Aquinas, Alaska.
As we watch Josh Burr here, once again, you see some of these guys maintaining a little too long on the pressure and getting jacked at the end of the turn. But Josh Burr with a nice time of 29.66 moves into third place.
Here comes Alex Bennett from Aquinas, Alaska, and he takes a bit of a spill.
Oh, Alex. And he's trying to hike up there, and he's got to go up and around this GS gate. Now, this is a difference between high school and USSA. As USSA, you would be done, but racing high school, hiking up, you got to hike up one side and go down the other. And unfortunately for Alex Bennett, the hometown boy, family's all out here supporting him for sure as he comes through the finish line now, and it will be a 48.06.
Now on the course is Dylan von Heimberg. He took 6th at state last year from that powerhouse Arrowhead, and he is flying down the hill.
Yeah, this will be a time to beat. This looks like a new leader coming down into our finish area here. It is Dylan von Heimberg, and no, he finishes in 3rd place at 28.67. 28.67, 2300ths of a second off of Trevor Katz's time. As now you are looking at Lawson Ludwig as the young freshman coming down this race course. He'll be competitive for sure. As you can see, he's really working the skis cleanly here. Nice edge angles. And Lawson Ludwig, this will be a solid time, ladies and gentlemen. Can he take the lead? And yes, he does. As the new leader is Lawson Ludwig out of Wanakee with a time of 28.23, 2100ths of a second over Trevor Katz. Is Matt Johnson now from La Crosse Central Logan. He's a hometown boy. He'll be competitive here as well, as he had some great giant slalom results here last weekend during the Nagy Memorial. As it'll be the Matt Johnson show coming to the line, and he's just short by 1/100th of a second. It is Matt
close.
Johnson in a second place at 28.24.
Here's another good racer too, Brewster Jack Eder from Wausau West. He is the top returning racer here in this event. Took 3rd last year overall.
Oh, he got his arm caught in that gate, but continues on. But that's got to be painful. As Jack Eder is our new leader, 27.78, a new time zone.
He lost a pole, lost a stick, but he still came across in 1st. An amazing run. Joe Doring from Marquette University School making his way down, but he takes a tumble up by the Orange Gate halfway up the hill.
Well, Joe got twisted around up there, unfortunately, as things are moving fast and furious here with the rapid intervals going on here in GS, as we can go a little quicker tempo than we saw in the Super G this morning. And Joe Daring, unfortunately, our first DNF of the day, but what a madhouse rush there as we had our last 3-4 racers really rocking the rails here, as Matt Johnson's in 3rd place, Lawson Ludwig in 2nd, and leading the pack, Jack Eder out of Wausau West in the new time zone of 27.78 by himself there.
Our last 3 racers, Brewster, before Doring, are our top 3 racers right now, of Eder, Ludwig, and Johnson.
And Lawson Ludwig, the young freshman, skiing as an individual here, so he has that 2nd place finish right now, and that's the top of our leaderboard. Let's see if anybody else is in the game to challenge. As you watch Connor Carlson from Oconomowoc, we watch the girls team have a bit of a struggle fest here, but this is a hot run right here from Connor Carlson. Got himself a unique looking helmet on here, as he's got kind of the Mohawk look coming down through here, and he moves into 4th place at 28.39.
So our top 4 finishers in our last 5 racers right now. Now Alec Herring from Homestead. He'll be followed by Nick Koprowski of Madison area.
Herring making his way down out of Homestead, as you mentioned, as he tries to keep the rails working here. Got a little bit in the back seat there. He's got to keep those ankles moving forward with some good ankle flexion. And there's Alex Herring into 9th place at 29.72.
29.72 for Alec Herring. Now Nick Koprowski from Madison area, followed by Elliot Felsky from McGuanago. Madison area, last year they took 6th as a team, but a little spill for Koprowski, and down he goes.
Well, he tried to work the bank on that a little bit, but not enough bank for him to do the move he tried, and unfortunately he will be another DNF on the scoreboard. And Madison Alpine area co-op there, unfortunately, will have a DNF to start things out today on the men's side.
So Elliot Felsky now on the course, a freshman from McGuanago, making his way down with Blake Wisdom from Badger High School, due up next.
Well, we saw a big group of guys coming down early here in this first seed. Well, we've got some more that are definitely going to be challenging, so hang on to your seats, ladies and gentlemen, as Elliot Felsky from McGuanago coming into the steeper part of this race hill. He's a little behind the tempo, and he definitely took it wide there. That'll cost him some time, as these guys are definitely pointing him down the fall line here, ladies and gentlemen, going for the pace.
Here's Felsky to the finish now, and a time of 30.67, 30.67 for Elliot Felsky puts him in 11th place. Blake Wisdom from Badger High School making his way down. Jack Meyer from Cedarburg is due up next.
Yeah, and then we're going to see Johnny Winkler and Wyatt Obie out of Ashland. He'll be definitely a contender, and then Middleton's Nick Ronnie yet to come. So we'll see how those guys can go, as unfortunately Blake Wisdom got himself a bit behind the 8 ball there, and now he's kind of straddling this orange gate down here. He's going to have to back it up and get around there and continue on, but that'll certainly cost him time, as Blake Wisdom will bring it to the line here representing Badger. We talked about Coach Doug here today, as Doug Harrod watches Blake Wisdom find the finish line in 47.51.
Jack Meyer making his way down from Cedarburg with Johnny Winkler, Mount Horeb Edgewood Co-op, coming up next. Here comes Meyer to the finish at 33.23 seconds. That puts him in 12th place. Now Winkler and Brewster. It looks like they did some course repair there up towards the top of the hill. We don't see those big bumps that were kind of getting in the way in the Super G for the girls earlier this morning.
Well, I think they just moved that course a little bit. And down goes Johnny Winkler. He got inside, and he's going to have a bit of a hike here, as unfortunately these guys really need to focus on that outside ski like we mentioned with the ladies earlier today. These guys are trying to bank in that body a little bit too much, and they're losing that traction. So Johnny Winkler back up and going, as Wyatt Obie will be getting underway here in just a moment from Ashland, as Johnny Winkler comes to the line at 38.74 in 13th place.
Wyatt Obey from Ashland now on the course with Nick Ronnie from Middleton due up next.
All right, Wyatt Obie's definitely going to be challenging. He's a great skier. Actually skis for Team Duluth up in Minnesota there in the USSA world, and Wyatt Obie, one of the top skiers in the Central Division, and he's going to be laying it down here. Real aggressive turns. As you can see, the skis are very clean through the turns here. Can Wyatt Obie unseat Jack Eater for the lead? And no!
Close, though. 27.97 puts Wyatt Obie in second place. Just 19 100ths off the lead set by Jack Eater. Now Connor Krause from Brookfield East.
Nick Ronnie's on course
Excuse me, my
first
apologies,
right now.
Nick Ronnie.
And Nick Ronnie, another good talent here, as he's going to be putting in an effort for his Middleton High School team. Jack Ronnie skiing very solid here. Definitely looks like a top 5 performance. Can he find himself to the podium? And it's Nick Ronnie into 9th place, as he's a second out at 28.84.
28.84 for Nick Ronnie. Now Connor Krause from Brookfield East with Jack Tobin from Madison West due up next.
You know, one of the things that's different on some of these guys, some of them are skiing as individuals. They don't have to worry about the team. And for Nick Ronnie, it looked like he was skiing as a team player there. So good for him on that, where you look at Wyatt Obie coming in as an individual. He has everything to gain for himself, and you can see the difference in that aggressiveness as we were watching Connor come down now working for Brookfield East to the finish line.
29.35. That puts him in 10th place. Connor Krause at 29.35. Jack Tobin from Madison West now making his way down. Luke Cerny is due in the starter's gate next.
And Luke Cerny certainly will be putting on a challenge, as this is his senior year, as we watch the freshman Jack Tobin from Madison West right now. Jackson Tobin doing a nice job. These are very clean turns for him, as he's putting some good power into these turns. Let's see if he can find himself into the top 10 right now.
Tobin to the finish line, and his time, 29.41. 29.41 for Tobin puts him in 11th place. Now Cerny, the senior you mentioned, Brewster. Last year he took 9th overall here at the state meet, and he is off and out of the gates right now. Luke Cerny from Kettle Moraine, a team that took 3rd as a team last year, hoping for another top 3 finish, maybe even higher again this year.
Luke Cerny skiing very solid here. Let's see what he can bring down this fall line, and he's picking up a lot of speed. Very solid turns here for Luke Cerny. Oh, got a little bit on the heels, but maintains balance, keeps the speed going. That'll cost him a little bit, and it is good for 10th place.
29-26 for Luke Cerny, 29-26. You mentioned it, Brewster. He got caught back on his back a little bit there. Cost him a little bit. Matt Kuba, a sophomore from Ashwa Bay, is now out. Ray Benson from West Salem due out next.
As Ashwa Bay's Matt Kuba comes into the steeper part of this race course, trying to find all the speed he can get in here. Oh, got inside and down he goes. As it is slick course out there, ladies and gentlemen. It's getting, it's in the 50s, but we have been salting this course with our course crew out there. And so it's a very firm surface. I see very little deterioration in the track. So a great job on the course prep. And now we are watching Matt Kuba. Not really enjoying the fact that he's hiking, but he's going to go up there and do it, as you need that for the team score. So let's give it up for Kuba hiking up there. Give him a round, ladies and gentlemen, for that effort.
Matt Kuba from Ashwa Bay now back on course, and he's going to finish up his run. And a time of 1 minute, 5.29 seconds. Ray Benson is about to come out of the starter's gate from West Bend. He'll be followed by Harry Rossman from Nicolay. Here comes Benson.
And Ray Benson doing some nice turns up there on the top. Let's see how much speed he got generated now. He's really coming into the pace here. He's a little low and late, but trying to keep himself on line there as he sticks that foot outside the turn, getting some good pressure. Just a little bit late with the pressure, however, as Ray Benson looking to try to find himself into the top 10, and he's in 15th place at 30.04.
Harry Rossman from Nicolay Jr. now making his way down. Ben Jacobson from Rice Lake will follow.
Harry Rossman from Nicolay, and he gets thrown a shoe as he tried to just kind of rotate that turn a little too much with the upper body and use it or lose it, unfortunately, for Harry Rossman. He will be a DNF.
So that'll set up Ben Jacobson. Here's another thing, Brewster. We're going back and forth between sunlight and cloudiness and shadows. How does that play a role for the skier coming down the hill?
Well, believe it or not, going from sunlight to shadows is tougher than just being in the shadows all day, because it gets bright and then it gets dark. So it's really hard to see those transitions. So we do have a lot of clouds in the air here today, and you can see maybe not see it for much on the screen here, but certainly here today you can see how the shadows do play a little bit of a role as we watch Ben Jacobson. He is finishing up our final racer here of the first seed, representing Rice Lake and their team. And I don't recall Rice Lake being at these championships as a team. I could be wrong on that, but he finishes in 18th place with a time of 32.88.
32.88. So, with our top-seeded skiers already completed, our leader is Jack Eater at 27.78. Wyatt Obie from Ashland, a senior, is in second place. Lawson Ludwig from Wanakee in third. Matt Johnson from La Crosse Central Logan in fourth. Connor Carlson from Oconomowoc is in fifth. So the top-seeded skiers are down, and that'll set the stage here for Seed 2, and they'll be led off by Grant Seals from Wausau East.
Well, let's give our course crew a hand for all the effort they're doing, and those guys were out tossing salt you saw earlier on, and now just putting a little shine on this course. As from what I can see from this vantage point, that course is in great shape, and we lose a course worker for a moment there, as we got to keep paying attention to our balance, don't we, sports fans? But we'll get underway here in just a moment. You can see Grant Seals up there at the top from Wausau East. Another team that up there trains at Granite Peak, another great venue up there in Wausau, Wisconsin. And they're here down here in Mount La Crosse competing in this state championship.
Brewster, you mentioned the course workers were throwing salt on the course. For the benefit of our viewers who are watching in, say, Hawaii, what does that do to the snow in the course?
Well, when the snow gets soft and it gets a lot of moisture in it, the salt actually firms it right up. It takes about 15, 20 minutes to what we call cure. And it turns it into rock hard ice almost. So, and that's what they need to do when you've got 100 athletes coming down this race course. And Grant Seals starts out our second run, and he loses both of his skis, and he will be a DNF as well. And what happened there, from what I could see, is that he kind of tried to pivot a little too much and actually slammed into the side of the rut and caused his ski to come out. So these kids have got to be paying attention to what little bit of roughness there is and how their skis are pointed down the race course.
Coming up next will be Jack Shafransky from Madison Memorial, and then Nathan Hagen from Aquinas Onalaska Co-op. So Seals is a did not finish. And on the course now, Jack Shafransky from Madison Memorial making his way down.
And Jack Shafransky's had some good competitions this season. This is looking like a solid run right here as they transition from the flats up there into a really steep section here. It's a big transition, and keeping that speed coming down this fall line right now is really critical. This is a solid effort from Shafransky. Challenged with his balance just a little bit, but a solid effort. Hands in the face on that tuck at 15th place.
29.97 for Jack Shafransky, 29.97. Nathan Hagen from Aquinas Onalaska on his home hill right now, trying to make a big run here, the sophomore. And he takes a bit of a spill.
It's another one where these guys are trying to redirect their skis a little bit, and almost looks like they're starting their turn just a little too soon there, so they kind of back off on it, and then they get caught with their skis going sideways, and just that little bit of turbulence kicks them out.
Hagen will be a did not finish. Cam Bauer getting ready to exit the starter's gate. William Clancy is after him in the on-deck circle.
And Brookfield East Cam Bauer, a junior, as you can see on your screen. Jack Eder is our leader at 27.78. He has 27.97 in Wyatt Obie just behind him. They're the only two athletes in that 27 club, where we have a bunch of them stacked in there at the 28-second club, taking it all the way down to 9th place with Nick Ronnie there. And Luke Cerny starting the 29-second club, currently in 10th place. As this is Cam Bauer now underway from Brookfield East.
Bauer, a junior, trying to make his way down. Brookfield East here as a team qualifying. And Bauer lost it for a moment, but got it back and got it into gear again.
Well, once again, that left footer causing some issues there, and the rhythm and timing of that is such a challenge coming off the flats, and you're literally got to come across the hill and wait for that rise line just a little bit longer before you punch the turn.
Bauer with a 33.57. 33.57 for Cam Bauer puts him in 21st place. William Clancy, freshman from Wausau West, making his way down for the first time at the state ski meet.
This is well played tactically, but Clancy got a little inside there. He teed up that turn that's been such a problem for everybody. Really good timing on that, but just got a little inside. But now he's back online and bringing it to the finish. But that was a solid effort there from the freshman from Wausau West.
31.77 for Clancy, 19th place. 31.77. Christian Spencer from Kettle Moraine making his way down with Joe Kane from Brookfield Central due next. Spencer.
He's having a solid run. He's carrying a lot of speed here, so this will certainly help out Kettle Moraine as he makes his way to the finish line.
And Spencer, a time of 28.6, a top 10 placement right now for Spencer. He is in 8th place, 28.6. Now Joe Kane from Brookfield Central qualified as an individual. He'll be followed by J.P. Friend from Arrowhead, the defending champs.
Well, right now, Kettle Moraine leading with an 8th place and an 11th place right now. And as we watch Joe Kane from Brookfield go down, once again, that left footer taking its toll on these athletes. And we could say that's the short coffin corner there, as we don't really get as far out on the race hill as we do for the Super G, but certainly that transition from the flats into the steeps playing a role here once again today, as we've seen this year after year. That transition is really key with the different terrain change here today.
Now J.P. Friend from Arrowhead. Friend had a terrific state meet last year. He finished 5th overall individually. Here he comes, trying to help Arrowhead's team cause and himself as well. He could be a state title contender here.
JP Friend's got a lot of experience. Oh, he nailed that turn. He's carrying a lot of speed down here. This could be a contender to take over the lead. Let's see what JP can bring for Arrowhead as he's skiing for that team title as well as himself here in the Giant Slalom. And he moves into 9th place at 28.67. 28.67 as Arrowhead now takes a 2-point lead over Kettle Moraine unofficially, as you are now watching Tommy Winkler from the Mount Orab Edgewood Co-op. And Tommy Winkler, he tipped in a little bit, but gets back up. Looks like he lost his pole, but he's going to keep going on. Don't need that anyway. Just got to keep his balance and find this finish line as Tommy Winkler, the sophomore, is going to come to the finish line and complete his run and find himself into 20th place at 30.33.
A 1 pole to Tommy Winkler at 30.33. Now Joe Gale from University Lake School getting ready to come down. And how about Arrowhead? They both their skiers with the exact same time, 28.67. So Arrowhead right now sitting in first place in the team standings. But Joe Gale making his way down. University Lake School, Brookfield Academy. Jack Eater is our leader at 27.78.
Yeah, I mean, talk about a tight team there with Arrowhead. 2 racers tied for 9th place as Joe Gale now trying to help out his University Lake team come to the finish line here.
Gale finishes a time of 31.13, 31.13, 22nd place for Joe Gale. Now Jack Lateral with the making his way down. Jack Lateral from a senior from Whitefish Bay.
Well, he's going down the hill in the wrong way on his back right now, so I expect him to be a DNF because he's got a long way to go if he wants to stay in this game. So he will be abandoning the course and will be a DNF for Whitefish Bay. By the way, Joe Gale, who we saw come down, he's skiing as an individual representing his University Lake School and the Brookfield Academy Co-op.
Jack Lonachek from Cedarburg is making his way down.
And he's still in the start gate right
now. Still in
now.
the starter's gate, yeah, number 207. And Lonachek from Cedarburg, the team off qualifying here at state. And the senior in his final high school state tournament. Now approaching the difficult part of the course over the head wall and making that sharp turn.
He does a nice job coming into that left footer, but then just makes a little bit of a late move right there, but gets back in the track. Boy, I mean, he made the great turn on that tough one up there and then just was a little late on keeping his tempo. He made such a great turn. The turn came at him quicker than I think he realized.
Lonachek with a time of 34.95, 34.95, puts him in 27th place. Derek Brock from West Bend is on the course right now. He'll be followed by Grant Kesson from Menominee Falls.
And Brock also does a pretty nice job on that tough left footer. And now he's picking up speed as he gets down the hill, feeling a little more confident now as he makes his way down. We'll get ready for Grant Kesson from Menominee Falls as this is Derek Brock to the finish line in 22nd place at 31.12.
31.12 for Derek Brock, and now Grant Kesson from Menominee Falls with Brady Carlson from Oconomowoc due up next. Oh, and Kesson takes a nasty spill.
Well, and he's just going down the hill. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a full yard sale. So score a yard for this athlete Grant Kesson as he lost all 4 pieces of equipment.
Poles and skis all scattered about.
So Kesson goes full yard and will be a DNF, unfortunately, as we pick up the pieces, and Brady Carlson from Oconomowoc is standing in the start gate. We've got to clean up the yard sale there from Grant Kesson, unfortunately. Once again, our leader, Jack Eater, Wyatt Obey in second, and Lawson Ludwig from Wanakee as Obey and Wyatt Obey and Lawson Ludwig both skiing as individuals here today. And then Matt Johnson's 4th place to lead the Central Logan team as we are waiting their second skier to come down this race course today. And that'll be Eric Sagan, who is at the end of the 2nd seed as Central Logan had 4 points after that first seed.
Here comes Brady Carlson, the senior from Oconomowoc, now making his way down with Alec Riddle from Middleton due up next.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Oconomowoc's last skier also sporting this helmet with the Mohawk motif.
That's team pride right there, and Oconomowoc coming into this one 4th at state last year as a team and hoping to get off to a fast start here, and they do, thanks to a 28.75 from Brady Carlson. That puts him in 11th place. So Oconomowoc now with a 5th place finisher and an 11th place finisher. They take over the team lead.
So Oconomowoc at 16 points, Arrowhead at 18, and Kettle Moraine at 21 right now. As our top 3 teams going in halfway through this second seed as we watch Alec Riddle pop a 180 and going backwards and sideways now. And unfortunately, I believe he'll decide that that's enough of this. And hopefully he's all right. Looks like he's a little shaken up on the screen. But no worse for the wear. Stands up and will shake it off. And Alec Riddle will be another DNF for us. And hopefully we'll see him back in action tomorrow, as this is the only boys race that we will have today. The Giant Slalom. Tomorrow we'll have Slalom and then finish it off with the granddaddy of them all, the big Super G, to complete this state championship. Just a reminder, coaches, make sure you all stick around, as there will be a team captains meeting at the end of the race today in order to discuss a contingency plan with the forecast for tomorrow. So I want to make sure everybody, all the coaches, stay around for that meeting here later this afternoon. As you are now watching Jake Nemke out of Madison West, and young Jake is a strong skier, as you can see, and not a lot of size on this young man, but a lot of good skills, as he's got some great technique, got those hands in the face on that tuck position, very good aerodynamics, and 23rd position at 31.02.
31.02 for Jake Demke, and now Xander Zilli from Badger making his way down. He'll be followed by Chris Stein of Wausau East. Xander Zilli.
And Xander on his heels. And very tough to be athletic when you're on your heels, ladies and gentlemen. You've got to get the weight forward and be balanced in a good athletic position. As Xander Zilli from Badger, as Doug Herod in attendance here, the coach from that place for a long time, and 33.53 the time for Xander Zilli, 29th place for the senior.
Chris Stein, as another senior from Wausau East, is now on the course. Stein leading his way down.
Yeah, he's doing a nice job here. Getting a little twisted with his skis here a couple times. And but it's a solid effort for Chris Stein, as he'll bring it to the line and find himself with the time still ticking away here. We'll have that for you in just a moment. Meanwhile, it looks like Jake Tarnowski from Nicolay is now on course, and he gets a little low and late there, really making some recoveries. Oh, and then he gets jacked around, and he will be a DNF, unfortunately, as we do still waiting for this time for Chris Stein, as Tarnowski will be a DNF for Nicolay. And right now,
31.17 for Chris Stein, Brewster. 31.17 for Stein, 26th place. Tarnowski is a did not finish. Austin Flores from Ashwa Bay is due out of the starting gates any moment, with Jordan Von Barron from Madison area due up next. Oconomowoc, the team leader right now. Arrowhead second. Jack Eater has the time to beat at 27.78. And Wyatt Obie at 27.97, the only two members of our 27 club, Brewster.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough club to get into, as we appear to be finished up here, as I see the course workers working down their course as they're starting before this seed is completed, which is kind of surprising to me. Usually they wait till the seed is over, but apparently they have decided to clean up this track a little bit before we finish actually the second seed right now.
Austin Flores is waiting his signal to exit the starter's gate, the senior from Ashwa Bay. And it's been a very entertaining first event here. So glad that you join us on the World Wide Web at WIAlpinechamps.org. And our live event here broadcasted from Mount La Crosse on the south side of La Crosse on a comfortable 55-degree afternoon here in La Crosse. Very unseasonably warm. Usually we're about 30 degrees less, maybe even more. Last year, Brewster, I know we were right above 0 degrees for a couple of days. But quite the opposite this year, and the skiers doing a great job of adjusting to conditions so far.
Well, just hats off to the crew here at Mount La Crosse with their preparations, understanding the weather forecast, and getting this hill in just awesome race conditions. We talked earlier with Katie Paling about how this, it's a lot like what they do at the World Cup level, at the highest levels with the World Alpine Championships. It's been 40 degrees up there in St. Moritz in the mountains of Europe, and they've had to use some chemicals there as well. And so we have a lot of really great experienced course workers here, and this course is in awesome condition despite those warm temperatures. And so the snow is in great condition as Austin Flores from Oshawa Bay is now on course.
Jordan Von Barron to follow him, but first it's Austin Flores from Oshawa Bay. We're still in our second seeded group. Flores bobbing and weaving his way nicely through the final few turns. Going to be a nice run here for Austin Flores. His time, 32:27. 32:27 puts him in 28th place. Now Jordan Von Barron from the Madison Area Co-op, and this is an important run for Madison Area. They took 6th last year as a team, had a really nice state meet last year, and now Jordan Von Barron hoping to set the tone for Madison Area.
Well, it's interesting. I saw Jordan inside the lodge today, and they were just repairing his boot as one of his hinges had come undone, and his dad did the super quick adjustment to that so Jordan could ski, and he finds himself into 22nd place with a 30.42 as they are nursing that boot along just for that one run he had to get today. As now we watch Patrick Schmidt as he spins out of his ski from Catholic Memorial, and he will be a DNF.
Patrick Schmidt, a DNF there from Catholic Memorial. We now move on to Michael Burley from Rice Lake. Michael Burley, we have 4 more racers to go here in the second seeds.
And when we look down at the bottom of the seed, Eric Sagan from La Crosse Central Logan, let's see what he can do to help his team as his teammate Matt Johnson is in 4th place. And he'll need some help to move La Crosse Central Logan up the ladder in the team scoring, which is led by Oconomowoc now with a 5th and an 11th, leading with 16 points. Arrowhead's just 2 points back at 18 with a tie for 9th as we watch Mike Burley from Rice Lake coming down here to Mount La Crosse to compete here today as he's making his way now. A nice, good open stance here for Giant Slalom. Very good body position there as he'll come to the finish line.
Burley with a time of 33:37. 33:37. Michael Burley in 32nd place. Jack Coakley, a senior from Marquette University School, is now out of the gates with Kyle Navin from Mugwanago due up next.
Well, this is a solid effort for Coakley, but he got low and late and on his heels. He's got enough speed to half circle back up to that gate.
Oh, a remarkable
But talk about
recovery.
the scenic tour as Coakley does a nice job there. Boy, he had a lot of speed. Once again, just on his heels a little bit and just couldn't make the play.
A remarkable recovery, though. You should get extra points for that, though. He almost took out a couple of course workers up there. 36:05 for Jack Coakley puts him in 32nd place. Kyle Navin from Mugwanago now making his way down. He's just a freshman.
Yeah, the young freshman. He's a great competitor, loves sailing. And Kyle Navin coming down this race course now as he's competitive in sailing and skiing and having a great run here as Kyle Navin comes to the line in 28th place at 31:56 from Mugwanago.
And our final racer from our number 2 seeds is Eric Sagan, a junior from La Crosse Central Logan, the team that finished in 2nd place. last year, and off to a good start already when Matt Johnson is sitting in 4th place now. So can Eric Sagan back it up and get back-to-back good runs for the host school Lacrosse Central Logan? Here comes Eric Sagan to the finish, and his time, 29:39. He joins the 29 club at 15th place right now currently for Eric Sagan, 29:39, and that falls Lacrosse Central Logan all the way up to 3rd place as a team as we're through our 2 seeds here at Mount Lacrosse.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, as you see Charlie Hussey standing in the gate, we've got a couple more slippers to go. Most of them had gone through the midway of that 2nd seed, but I will tell you this, Oconomowoc is in the lead by 2 points over Arrowhead, 16-18 in the place points. As Central Logan is in 3rd at 19, Kettle Moraine 21 points, and then Wausau West at 31, Madison West at 41, then West Bend at 46, Mukwonago and Brookfield East currently 8th and 9th place right now, and then we've got some other scores where these other teams need to get a 4th or 2nd skier down this race course. So the standings are a little bit skewed here right now as we've only gotten into 2 seeds. We'll have more of a feel for it after we get through that 4th seed to see where we are and who's going to really rely on their depth in that 5th and 6th seed racer.
Well, we got some important skiers coming up here, both for the teams that are in contention. And here's Charlie Hussey from Oconomowoc, a sophomore making his way down.
Oconomowoc in the lead with the team score right now. No, Hussey with a hip check. But Ingemar Stenmark pops right back up and comes down this race course. And Hussey, and he leads in again. You'd think he would have learned the first time, and so he decides to dive in the pool one more time. And now he's got to work on his skating skills to get that speed back up. And this will cost Oconomowoc the lead to be sure. And they're going to rely on their depth now to get back in the game as Hussey comes to the line in 40th place at 41.30.
Oakley Doring from Ashwa Bay, a senior now on the course. He'll be followed by Charles Rose from Wausau West. But here's Oakley Doring losing it a bit, but he still got around that final green gate. Doring able to keep it together when it looked like all was lost.
Well, one of the things I see these guys try to do, they kind of panic a little bit, try to make the turn with their upper body, and they've got to keep that upper body quiet and turn with their feet and skis.
Doring, 33.86, 33.86 puts him in 37th place. Charles Rose from Wausau West making his way down with Chase Hipp from Arrowhead due up next.
Well, I believe Jace Hipp had a great state championship last year. The 11th grader coming into this race to help lead his Arrowhead team here today. So we'll see that right as we finish up with Charles Rose from Wausau West.
This time 31.64. Charles Rose 31.64 in 30th place. Now Jace Hipp from Arrowhead. You mentioned Brewster. He had a great state tournament last year. He took 12th overall and now trying to vault Arrowhead back into the lead in the team race.
Jace having a super run here. Good pressure on that outside ski. This is going to be solid. Could be a top 10 finish here from what I've seen in his racing. May not be top 10, but it's going to be close. Has its 13th place, 28.87 for Jace Hipp, as that puts Arrowhead in the lead right now, unofficially in the team scoring. A solid run for Jace Hipp right there now as we look at Marquette University, J.B. Burbach. And he throws a shoe, and down goes JB rather. And he didn't quite go for the full yard. A little bit of a garage sale perhaps, but unfortunately he will be a DNF as we get set for the local Max Grody. As saw his dad out there, part of the course crew today from Lacrosse Central Logan, as Max Grody, the young sophomore, getting set to go and charge down this race course representing his school right here.
And a chance for Central Logan, the host school, maybe to move up in the team standings. They were in 3rd when we started the 3 seeds, and Max Grody, a sophomore.
Well, he's been getting some nice pressure on there on the outside ski. Let's see what he can do down here. He had some great speed on the flats, and this is where you got to make some quick tempo moves right here this is a solid run as he looks to find himself in at least the top 20, which will help Central Logan out in a big way. Could be in the teens with that run. And the time we're still waiting for right now, as Max Grody does find the finish line, and Josh Pagel will be on course now as Grody moves into 23rd place with a 30.19.
30.19 for Grody. That vaults Central Logan into second place for the moment. But on the course right now, Josh Pagel, a junior from Menominee Falls. Bailey Wickert from Kettle Moraine due up next. Here comes Josh Pagel, though. Menominee Falls. And across the finish he goes in a time of 32.98. 32.98 for Josh Pagel. That will help Menominee Falls, who had a did not finisher earlier in this event. Now on the course, Bailey Wickert from Kettle Moraine. He'll be followed by Reed Kunze.
Oh, and Bailey Wickert, there's a late pressure, costly there. As you can see, he kind of was finishing up his turn. He went to pressure it again, and it just jacked him right out of there. And unfortunately, Bailey Wickert will be another DNF. There's a lot of action going on there. So those of you watching at home and just kind of studying the racers here, it is about tactics play a huge role in this. You got to give yourself enough shape and space at the gate to get the pressure above the gate. As Bodie would say, some of these guys like to ski a little loopy. I call it bringing shape to the gate, and that's what's got to happen there. And if they come in a little too straight, they can't really pressure that ski until they're past the gate, and that's too late. And those are the kinds of things that happen there. So unfortunately for Bailey, he will be a DNF for Kettle Moraine.
Reed
we are
Kunze.
watching Reed come down now.
Reed Kunze almost lost it a couple of times, but he brought some shape to the gate, as you said, Brewster, and able to stay upright. And here comes Reed Kunze from Madison West to the finish. And his time is 32.31. 32.31 puts him in 35th place. Now, Jacques-Frank Laurent. I had a little French twist to that. Jacques-Frank Laurent.
From Verona. As he comes down, and he's getting some upper body rotation, causing some problems here, but he keeps those skis moving nicely here as Jock is bringing it to the finish line here as he gets himself into that aerodynamic position. And one of the things, if I might mention, you guys can see some of these guys have tight leg spacing. You want to open up that leg stance, let the wind go through there and get the hands in the face. Otherwise, you lose some of that aerodynamics. But Jock finishes in 26th place at 30.54.
Willie Tyson is on the course right now, a senior from University Lake School, Brookfield Academy. And he'll be followed by Logan Wood, a freshman from Whitefish Bay.
Willie making his way down the course, just a little late on his pressure there. Once again, these guys have got to think about outside ski, putting the pressure on the right ski and then the left ski. As they come to the finish line, Willie Tyson to the line in 44th place at 34.38.
34.38 for Willie Tyson. Now Logan Wood from Whitefish Bay. He'll be followed by Bergen Fitzgerald from the Madison Area Co-op.
Whitefish Bay could use another finisher here as they've only had one finish in the barn so far, and that's a 6th place finish from Trevor Katz to get things started, as Trevor was leading this race at one point in time early on. But right now it is his teammate Logan Wood to the finish line from Whitefish Bay with a 45th place finish so far at 34.80.
34.80 for Logan Wood. Bergen Fitzgerald from the Madison Area Co-op now in the course. Madison Area could use a finisher as well. They had a did not finisher from earlier, and they took 6th of the team last year, so you know they feel like coming into this one, they can contend for a podium. Bergen Fitzgerald from Madison Area Co-op. And here he comes to the finish in a time of 31.12. 31.12 for Fitzgerald. That puts him in 29th place. Now on the course, Grant Syverhughes from Nicolet.
As Grant makes his way down from Nicolet, I believe they could use another finisher here too, because they have yet to have a finish, as they are 0 for 2 so far in this race. And Grant fighting his way down this race course, battling against the forces of gravity to keep himself online in this race course. And it looks like Nicolet will finally have a finisher to the line representing their team, and it's Grant to the line in 32nd place.
31.14, Grant Syverhughes. 31.14. Now Preston Lyon from Aquinas, Unalaska. Well, we got Isaac Mancini now making his way down. Isaac Mancini from Badger.
And not sure what happened to Preston Lyon from Aquinas. He was scheduled to start, but right now it's Isaac Mancini on our screen from the information we have here, as he represents Badger in this competition with the team scoring today.
Mancini to the line, and a time of 33:34. 33:34 for Mancini puts him in 42nd place. Bergen Frank Loren of Verona.
And Isaac Mancini just had the best finish for his Badger team right there in 42nd place, and Badger's in 11th overall right now.
Does he know where
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're just getting a report that Preston Lyon's skis accidentally were taken by somebody else, trying to find out what brand they are. And that's the reason for his DNS, is that somebody has unfortunately misplaced Preston Lyon's skis. So trying to address that situation. When I have the brand, I'll let you guys know. Maybe somebody knows about it and can help out there. That's the information we have on Preston Lyon's DNS.
I see they got the deputy up there, Fritz Leinfelter, at the top of the hill. He'll get down to the bottom of this.
Okay, we understand they are head skis from Preston Lyon, and if you happen to grab the wrong pair of head skis, you might want to get them back to the start for Preston to compete today. Thank you.
Now out of the gates, a sophomore Bergen Frank Loren. So we have the Frank Loren boys making their way down from Verona. Here comes Bergen.
And he's just a sophomore, but he gets a little twisted as well. And this is where the guys kind of get into overturning their skis and causing a problem. A lot of rotation going on there, and it's just really too much. And that's what's causing the problem, in my opinion, for some of these guys. They're getting their skis sideways in there. And with all that turbulence in the roughness of the course, it actually causes more problems. So unfortunately, he will be a DNF as we get set for Joe Cleary from Maguanago, as he's on course right now. And this is looking like a solid run from Joe up on the top part of the course. He's grooving and moving, but he tips it in, keeps it on line. Nice hip check there again, as we have watched a number of guys go down on that hip a little bit too much, but keep it going. As you can see, he's trying to keep it going, but I see Joe Cleary kind of giving up on that a little bit instead of just racing. Phil finishes in 34th place at 31:40.
31:40 for Cleary. Now Braden Lupke from Rhinelander, a junior, now making his way down the hill, with Henry von Hugke from University Lake School due up next. But this is Braden Lupke, a junior from Rhinelander, and he took a tumble as well, and this is his yard sale.
Well, it's not full yard. He's still got his poles, so it's a garage sale. Is where I classify that, but unfortunately for him, he'll be a DNF. You know, we talked earlier with Christy Paling about the challenges of going through life and trying to make everything better. And when you have a little challenge in a race course, you got to keep moving on, and you just don't want to give up. I mean, I mentioned the word, the person, Ingemar Stenmark, a while ago.
Yep.
And
I remember him.
For those of you who may not know who Ingemar Stenmark is, he is the World Cup overall leader of all time, and that's the record that Lindsey Vonn is chasing. But I've watched Ingemar Stenmark doing a hip check and still winning races because he never gave up. You got to get in there and just keep pushing hard. And despite how bad that turn felt, you just got to make sure the next turn's better than it was. And this is what we're seeing here from Henry coming down this race course now, as he's trying to make every turn better as he makes his way down the race course. We're representing University Lake School and the Brookfield Academy Co-op.
At 30.62 for Henry von Hugke. 30.62 puts him in 27th place. Garrett Niner from Brookfield Central making his way down. Brady Wellman is due up next.
Well, we have the Brookfield group coming down, as we just saw Brookfield Academy, University Lake School Co-op, and now we got Brookfield Central and Brookfield East coming down, as this is Garrett Miner from the Brookfield Central team. And I recall in years past, these Brookfield folks were pretty vocal out there in the crowd. I can hear some of the noise in the background, so that's great to hear again. A lot of support there from that community as Garrett Miner comes through the finish line in 53rd place.
Brady Wellman is coming up next from Brookfield East, another Brookfield runner. By the way, Miner 37.58, 37.58 for Garrett Miner. Brady Wellman making his way down the hill right now. Zach Wayner from West Bend is due up next.
And we could see a good turn of events here for Zach representing West Bend. Good young athlete here. Once again, we see another tuck with those hands down by the feet. They need to be up in the face.
32.9 for Wellman. 32.9 for Brady Wellman, 42nd place. Zach Wayner now off and running on the top of the hill. Sawyer Dennison from Rice Lake is due next.
Zach having a solid effort here. Getting his skis pointed down that fall line as much as possible. That is where the speed is, ladies and gentlemen. Work with the gravity. As this is going to be a solid effort here from Zach. Coming to the finish line into 28th place.
30.66 for Zach Wayner. 30.66, 28th place. Sawyer Dennison now making his way down from Rice Lake, a junior. He'll be followed by Austin Krantz, a senior from Middleton.
And West Bend moves into 5th place with that finish from Zach Wayner. As unfortunately, this is Sawyer Dennison from Rice Lake. Unfortunately enjoying the gravitational pull straight down the hill on his back. And he will be another addition to our DNF list today. 4 athletes to go here in our 3rd seed, as we're starting to get a good idea of where we stand, as Arrowhead is taking a sizable lead over La Crosse Central Logan at 31 to 43 points. Oconomowoc sitting in 3rd place, but they have a 57th place to kind of kick out of their standing, as Austin Kranitz from Middleton is now on courts.
A senior, Austin is, as he makes his way down. Middleton trying to improve their team standing as well. They finished 5th as a team here last year and hoping to move up after this run from Austin Krantz, who lost it for a moment but gets it back. And here he comes around the final few gates. Austin Krantz from Middleton to the finish line in a time of 31.76. 31.76 puts him in 39th place. Alex Kinnaman, a freshman from Mount Horeb Edgewood, is making his way down. Edgewood had quite a state tournament here last year. And here comes Alex Kinnaman with Taylor Cook from Cedarburg due up next.
Well, that helped out Middleton, as Austin was the 2nd finisher for that team, so they lost one earlier today. One of their team members was a DNF, as this is Alex Kinnaman now breaking down the course from Mount Horeb and the Edgewood Co-op. And this is another solid effort right here.
Kinnaman with a time of 32.17, 32.17, puts him in 41st place. Now Taylor Cook from Cedarburg on his way down. He'll be followed by Jarrett Miles Kronig, and that will wrap up our number 3. Oh, we got a correction here.
No, Kinnaman helping out his team there.
And Cook went crashing into the bee's
Cook
nest.
in Cedarburg is in the B-net. And so I think that's our first B-netter here in the men's race. Unfortunately, we saw quite a few ladies into the B-net from that Super G. But that's why we put that stuff up, ladies and gentlemen, to keep them from hitting all these other obstacles that are out there. So we can see the ski patrol is on site there, as they're going to get him detached from his skis. And this will hold up the race a little bit, as it's going to take a while to get him unstuck there for Taylor Cook. Unfortunately, we'll have to wait for Jarrett Miles Kronig to finish off this 3rd seed, but that's going to take a couple moments. Once again, let you know that Arrowhead's taking the lead here in the standings near the end of this 3rd seed with 31 points. And Central Logan sitting at 43 points in 2nd place. Oconomowoc and Wausau West, 75 and 79 points. And Oconomowoc probably in a position to benefit the most, as their 3rd place skier is 59th place. So they certainly can kick that out. Now what's interesting is teams like Kettle Moraine, for instance, they have a DNF on the board with an 8th and a 14th place finish so far. Middleton, same thing with a 12th and a 39th. And then even Whitefish Bay with a 6th and a 54th place finish. So we'll see how their depth goes. Meanwhile, Marquette University right now just has one finisher along with Nicolay as they make their way down, getting ready to go. We pretty much have got all the team players down through this third seed right now. Jarrett Miles Kronig is an individual representing DC Everest. As we can see the course crew going ahead and doing their slip right now while they take care of the B-net instance up there. And I imagine we'll roll right from the end of the third seed right into the fourth seed.
Hey, Brewster, this gives us an opportunity to recognize some people who play such a huge role in getting this event going here. Our chief of race is Steve Michelson. Our chief of course setting is Bill Patza. Our technical delegate is Pat Slattery. In the race office, two of the nicest young ladies you'll meet, Lois Storley and Bernice Casperson. And the folks here at Mount Lacrosse, the owner Todd Shiney, do an outstanding job. And Darcy Bridle, Tom Raisler, Jason Barney, and Sarah Peltier doing a great job of hosting us and getting us a prime position for our broadcast spot and for our fans as well. There's a picture of Bernice and Lois. You have there, Brewster, on your phone. Also, PT Timing is here today, delivering all the video and timing issues and the scoreboards as well. Interstate Sound and the La Crosse County Convention and Visitors Bureau also playing a huge role here today.
Yeah, we hope to get Jeremiah here in the broadcast booth and have a chat with him. When I first met Jeremiah here about 3-4 years ago, he'd never been skiing. Well, now he's a veteran. He's out there racing in the local beer league and achieving bronze status in the NASCAR scoring system. So it's quite remarkable to see how he's grown as a skier. Basically, we talk in skier years. We have biological years. Well, Jeremiah is like 4 years old in ski years.
Let's see. He's got plenty of life left to him in that ski body, right?
Absolutely. I mean, he's a spring chicken when it comes to that, but it's been fun. And he was out here being a gate judge during our FIS race, the Nagy Memorial last weekend, where he got to see some really good high-powered skiing. We had the University of New Mexico here providing pace, some NCAA All-Americans in the crowd. So a great experience to just come out here and, watching him learn this sport. He's been a track star, pole vaulter and stuff, and to see him get out here and be a part of ski racing. I might add, Jeremiah won the coaches pole toss where we stand at the top. We have the coaches stand over here at the top of Damnation, and they throw the gates down the hill. And so Jeremiah was this year's gate toss winner. And we go, well, how's that affect pole vaulting? That seems more like a javelin toss to me. Well, apparently he got it to work because that came all the way down to the bottom of the hill.
Well, that works. That's pretty natural, that Jeremiah. Congratulations on that title, I guess. But as we finish out our number 3 seed here, Jarrett Miles Kronig from DC Everest is making his way down as the clouds create a different kind of look here at Mount Lacrosse. Jarrett Miles Kronig is senior from DC Everest in his final high school state meet, making his way towards the finish now with a time of 34:25. 34:25, that puts him in 53rd place. Liam Morrissey kicks off our 4th seeded skiers. Liam is from Marquette University High School. He'll be followed by Jake Harrison from Cedarburg.
Well, he's skiing really aggressive, and they need him to finish as they have just one athlete, what I call in the barn, that has found the finish line from their team, and he's going to add a second one in there for Marquette University now as he finishes in 36th place at 31:20.
31:20 for Morrissey. Now Jake Harrison from Cedarburg. He'll be followed by Gordon Smith from La Crosse Central Logan.
So unofficially, we look at the results here. That's a 36th and a 58th place finish. So Liam with the best finish as we watch Jake Harrison from Cedarburg take a tumble. Cedarburg's faced their own situations with some crashes as well, as they have 2 athletes across the finish line right now. And a good effort here from Jake to get back on his feet and fighting all the way to the finish line here. This is a good effort, perseverance to the line. for Jake Harrison in 61st place at 39.42.
And now on the course is Gordon Smith from La Crosse Central Logan. This is and Gordon takes a spill and comes sliding down the hill. Up on that left-hand side, now to the near side.
Well, he's coming all the way down, sliding past all the B-net and then some. And so definitely a lot of vertical drop there for him. I mean, he literally fell at the very top of that pitch and took it to the bottom.
Well, that'll cost La Crosse Central Logan right now. They'll need their 5th and 6th seeded skiers to come up big in order for the Central Logan to climb back into the discussion for a team title. Now Josh Davenport from West Bend getting ready to come out of the starter's gate. Eric Anderson from Middleton will follow him.
Yeah, it's certainly a challenge for Central Logan, as that has been a powerhouse team over the years, but right now they are behind the 8 ball. As they need a 4th finisher right now, as they have a 4th, a 16th, and a 23rd in the book right now so far. So certainly not out of it, but they're going to have to rely on their 5th and 6th seed skiers coming up, as that'll be Ian Scott, it looks like, and Jack Blomberg, as they'll have a little bit more pressure on them, and they just got to remain composed up there in the start, knowing that they've just got to ski well, and they'll make that contribution their team needs.
All right, Josh Davenport still waiting for the green light at the top of the hill, the freshman from West Bend. We are a little bit more than halfway through here, our boys' giant slalom at Mount La Crosse. And there goes Josh Davenport out of the starter's gate, bib number 299. Eric Anderson, the senior from Middleton, will follow him. West Bend trying to make their way up. They're in contention here. They entered this last seeding group in 3rd place, so now a chance for them to move up, trailing Arrowhead.
Well, and they've had a consistent performance, and this looks like Josh Davenport will be a big contributor, as they're pretty much finishing into the 20s and 31st place so far. Let's see what Josh can bring. He's 48th place right now at 33.04. So that puts West Bend currently in the lead so far early here in the 4th seed.
Eric Anderson is out of the gate, a senior from Middleton. David Prokopik from Rice Lake will follow him, but here comes Eric Anderson.
As he makes his way down, Middleton needs another finish here. They only have 2 in the barn right now, ladies and gentlemen, and he's made it through the toughest part of the race course. He's just got to stay focused down here. You know, we had quite a few DNFs earlier last week with guys DNFing down here just at the bottom finish. They think the race is done, and they're not. But a good effort from Eric Anderson, 32.81 the time, 45th place.
David Prokopik is now on the course from Rice Lake. Once again, Anderson at 32.81 in 45th place. Carson Durda is waiting on deck, but here comes David Prokopik from Rice Lake.
And Rice Lake needs a finish right now, as they only have 2 finishers as well, as that's a 46th and a 52nd place. David finding the finish line, trying to help out with that team effort, finding himself into 58th place at 34.49.
34.49. Carson Durda from Badger, a sophomore, is now making his way down. Sam Spencer, a freshman from Kettle Moraine, will follow him. But here comes Carson Durda from Badger.
And Durda getting a little twisted up there, losing some traction, but keeps it on line as he keeps himself in this race course right now. Just got to keep focusing on that outside ski pressure, as he looks like he's going to be successful to the finish line here for Badger, representing that team. Once again, you see those low hands actually blocking the wind going through the legs there.
34.21 for Carson Durda. 34.21 puts him in 56th place. Sam Spencer, a freshman from Kettle Moraine, is getting ready to make his way down, and here he comes. Spencer. Jake Armstrong from Madison West will come down next, but Spencer, trying to hang on, almost lost it for a moment.
Well, he's a strong young athlete here, as he showed his strength right there and determination to keep himself in this race course. It's going to be a nice time despite that.
29.97 puts him in 20th place. An excellent run for Sam Spencer right now in 20th place. Jake Armstrong from Madison West now. Henry Shore, from a freshman from Brookfield East, will come next. But here comes Jake Armstrong.
So that was the third finisher from Kettle Moraine, and Spencer at 20th place. They still need to get a fourth one in, as that helps out their team. But a nice effort there from Sam Spencer, persevering to keep himself in that race course, as he was certainly charging. As we watch Jake Armstrong now from the Madison West team, finding his aerodynamic position here to the finish line. He's the 90th starter, and he finishes 64th right now at 36.95.
36.95 on that finish. Now up is Henry Shore from Brookfield East.
And Henry Shore coming into this tough left footer, does a nice job there. Good tactics on that as he gets himself down that tough section of this race course, and now comes into the sunlight as the sun is coming and going behind the clouds that we have here today. So certainly varying visibility issues on this race course today as Henry Shore comes to the line in 63rd place at 35.40.
35.4 for Henry Shore. Yannick Elder from Menominee Falls, a junior, making his way down as Brookfield East makes a little move up the standings, but Yelder takes a move himself. This one is down.
Yeah, unfortunately for Yannick, he will be a DNF as well, as he's going to get tied up there a little bit, losing his ski. And once again, we've got some solid ski retrieval services going on here in the fourth round of this state championship giant slalom here at Mount Lacrosse.
We are awaiting the exit from Tazio Stefanelli from McGuanago, a senior. And a reminder, our leader is Jack Eater from Wausau West at 27.78. Wyatt O.B. from Ashland is in second at 27.97. Lawson Ludwig, a freshman from Wanakee, sitting in third place individually at 28.23.
Well, and with Wausau West and Jack Eater with that nice 1 point on the board, near the end, the next to last racer here in the fourth seed will get an idea of where our team standings really stand after 4 seeds have come down, as Tazio is now on course.
Tazio Stefanelli making his way down, the senior, with Jack Schill from Nicolay due up next.
Tazio doing a nice job. I like his nice stance here in giant slalom. Open that stance up, get a nice hip width stance for these courses. And now he wants to try to find a little more aerodynamic position here, bringing it to the line here at the last gate.
Stefanelli, a time of 35.58. 35.58 puts him in 64th place. Here comes Jack Schill down the hill. Schill, a senior from Nicolay. Max Bailey from the Madison Area Co-op will be due up next.
So with that finish, McGuanago moves into third place overall.
Schill takes a
goes
spill.
Down. Well, that really puts Nicolay in a world of hurt right now, as they only have one finisher, and we're in the fourth seed, so they're going to be scoring at least one DNF in the team scoring right now.
3 DNFs for Nicolay today. It's been a tough day on the hill here at Mount Lacrosse for Nicolay. Max Bailey, a freshman from a Madison Area Co-op, is due out of the gate any moment.
Yeah, unfortunately, sometimes it rains, it pours on your parade as a team, and it's going to be certainly a challenge for Nicolay. They need to regroup and just take it one run at a time and get these guys to finish. As Preston Lyon from Aquinas, Alaska, right now on the course.
Somebody found his skis, and we're ready to go. Preston Lyon, thanks to whoever found his skis and returned it up to him, as Preston Lyon from Aquinas, Alaska, making his way down.
Yeah, unfortunately, sometimes you don't have your skis really marked well, and you just assume these are mine. And unfortunately, that's what happened to Preston's skis. But he comes through with a 38th place finish, 31.24, as he makes his contribution to the team right now.
38.24 for Preston Lyon from Aquinas, Alaska. Now Max Bailey, a freshman from Madison Area, and he takes a fall. In that same spot, Brewster, that we've seen, he loses both skis.
Yep, and Madison area is also being challenged now, as they still only have 2 finishers in the barn, if you will, so far in this race. So they're going to rely on their 5th and 6th seed skiers just to hopefully not have to deal with a DNF on their score sheet.
Now comes up Caden Bentz from Arrowhead, a sophomore. He finished 14th overall here at state last year. Arrowhead in a tight race for that team lead with a couple other teams, Wausau West among them, and Oconomowoc as well. This is a big run here for Arrowhead. Caden Bentz, and he slips, but regathers himself and stays alive.
Well, good athletic move. You know, that's surprising because Caden Bentz is a very good technical skier, and he just tried to oversteer that turn. But now he's got some speed going, so that won't cost him too much, but it does cost him a bit, as he's still 24th place with that maneuver, 30.07, so a solid finish, and that is what Arrowhead needed. I mean, my gosh, he does that big hip check, and he still finishes 24th place. That's how good of a skier Caden Bentz is.
Yeah, remarkable run for Bentz. I mean, he was inches away from not finishing that race, and he finishes in 24th. Bridger Foster from Ashwa Bay is making his way down.
Well,
Max Behrens from Oconomowoc, but a little issue here for Foster.
Yeah, he kind of, at least he was able to arrest himself on the hill there and stop his downward descent beside the gate, and was able to hike up and get to it, as Bridger back on course right now. But once again, you see him trying to turn with his upper body. It's got to be quiet upper body, ladies and gentlemen, and just really working on keeping the body focused and balanced over that outside ski.
Foster, 48.7, 75th place. Max Behrens from Oconomowoc now making his way down, and Oconomowoc had a couple of racers in the top 11, but Max Behrens loses his handle, and he gets back up though and recovers.
Well, unfortunately, we saw a lot of that from the Oconomowoc ladies, as Oconomowoc does need another finisher here. They're third place finisher right now at 72nd place. And Max Behrens is probably going to be finishing in about that area as well, as that is a 68th place finish at 36.68.
36.68 for Max Behrens. Now Michael Muth from Whitefish Bay, a senior, making his way down. Robbie Ruprecht from Aquinas, Alaska, is due up next.
Well, believe it or not, Oconomowoc is in third place just by virtue of that finish, as we have a lot of teams relying on points in the 60s on their fourth place finishers right now, and a number of teams have yet to get a fourth one down.
Michael Muth with a time of 35.14, 35.14 puts him in 65th place. Robbie Ruprecht, a sophomore from the Aquinas, Alaska squad, coming down on his home hill. Let's see how comfortable he feels navigating this big turn.
Well, Aquinas needs a finish for sure to help them out, as they have just two finishers themselves as a team right now. So they're going to rely on their depth of this team to help pull them up the charts here, as Robbie is finding his way to the finish line. This is going to be really helpful. 48th place.
32.44, 32.44, 48th place. Now Tate Rahman from Wausau West making his way down. Tate Rahman, a senior.
So this is going to be a big run here for Tate. He needs to have a solid finish to help out Wausau West right now. Gets a little tipped in there, but does maintain enough pressure on that outside ski to keep him in the track, as this will be a big play here for Wausau West right now, as his teammate is the leader, and that's Jack Eater. As Tate Rahman right now, what can he do to contribute to the Wausau West team score? And it is 67 points worth at 35.25, 35.25.
And now our final skier in our four seeds, Hayden Cohen from Mount Horeb Edgewood. Hayden Cohen, a junior.
And Hayden making his way down this race course as well, as he works on keeping that pressure on the outside ski there, as he's got some good traction going, started picking up some good speed down here at the bottom part of this course. As he tried to go into that aerodynamic position and gave up the turn in the process, and down he goes. And looks like he's a little shaken up there, certainly disappointed, as he was having a really good run right there, folks. And unfortunately, Hayden will be a DNF.
So, Brewster, each team has sent 4 skiers down the hill with mixed results, of course, but the team standings look like this. Arrowhead in their familiar spot at the top with 55 points. They've opened up a big lead now over West Bend. West Bend in second with 138. Wausau West in third with 154. Oconomowoc in fourth at 163. Madison West in fifth at 168. And if you're looking for a team to make a big jump, keep an eye on La Crosse Central Logan. If they can get another racer across the finish, that would give them 4 finishers, and that would move them up significantly. But right now, La Crosse Central Logan sits in 11th place as a team.
Yeah, we've got well over 10 teams that need to get a 4th scorer in here. 2, 4, 6, 8 of them have 3 in the barn. We have 3 other teams that only have 2. And then, unfortunately for Nicolay, 1 finisher so far. As Isaac Benson starts us out here in the 5th seed, representing West Bend. And West Bend right now is in 2nd place, but certainly a far reach from Arrowhead. As Arrowhead's 4th place skier, 24th place, where West Bend's best skier is in 22nd. So Arrowhead certainly way out in front. As Isaac Benson looking to improve this West Bend score. This is a solid effort from Isaac Benson as he tries to improve on the 53rd place finish, and he does help out with a 48th place finish right now. As at 48th place, he is the 4th place finisher from West Bend so far.
And West Bend solidly in 2nd place right now. And now on the course is Matt Malone, a senior from Marquette University High School. Jack Adams is due up next. But here you're looking at Matt Malone, the senior, in his final state high school meet. Looking quite comfortable here in the Giant Slalom.
And doing a nice job. He's got those hands up in the face for that aerodynamic tuck position into 40th place at 31.30.
31.3 for Matt Malone. Now Jack Adams of Madison West coming down the hill. Ian Scott from La Crosse Central Logan is due up next. But Jack Adams is on the hill right now for Madison West, and they sit in 5th place as a team right now and looking good. Perhaps Jack Adams can give the team a little boost up those standings with a good run.
Yeah, he just needs to finish better than 74th place here to help out his team lower their score right now. As Jack Adams doing a nice job maintaining a low posture as he's trying to maintain a aerodynamic position, and he moves in to... Let's see, we still are waiting the official time from that. Meanwhile, we're watching Ian Scott come down. Jack Adams, meanwhile, 73rd place on that run from Madison West. And down goes Ian Scott as Central Logan, unfortunately, suffers another DNF as they only have 3 athletes into the finish. So they're going to have to rely on their 6th-seeded Jack Blomberg to hopefully find the finish line.
Just to find the finish line, yes, absolutely. Otherwise, the perennial power La Crosse Central Logan could be in deep trouble. Will Lauterbach from the team leader and defending champ Arrowhead is ready to make his way down the hill. Lauterbach, just a freshman from Arrowhead, and it's been a great day for Arrowhead. They have 2 racers tied for 9th, Dylan Von Heimberg and J.P. Friend. And they also have a racer in 13th place, Chase Hip. Then here comes Lauterbach in his first run here at State.
Well, as you can see, he is making some great turns. This is a good young talent here. And, oh, wow, that is amazing that his ski stayed on. I thought that was coming off for sure. As he is still rocking, baby. As this is going to be a solid run here. He could actually help score points here for Arrowhead. He'll certainly take points away. Let's see where he ends up.
29.11. That puts him in 14th place, and that helps Arrowhead's team cause immensely.
Yeah, I mean, he just knocked another 10 points off the score there as they had a 25th place, and he moves into 14th place for their 4th score. As we watch Emery Godin from Middleton, he has a problem on that big corner, and he will unfortunately be a DNF as he has lost his ski.
Emery Gaden and DNF, and Joel Alberto from Ashua Bay is coming up. But how about Arrowhead? They now have 4 skiers in the top 14 and a 25th place finisher that won't even come into play when it comes to the team standings.
Absolutely. I mean, you just talk about reloading. There's Will Lauterbach as a freshman finishing in the top 15, or we would say the front page at USSA, as the top 15 are usually represented on the front page of the report. As this is Joel Alberto now from Oshawa Bay, and Oshawa Bay could use a little more help as well, as they've got a couple athletes in the 80s, and unfortunately with that from Alberto, I don't think he's going to help improve that, but he certainly wants to add some depth to the score and could take points away from some of these other teams and help out Oshawa Bay, who are currently sitting in 9th place unofficially in our scoring so far.
And across the line is Alberto at 36.23, 36.23. That puts him in 74th place.
Well, that does help Oshawa Bay out there, because he eliminates an 85th place, and he's the 3rd best finisher for Oshawa Bay, still in 9th place right now.
Ned Stanley from Mount Horeb Edgewood coming down the hill right now. Eric Sproul from Whitefish Bay is due up next, but Stanley running into a bit of a trouble there, now trying to pick up speed again.
Well, that was a tough spot to lose all the speed right at the bottom of the steeps going into a flatter section of the course. Lost a ton of speed there, but finishes in 74th place at 36.23.
Back-to-back 36.23s put up there. Alberto and now Ned Stanley. Here's Eric Sproul from Whitefish Bay. Zach Long from Brookfield East is due up after this.
It's amazing how these guys take all these different journeys to get to the finish line, and they end up tied.
Exactly the same. Unbelievable.
So here's Eric Sproul on his journey from Whitefish Bay to Mount Lacrosse on this giant slalom here. As you can see, the sun back on the lower part of this course, that steep section up there in the shadows, as Eric Sproul comes to the finish line in 66th place at 34.45.
34.45 for Sproul. Now Zach Long from Brookfield East, a freshman. He'll be followed by Connor Pellegrin from Oconomowoc.
So right now, Whitefish Bay moving into 8th place unofficially, as Brookfield East is in 7th place. Let's see if Jack Long can take out the 72nd place. That is their 4th place finisher right now for Brookfield East, as they just have a 7-point lead over Whitefish Bay for that position right now. And Jack Long finds the finish line here, waiting for his time to kick up on our screen. Meanwhile, we're watching Connor Pellegrin from Oconomowoc as he makes his way down. And Oconomowoc has also had some issues. They started out strong here today, but right now we just watched another DNF from Oconomowoc. We saw the girls suffer that big time in the Super G, and now Oconomowoc, even though they're in 5th place right now, have 84 points for their 4th place finisher so far. So right now, that's where they're going to be here as we go through this 5th seed right now.
And just to backtrack, Brewster, Zach Long from Brookfield East at 35.54. 35.54 for Long, 73rd place. And Josh Navin from McGuanago is awaiting his exit from the starter's gate at the top of the hill. He'll be followed by Nate Spakeen from Aquinas, Alaska.
And we have Navin in the gate still, waiting for that to go as we clean up the course a little bit. He's now on course as we are still in the 5th seed of racing here, ladies and gentlemen, as Nate Spakeen from Spakeen maybe of Aquinas, Alaska in the gate, and they're going to want to watch him come down and find the finish line right now.
Here comes Josh Navin, though, from McGuanago, trying to give his team a lift, which sits in 6th place at the moment.
Well, the good news for them is they do have 4 skiers that have found the finish line. Let's see if Josh can contribute to a little bit better score here as he finds the finish line in 81st place at 37.79, or 37.49 rather, 37.49 for him.
Here comes Nate Spakeen from the Aquinas, Alaska Co-op. And Spakeen making his way down, almost lost it on the turn there.
Well, that was a nice move coming through that delay. He found both those edges and railroaded it. Now he pinched off his turn, got his arm caught in that gate. We saw that earlier from one of the athletes. And he did the same, but he finds the finish line in 43rd place. Solid finish there at 31:59.
31:55 for Nate Spakeen, 43rd place. Marcus Hagstrom, a senior from Nicolay, is getting ready to come out, but they have a little bit of a gate repair here towards the bottom of the hill.
So that 43rd place from Nate is a second best finish for Aquinas right there, so certainly helpful in that result, and they move into 9th place right now unofficially, just 10 points off of Whitefish Bay, who's sporting in 8th place right now. But it is Arrowhead clearly ahead in this race for the men's competition today, as they have 45 points to West Bend's 139, and then it's Wausau West at 165, 180, and 182 from Madison West, and Oconomowoc at 182. Both those teams could certainly improve their chances with a solid 6th-seeded athlete coming down to help out their score.
We have a change at the top of the hill. Brewster, bib number 274, Grant Shields from Nicolay will take this next run. He is one of the alternates for Nicolay in place of Marcus Hagstrom.
Well, Nicolay certainly being challenged. We are in the 5th seed. Need a finish here from Nate or Grant Shields rather, to help out, as Nicolay has just one finisher, and that is the 37th place finish from Grant Silverhus. So Nicolay in a world of hurt with the team score right now. So Grant Shields, the alternate on the course for Nicolay here near the end of our 5th seed.
Nicolay trying to move up there. As Brewster said, they've had 3 did not finishes, and almost 4 here. Shields able to stay alive.
Well, I'll tell you what, that is just a tough challenge, but a great effort from Grant to keep the ski on so that he can complete this run, as we've seen a number of athletes lose that ski. So double check those bindings, the pressure, the forward pressure especially, and the din, as it is the finish from that last racer. I don't see it on the board here.
Noah Hafner from Cedarburg is due up, and he spins out and loses control.
Well, and it looks like Noah will be a DNF as well. So we're waiting to get our score sheets back in place here. Looks like he's back on course, actually, is Noah Hafner. Coming through. We lost him on the screen, but here he is coming to our finish line, and standing up through the finish, and we'll still wait our time on that, but we believe that was Noah Hafner coming through our finish from the information that I have before me anyway, as we'll see what ends up on our score screen right now.
In the starter's gate is Gavin Kudik, a freshman from Kettle Moraine, and this is a big run for Kettle Moraine. They have 3 racers in the top 21 and a did not finish. So if Kudik can come up with a nice run here, Kettle Moraine can take a big jump in the team standings from 13th, where they are now, into maybe the top 5.
Absolutely. They can actually end up, in 4th place potentially here. So maybe even up as high as 3rd. So this has got to be a solid run here from Gavin Kudik, and he certainly has got the capabilities of doing that. The young freshman, an unknown here in the high school circuit, but certainly known among us in the USSA family, as he's got some good skills. So this will be exciting to see what Gavin Kudik can bring to the finish line here, as he is underway at the top part of this race course. This will be a big play here from Gavin Kudik coming into the toughest part of this race course. Does a nice job of holding his skis there. And this is going to be a solid effort here if he can keep it going. Coming into the sunlight right now for Gavin Kudik. Kettle Moraine is really going to like this run right here, ladies and gentlemen, as this will vault Kettle Moraine up the charts right now, as they were 13th coming into that run. as they have moved into second place right now, unofficially at 81 points.
31-14 for Gavin Kudik, and the big run, and he delivers. Gavin Kudik in 37th place. And just to backtrack, Brewster, Noah Hafner from Cedarburg is a DQ. Owen Hultman from Rice Lake due up next, but right now we're looking at Ian Vanderkoo from Madison Area Co-op. Ian Vanderkoo to the finish in a time of 31.91. 31.91 puts him in 49th place. On the course right now, Owen Hultman from Rice Lake. He'll be followed by Andrew Glass. And then we are getting close to wrapping up our fifth-seeded skiers, and then it's Hultman losing control but getting it back. Let's see if he can finish.
Well, you've seen a lot of athleticism from these young athletes to just try to save themselves and keep them on track with all that gravitational pull in the steeper section of the race course here in the dark shadows at Mount La Crosse. And here's Owen coming to the finish line, reaching forward in a time of 36.68.
Puts him in 82nd place. Owen Hultman at 36.68. Andrew Glass from Badger High School making his way down now.
As he makes his way down this race course, trying to just have a good stance on his skis. Like to see him just keep those hands up a little higher. They're really down low as we want to, just work on good balance here. He's got a nice stance as he works his way down this race course. And he is working on his tuck position to the line in 84th place at 36.82.
36.82 for Andrew Glass. Now Konstantin Gretchen is on the course right now from Menominee Falls.
Well, Badger really liked that, finding the finish line there, as they are in 13th place now with that 84th place finish there.
Konstantin is the last racer in our fifth-seeded group. And so we'll update the team standings for you as soon as Konstantin crosses the finish here for Menominee Falls. And he does so in a time of 35.91. 35.91 puts him in 78th place. And so that big run by Kettle Moraine and Gavin Kudik has vaulted them all the way into second place and narrowed the gap a little bit, Brewster, in the team standings as everybody tries to catch Arrowhead.
No, that was a big move by him coming in as a freshman into that race, and Kettle Moraine vaulted into second place at 81 points, so certainly closing the gap with Arrowhead at 45 points, but still quite a sizable lead there for Arrowhead. And then West Bend's at 141, Wausau West at 169, Madison West, get Wausau West, Madison West, they're all West, but Wausau West in fourth, Madison West in fifth, at 169 to 185. Oconomowoc at 191 in sixth place right now with McGuanago at 197. Then we start getting into 200 points. But we still have a number of teams right now that have yet to score. Well, they actually, yes, we have a number of teams that have yet to score a fourth finisher so far, which includes La Crosse Central Logan, Madison Co-op, Middleton, Menominee Falls, and Marquette University, along with Cedarburg. And then Nicolet, they're going to suffer with a DNF on this, as they only have two finishers so far. And we are beginning our sixth seed, and that's Oconomowoc right now on course, as they're currently in sixth place and looking to maybe shave off some points here with a better than 92nd place finish from John Dvorak.
Dvorak from Oconomowoc, a sophomore, leading off our six seeds. And he makes his way down and to the finish with a time. And we'll get that time for you momentarily. Michael Waddell from Badger High School is making his way down. Dvorak's time, 34.42. 34.42, 69th place. Now Michael Waddell from Badger. Danielle Summers from McGuanago is due up next.
Well, that certainly helped out Oconomowoc, as that 69th place is the third best time for Oconomowoc. So now they're at 169 points. So chipping away at West Bend, who's up there in third place right now. As this is Michael Waddell from Badger, as Badger team is right now in 13th place, trying to better an 86th place finish, and he comes in at 92nd for Michael Waddell at 39.03.
39.03 for Waddell. Now Danielle Summers from McGuanago coming on his way down. He'll be followed by James Moll from Whitefish Bay.
And Summers a little bit on his heels here. Like to see him in a little bit more of an athletic position here. And when I say ready to jump, that's athletic. And what we want to see there is just to be more athletic with that and get more pressure and power into the turn. But it's a nice effort from James Moll from Whitefish Bay, 73rd place.
Matthew Robb from Arrowhead now making his way down, the team leader.
And Matthew, copping some big air there off that road. And unfortunately, he's going to have to hike, but Arrowhead really not in need of that finish. Meanwhile, he's back on track, but James Moll from Whitefish Bay with that 34.92 time, 73rd place, helped out his team chip away at some points as he bettered his 4th place finisher who was 75th before. So knocked off some points there. Good effort for the team.
36.26 for Matthew Robb, 84th place, 36.26. Charlie Deck from Madison West is now on the course with Nathan Holder of Ashwa Bay coming up next.
So you talk about the depth of Arrowhead. We just watched that last racer, Matthew Robb, come down and finish 84th with a hike. But their 5th place finisher is 25th place. So those are takeaway points. It takes points away from some of these other teams to help extend their lead. When you look at, for instance, Kettle Moraine, they have an athlete in 37th place. He was in 36th, and now he's moved back down to 37th because of that 25th place finish.
Great example there, Brewster. I got my calculator out. Well done.
Those points all add up when you're really close, but right now I don't think Arrowhead's got a problem when they're nearly 40 points ahead.
Here is Charlie Deck from Madison West at his time 49.71. 49.71 puts him in 100th place. Nathan Holder from Ashwa Bay is due up next. And Nathan Holder out of the gates. And Sam Heineke of West Bend, a senior, is getting ready to come out next. But this is Nathan Holder from Ashwa Bay.
All right, Nathan Holder doing a nice job making those turns. And I got to tell you, folks, it's really dark up there in that section of the course, so it's really hard to see the surface when they come over that breakover there because the breakover itself is blind, and then they come into the dark shadows, and it's really hard to see that stuff. So these guys doing a nice job negotiating their way down this race course.
Holder, a time of 34.94, 34.94, puts him in 74th place. Sam Heineke at West Bend, a senior, is coming down. Jack Blomberg from La Crosse Central Logan is due next, and we know that's an important run for La Crosse Central Logan. But here comes Heineke.
Yeah, they need
when he takes a little spill, does a little hip check, and takes out an orange gate in the process. A tough fall for Sam Heineke. That will be a DNF.
Yeah, and we're going to have a course hold because we got to get that gate back in before we can get Jack Blomberg on the course. So he'll have a little extra time to consider his effort coming up, and Central Logan needs that finish right now as they have only 3 athletes that have found the finish line.
And a reminder, after today's events, after all today's events, we are going to have a coaches meeting, and we want all coaches to hang around after our final girls event today because they're going to be talking about some contingency plans in case the weather does some damage for us tomorrow, which it's supposed to do.
Yeah, and really, to me, the weather tonight is going to play a key role because it's just not going to freeze. The reason why we see such great conditions today is because it did freeze last night. And tonight's forecast is to stay in the 40s and even 50 maybe. So we'll check that forecast coming up later, but that's going to be a key thing. We've got a lot of really great firm snow on this surface right now. But overnight, if those warm temps do come into play, we're going to lose quite a bit of the cold firmness of this snow. They've done a great job. We've watched 100 athletes come down this GS course, over 100, and yet there's hardly a mark in it. So just an outstanding effort from this course crew. I mean, it's 50 degrees, ladies and gentlemen. And that thing is buffed like it's 25 degrees out right now.
Now here comes Jack Blomberg from La Crosse Central Logan. Remember, Central Logan needs another finisher, and if they can get another finisher, they would take a big jump up this team standings. They're in 15th right now. Blomberg trying to hang on.
Oh, multiple recoveries. Jack Blomberg is a fighter. As this guy's getting wild and crazy, but here he comes. He's putting in the effort for the team. Wants to find the finish line. 6 seed. The junior from La Crosse Central Logan comes to the finish line with multiple recoveries.
At 32.7 seconds, and we'll see where that puts him in the team standings. And it vaults La Crosse Logan all the way to third from 15th. Jack Blomberg with a huge and clutch run for Central Logan after it appeared that he was going to take a spill and suffer a DNF.
Not just once, not twice, but multiple recoveries from Jack Blomberg at 32.70 into 55th place. What an effort.
Seth Bartos on the hill right now, approaching the finish from Marquette University High School, and Bartos finishes in a time of 35.03, puts him in 77th place. Sean Bartolot from Middleton is making his way down, and an opportunity for Middleton to move up the standings as well, as they have a couple of DNFs today.
Yeah, they are like many of the other teams that just need a fourth finisher right here, which will pay huge dividends. No matter how you get down the hill, you have got to find the finish line right now. And that is what Sean is totally focused on, is just some solid skiing, staying balanced on his skis. Got a nice open stance here, and he's going to execute the plan right there. The sophomore from Middleton finds the finish line in 99th place, 40.16. And that moves Middleton up to 9th place with that finish.
Now on the course is Parker Bowman from Rice Lake. He'll be followed by Sam Beckwith from the Madison Area Co-op.
Now Rice Lake right now in 16th place. 89th place is their fourth place finisher right now. So with Parker Bowman, if he can finish better than that, that'll chip away at some of those points that Rice Lake would like to chip away at to try to catch Asheville Bay. And it is a time for Parker Bowman on 91st place. And unfortunately, it does not help them in the team score, but does take some points away from some of the other teams here. Sam Beckwith now on course from the Madison Area Co-op, and they need a finish. Big time.
Sam Beckwith, a senior, making his way down, and any sort of finish will help Madison Area Co-op take a vault up the standings. They sit in 18th place right now.
This could be big right here. This could really help Madison in a big way.
30.1 seconds, 30.1. That puts him in 26th place, and it moves the Madison Area Co-op all the way up to 4th as a team. A great run for Sam Beckwith.
Boy, it shows you the importance of those 6-seeded racers, because La Crosse Central, Logan, and Madison Area Co-op relying on their 6-seeded skiers to come through here. We also saw Kettle Moraine's 5th seed skier coming into play to move them into 2nd place, and they have a 6-seeded skier yet to come, and Kettle Moraine could possibly chip away at some more points depending on their depth.
David Zetley, a junior for Nicolet at 35.3, 35.3 for David Zetley. He is in 81st place. Now Ryan Schmidt from Menominee Falls coming out of the starter's gate, with Ben Landrum from Cedarburg due out next.
Well, that helped Nicolet out a little bit, because he just was the second best finisher for Nicolet. Granted, they had 3 finishers, but certainly helped out there with that 81st place finish. Ryan Schmidt now from Menominee Falls, as they need a 4th finisher as well. So that is his duty to the team, is to find that finish line. And you can see he's being as aggressive as he possibly can here to take it to the finish line and contribute to the team score for Menominee Falls. 40.69 the time, and 103rd place. As we just watched Ben Landrum from Cedarburg go down in a heap here. Now
skis are still on.
Skis are still on, but he has got to hike across the hill, and he gets to that, and he will continue on. So Ben Landrum from Cedarburg, they're another team that needs a 4th finisher, so that's why he is important that he hiked across to get to that gate and find the finish line, because Cedarburg really needs this, as they only had 3 finishers coming into this. And now it is Ben Landrum in 105th place, and that puts Cedarburg into 20th place right now, just ahead of Nicolet, who has to score a DNF.
Now Harrison Kraut, a senior from Kettle Moraine, coming down the hill, and then Kraut loses his handle, but gets it back. Let's see if he will be able to finish. Skis in place. So Kettle Moraine made a big jump up thanks to their fifth-seeded skier. Now Harrison Kraut finishing up his run here. Kettle Moraine in second place as a team, and looks like they will stay there.
By the way, I don't know if we announced the time for Ben Landrum, our last finisher, 44.75 was the time. Harrison Kraut at 36.09, 87th place for Kettle Moraine, as we are getting close to the end of this race right now for the men's giant slalom. It looks like Jack Eater will be our state champion in giant slalom. Wyatt OB will be second, and Lawson Ludwig in third. For our podium, top five is Matt Johnson in fourth place, and Connor Carlson from Oconomowoc in fifth.
On the hill right now from Aquinas, Alaska is Ryan Podergio. Ryan Podergio making his way down from the Aquinas, Alaska Co-op.
And they could certainly use another finisher here. Let's see if Ryan can help out with the team score. He's certainly trying to be as aerodynamic as he possibly can. Just wants to keep those skis running down this race course right now. And he moves into 106th place. Does not really help his team score out, but it's good to find him finding that finish line.
43.81 for Podergio. A 43.81 puts him in 106th place. And our final racer of the event is Spencer Sheehan from Mount Horeb Edgewood. And here he comes, Spencer Sheehan.
Actually, that finish from Ryan just put him in 106th place. They knocked off 3 points, and that puts him in a tie with Marquette University in 13th at 248 points right now, unofficially. As Spencer Sheehan, our final racer here of the Giant Slalom from the Mount Horeb Edgewood Co-op, finding his way down this race course. He's battling, looking to improve on the 100th place finish of their fourth skier right now on the scoreboard here, as it is Arrowhead in the lead, 45-82 over Kettle Moraine, as this is our final racer in the Giant Slalom, Spencer Sheehan, and he has found himself in 106th place at 41.39, and that, I believe, actually changes the score and does add a point to Aquinas, Alaska. So now they're a point behind Marquette University in that 14th place finish now.
You see the leaders on the scoreboard on the Jumbotron out there. For those watching at home, Arrowhead is your team champ in the boys giant slalom of 45 points. Kettle Moraine in second, 82. La Crosse Central Logan coming from behind a little bit to finish in third with 104. Madison area at 140 and West Bend at 144. And you heard Brewster mention the individual champs. Jack Eater is your boys giant slalom champ at 27.78. We're running about an hour behind the schedule here. So originally the girls slalom was set to start about 2:35. They'll try to get that going as soon as possible, possibly a 3:35 start there. And we'll be back here on the live stream for that as well on wialpinechamps.org. And so they're a little bit behind here, so maybe a 3:30, 3:45 start for that girls slalom, the final race of the day here at Mount La Crosse.
Yeah, no doubt there. It's like 10-3 right now. The inspection was supposed to start at 2 o'clock, so that probably won't start till probably 3:10 at the earliest, I think. So definitely an hour behind, if not a little more. So stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, congratulations to Jack Eater, your giant slalom state champion here today for the men's race. Wyatt Obey on second place on the silver medal podium. Lawson Ludwig, the individual from Wanakee, the young freshman, in third place. And they're joined by junior Matt Johnson from La Crosse in fourth place, and Connor Carlson, the senior from Oconomowoc, finishing in fifth, rounding out our top 10. Trevor Katz, Brian Jasperson, Christian Spencer, and then Dylan Von Heimberg and his teammate J.P. Friend finishing in a tie for ninth. Congratulations. We'll be back to action here in just a little bit. Thanks for joining us on the webcast. Thank you for joining us here live from Mount La Crosse, Wisconsin. You are watching the Wisconsin High School State Championships.
right, the music. DQs for the boys giant slalom race are posted at 3:05. Protest deadline is 3:20. We have one DQ, racer 203, Noah Hafner.
Hello again, everybody. Welcome to Mount Lacrosse. I'm Brewster McVicker, standing alongside or seated next to Katie Paling. And she's from Gerhardt's Kitchen and Bath Stores. We talked to her earlier today. And Katie, once again, thank you for your full support of these events with state championships, not only here in skiing, but I understand basketball and hockey as well, and a lot of other events.
Yeah, we really love supporting our communities with these events, and they're just a lot of fun. And excellent to see our young athletes competing between this ski championship right here in La Crosse, where our headquarters are, and then, of course, our corporate headquarters over in Madison, where the boys basketball tournament is hosted, as well as we've got a couple of offices up in Green Bay where the girls basketball tournament is hosted, and then we'll be back here in La Crosse again for the high school track and field championship as well.
Well, you're all over the place, aren't you?
We stay busy. We like it.
Yeah. So we talked offline, we talked about all the other products, certainly your partnership with Kohler and how that's evolved over the years. And another thing that's interesting to me is Milwaukee Tools, where we use a lot of the portable drills here for setting the gates that you see in the courses here. And we talked about innovation and lightweight stuff, and it's amazing how lightweight those tools are now, especially the battery-operated ones.
And how long-lasting the batteries are. I tell you, about 75% of the U.S. ski team is using Milwaukee Tools right now. I've slowly converted them all. Once they get a Milwaukee tool out on the hill and they're using it when it's cold, when it's icy, and they've got to be out there all day, multiple days on end, they find the innovation to be bar none, and so we've been able to supply quite a few of them. All of our locations carry Milwaukee tools, so any coaches out there that need a tool, come on in.
Well, it's certainly easier on the back when you're packing that big backpack full of all the stuff that the coaches carry around, for sure, and just the lightweight and the ease of the use and the high technology. I mean, it is literally at least a quarter of the weight of the drills we used to carry around. So talk about that innovation and how important it is, just in all the different tools they make now.
Yeah, that red lithium battery is really one that charges up really well and is so lightweight. The ability that they've got to really cut through the ice, especially on the gates. And the other place where I'm getting a lot of requests from the guys is on the tuning equipment. The tools are really helping them on some of the specialty drills that they're using on the tuning. And they plug them in, they use them one night, plug them in, and they're ready to go in the morning. Really long-lasting tools. And Milwaukee just continues to update their battery platform. They're not content, and they're building a brand new, huge headquarters in Milwaukee. So continued investment in the state of Wisconsin.
Well, that's awesome. You talk about battery innovation, certainly with the Teslas out there in the world, and pretty soon. I talked about the Jetsons, for instance, earlier today, and the innovations that are coming where we're probably going to be able to have those batteries operating all day, like you said, but even at a higher scale with more powerful tools and even vehicles and stuff, right?
Absolutely. I like I said, the companies are continuing to push each other and themselves to keep getting better and better.
So is there any other innovations you want to talk about for the general consumer regarding Milwaukee Tools and what you see people want in your stores?
On the tool side, we're really seeing them come out with the battery platform that is more adaptable across all of their tools. So everything from the new radios that are come out. The new radios are all Bluetooth, so you can hook your cell phone up just the same as you would at your house. And those radios are just fantastic. Those things are really popular. And then all their regular tools as well. The hand tools have really become really popular as they've continued to develop those. So everything from screwdrivers and hammers and everything else. We've got that whole set of those really nice hand tools.
Well, that's exciting news, with all the products that you guys carry at Gerhardt's. It's, you pretty much have everything that they need for the home there, right?
We do. Everything for the kitchens, bathrooms, other rooms as well. Our cabinetry is in home offices, in mud rooms, really popular. We've got your ski boots and all of the equipment you need for skiing. A good set of lockers in the mud room is can be pretty important for them.
Yeah, the mudroom, especially this time of year, is truly the mudroom, isn't it?
Well, especially with this weather out here, this beautiful day, unfortunately, we may see a little mud come up between the snowflakes, but that's all right. It's just
unbelievable.
enjoyable.
I mean, you think it's February. Mud season usually doesn't happen till the end of March and April, but around here, we're living it right now. Here at Mount Lacrosse, it is just a gorgeous day, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting set for our final event of the day. It is the ladies slalom, and what do you expect to see here, Chrissy, in this race?
A little bit of channeling.
Katie, rather. Sorry.
That's all right. My sister Chrissy
I know.
is
Just thinking about her over there in St. Moritz.
Yeah.
Those guys.
I think we'll see a little bit of channeling Michaela Schifrin here with her big win this weekend. Really some good stuff. The hill is obviously holding up really well. Great job by the course crew and the whole team out here. They've really pulled together an excellent race for us today in this great weather and keeping the conditions safe. And we've unfortunately had to use a little bit of that netting today, but it's great to see that the team out here is ready to go. They really have made sure that the hill is top shape and very safe for all the racers.
Yeah, I mean, and it's critical with that BNet installation that it has worked today. It has protected the athletes, and the one injury we did see was more of an impact on a gate than hitting the net. So the net has done its job, and there's another product that's been innovated over the years as well. And just you can never really have enough net out on the hill just to protect the environment for these athletes. They're trying to go as fast as they can, and we certainly need something to slow them down before they get into places they really don't want to be. Well, we're getting set to go. I see we have our forerunner on course. We're teed up to have 4 or 5. I understand we're going to have 3 here. So looks like we got a little cartoon character. Katie, it's great to have you here. We're going to see you tomorrow. Okay. And so we'll have more talk with that, and it's always great to have you visit with us. Thanks for joining us. All right, as we get set for our girls slalom event, we see the forerunners here, and it's going to be a little challenging here as we're looking directly into the sunlight here from the White House Broadcast Center here at the bottom of the course as we get set to go for our final event of the day. It has been a fantastic day here. Remember, we do have awards scheduled here, TBA right now. I haven't heard the word on when we're going to do the awards for today's events. But remember, coaches, we are going to have a coaches meeting as well to discuss tomorrow's game plan as we get set to go here with our ladies race coming up. A lot of great competition, and we'll see what's going to happen here with our race as we
Bruce Dry have our forerunners here. Henry Ogden, Tanner Benz, and Elsa Benson are our 3 forerunners here, setting the course for us as we get ready to go in the girls slalom. And just to recap what happened earlier today in the girls Super G, our team standings: Madison area, their co-op, in first place, challenging the defending champs Arrowhead, which is in second place with 62 points. McGuanago's in third, West Bend fourth, Verona is fifth in the team standings. That's through the girls Super G.
Yeah, it's going to be a very tight race there for these ladies, as that is just the opening step. This slalom is going to have the opportunity to certainly set some of the field apart here, I believe. It's always a challenge in slalom. There's a lot more risk involved, a lot more turns to be made. And these girls are set to go in that slalom event right now as we're getting ready. I believe we have completed our forerunners, waiting for the word from the course to clear everything, make sure the jury's in their proper places, and ready to go here for our final event of the day. Don't forget, we will be on the air again tomorrow as well. We will be broadcasting right through the awards here on our webcast. So thank you for joining us wherever you are around the world and throughout the United States, as it looks like we are underway with Alyssa Messer out of Oconomowoc. Now, Oconomowoc, unfortunately, was a team that had some serious challenges in that Super G, as they are only able to find 3 athletes find the finish line in that Super G event when you score 4. So we are underway here with our ladies race, and it's Alyssa Messner. She'll be followed by Hunter Bindis, Haley James, and Anna Dybel to get things started.
And Alyssa Messer making her way down the hill, the final few gates towards the finish line. And Messer from Oconomowoc setting the stage here in the slalom with a time of 44.79, 44.79 for Alyssa Messer.
Well, apparently that was not Alyssa Messer. That was a forerunner still, as it looks like we've got another time coming up on Alyssa Messer as she's underway. We don't have the feed coming from the start right now, so hard to see as we're trying to look at that bib number. It looks like this is her on course now.
All right, that's bib 96, Alyssa Messer. All right, we got a little ahead of ourselves. The fake Alyssa Messer did well. Let's see how the real Alyssa Messer does here.
That was just a warm-up for everybody, making sure you guys are all ready to go. You can see got some photographers out here helping catalog this event. Oh, there's the big gun out there himself taking those pictures. Alyssa Messer will start it out at 44.41 now from Oconomowoc, so a good start for Oconomowoc here in the slalom.
They needed that after the slow beginning this morning here. Now on the course, Hunter Bindis from Muskego, and Bindis sitting in 12th place in the individual standings after the Super G this morning.
And Hunter Bindis has got some nice tempo going here. Once again, remarkable how well the snow held up, especially for the boys GS that we just finished. I anticipate a lot more deterioration in this course. They set this course pretty fast, laid down the salt as quick as they could. The athletes inspected by a vertical inspection to let that salt cure and firm up the surface. Down here at the bottom, it looks like it's in great shape. The top part looked like it's already building a groove into it, as Hunter Bindis now rocking and rolling her way to the finish line, and she finds that finish line in a time of 44.79.
Now on the course for the girls slalom, Haley James. Haley James is from Madison West.
And as she works her way down this race course, Haley James working on clearing those gates and getting some good pole plants in here. As she continues, got some good speed coming to this final hairpin into the finish line. Has a pretty nice straight run to the finish, and Haley James takes the lead now at 40.71, 40.71 for Haley James as she takes the lead now. As we are looking at Anna Dybel now from the University Lake School Brookfield Academy Co-op, as she's on course now here in the shadows. We'll be coming into the sunlight here in the lower portion of the course here in our waning day here, Sunday, finishing up our President's Day weekend. With
Anna Dybel took third in the Super G earlier this morning, and here she ends up with a tie for first at the moment with Haley James at 40.71.
Well, as we move along now, Haley James and Anna Dybel are tied for first according to our timing sheet here unofficially. Sheridan Westfall is scheduled to be on course right now coming up as she's bib 140. However, it looks like something else is in the start gate, that bib 25, so I think maybe they switched that up as well. We remember in the Super G they had switched their first and second seed with that Wausau West team.
Yeah, it would be Natalie Sorensen, bib number 25, set to come out of the starter's gate. And we're having some timing issues here on our graphics in the White House, and I'm sure that might be what the delay is here for the moment.
Well, it's interesting. I don't recall seeing Sheridan Westfall come down. Well, I stand corrected. We do have a time for Sheridan Westfall, so that kind of slipped by me here in all the confusion, I guess, going on. As Sheridan Westfall is looking like she's in third place. We have a time of 40.96, but the scoring right now, I think they're spending some time correcting this stuff. We're getting some times on one screen, but we're not getting them on another. So not sure what's going on there, and we'll just have to stand by till we hear some more information, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, apologize for the confusion out there, but what's happening on the slopes is not matching what's happening on our computer.
So in other words, we're a little bit in the dark. We do see a start coming out with Natalie Sorensen on the course. And so once again, she's on course for Arrowhead. And we do have a time listed right now, unofficially with all these times right now, of Sheridan Westfall at a 40.96. That would show her up in second place, I believe. And what has happened here, Natalie Sorensen has to do a little hiking here up on the corner. And this is where it's tough. You go kind of from the bright sunlight up there into the dark shadows of this late afternoon here at Mount La Crosse.
And Arrowhead entering this event in second place, so every run for them is crucial as they try to catch the Madison Area Co-op. Natalie Sorensen, a junior from Arrowhead, the defending state champs, across the finish in 47.19 seconds, 47.19. That puts her in fifth at the moment. And now on the hill is Katie Ulrich from Divine Savior Holy Angels.
All right, we're starting to get some data back here. We're still lacking the time from Haley James has kind of disappeared from our screen, so you'll just have to stand by, folks. The professionals in the timing arena will take care of that as we watch Katie Ulrich now come down this race course. So stand by. Once again, all these things are unofficial anyway, and we'll have you guys updated here as soon as we get better information coming through. We're understanding Haley James did not start. And that's why a little confusing on us with our times here.
Katie Ulrich, by the way, 49.99, puts her in sixth place. Katie Ulrich, 49.99. Danielle Sylvester from Slinger, a senior, is making her way down. Sylvester sitting in second place individually after a terrific Super G run earlier this morning.
Well,
so Sylvester, one of the challengers here for a state title.
She's got some pop and sizzle in those turns, and Danielle Sylvester moving into third place unofficially at 41.46. 41.46. So our updated scoring looks like this unofficially. Once again, Anna Deibel at 40.71. 41.46 is Danielle Sylvester in second place. In third place is Sheridan Westfall at 40.96. Actually, she should be second. So our computers are kind of going a little wacko on us. We do have times. The places just aren't showing up in the proper place.
Delaney Dykeman is making her way down now, though, Brewster. We do know that. She's from Verona, and she crosses in a time of 45.3 seconds. 45.3. That puts her in sixth place. Next up is Noelle Lang, a senior from Wausau East.
Yeah, so what's showing up here, though, is we're missing first place right now. It's just not computing, so I'm sure they'll keep working on this as we move along. But unofficially, from my view, it looks like it's Deibel, Westfall, and then Sylvester in third, I believe. So stand by for all of those as we continue to work out some of the little computer glitches that are coming our way. As Noel Lang, meanwhile, from Wausau East, is on the course right now, as she's our start number 10 in this ladies slalom.
Wausau East coming into this event in 14th place after the Super G. Noel Lang making her way down the course now, the final couple of poles and turns and across the finish in 54.3 seconds. 54.3 puts her in ninth place. Amanda Schuster is up next. Schuster off to a terrific start so far. Schuster is in fifth place individually after the Super G. And her team, Wanakee, is also up there as well. Wanakee, actually, my apologies, Amanda Schuster is an individual qualifier, not a team.
Yeah, I think Wanakee has a boys team here perhaps, but Amanda Schuster, the lone female here competing as an individual, she's certainly one of the top competitors here in the state of Wisconsin, and I got to believe she's going to try to step it up from her Super G performance. She definitely has a lot more pop and sizzle in her turns. As you can see, working on gaining a lot of speed up there at the top part of the course, coming into the sunshine and then down into the darkness, where this is really tough for these athletes to see. As you can see, Amanda Schuster challenged with their balance there. And I think it's just the girls are having trouble with their vision. adapting from the bright sunlight to the deep shadows as they drop into the steeps here, and now coming back into the sunlight into the finish area.
And here comes Amanda Schuster to the finish of the time, 40.58, and a new leader. Not quite as good as you, Brewster, but a new leader.
Well, I will have to say that I got that from Warner Nickerson when he was here a couple of years ago. Just an outstanding personality. So he adds a lot of excitement to the races, and I'm just trying to emulate some of that excitement here. And nice to see her picking up on it, feeling it. And it's Katie Tour now from Wauwatosa on the course. And she's a senior, and she's working on it. As you can see, the action's a lot quicker here in the slalom, ladies and gentlemen, where the tempo is definitely a lot faster than what they started out with this morning with the Super G.
Katie Tour to the finish in 44.29 seconds, and Tour moves into 5th place individually here in the slalom. And now on the course, Christina Hopkins from University School of Milwaukee. Christina Hopkins.
All right, looks like the computers finally figured out these places a little better. It's Schuster, Dybel, Westfall, Sylvester, and Tour right now as we are watching Christina Hopkins from the University School of Milwaukee as she makes her way down this race course, which was set in record time, I might add, and then the athletes getting in that quick inspection. We're starting to see some shine in some of the tracks here, so good glaze, and Christina Hopkins finishes in 10th place right there with a time of 49.63.
10th place for Hopkins. Now Sarah Davenport from West Bend. Davenport, a senior, and Davenport coming in this one in 4th place after a terrific run in the girls Super G this morning. Sarah Davenport making her way down. Can she catch Amanda Schuster, who has the top time right now at 40.58?
And that lead over Anna Dybel is just 0.13 of a second. Davenport to the line in 5th place, 43.32.
Maddie Knorr, a senior from Aquanason, Alaska, now on the course. Aquanason, Alaska trying to make a jump here in the team standings. They sit in 20th place out of 22 teams.
Yeah, unfortunately for Alaska, they had a little bit of a struggle in that Super G trying to get comfortable with that speed this morning. As it was rock hard this morning, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, it was hard. You could just hear the skis grinding on that hard surface this morning as Maddie Knorr finishes with 47.58.
That puts her in 11th place. Maddie Knorr, 47.58 in 11th place at the moment. Now Emily Friedel from Cedarburg, a senior, making her way down. Cedarburg in good spot. They're in 6th place as a team after the girls' Super G.
Well, the upper part of that course, a very rhythmical section up there as the gate. Oh, and Emily unfortunately had a little bit of a pause there, got a little confused on which way to go around that gate as she continues on now. But that'll certainly cause the athlete, the senior from Cedarburg, to cost some time. So Emily Friedel now trying to gain as much speed as she can here in this lower portion of this race course. Emily Friedel now, as she makes her way down, she is our 16th starter here in the slalom. We are just nearing the end of the first seed, about 3/4 of the way through.
Friedel with a 54.54. That puts her in 15th place. Now Mackenzie M., a junior from Rhinelander, is now on the course. Mackenzie M.
And Mackenzie M. trying to show some aerodynamics, tucking in a slalom. Oh, reached for the gate, got back on her heels, and down she goes. Let's see if she's going to put an effort to hike. Maybe we can motivate her in that. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get her going. Cheer her on. Rattle those bells out there. Let's get some inspiration going. She's got a ways to go. So you're going to have to sustain that energy, folks. Give her that energy. Hike, 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 hike. Get her up the hill. I believe she's got to get up to that orange gate right there in front of her.
That has to be exhausting, Brewster, but she gets around that gate, and here she comes. How much energy does she have left?
Well, I'll tell you what, you guys keep cheering her on for that effort, because believe me, she's got a pulse rate going now. As here she comes, Mackenzie M. from Rhinelander with a big hike there. A lot of energy expended, but she is going to find the finish line, which is important here in team competition.
122.5 for Mackenzie M. A minute 22.5, but she gets bonus points just for finishing and showing some heart. Here's Kate Heisey from La Crosse Central Logan making her way down the hill. La Crosse Central Logan trying to bounce back a little bit after a rough morning. They sit in 21st place.
And Kate has been on this team as a freshman, and here she is as a senior, rounding out her career here at Central Logan. Of course, big powerhouse team that was here for years and years and years. And so Kate Heisey finishing out her career. They recognized the history of Central Logan here earlier today, and high school skiing in general. They were talking about how it was all just men at first, and then they finally let the women in, and they had to ski with the men. And now here you have the women having their own competition here with Kate Heisey in the 13th place with that effort at 49.80.
Well done by Kate Heisey. Now on the course, Olivia Krigbaum, a senior from Middleton. Middleton making their way down. Olivia Krigbaum, Middleton in 19th place as a team after the Super G this morning.
And Krigbaum doing a nice job here on this course. Really keeping a nice quiet upper body as she works her way down here to the bottom part of this race course, building up speed and tempo here. As it really straightens out, they can really let it run here to the finish line, and Krigbaum finds herself up into 6th place. Time is 43.60.
43.6 for Krigbaum, breaking the top 10. Charlotte Doring from Homestead is now on the course. Doring from Homestead making her way down. And Homestead.
As Doring makes her way down this course, she is here as an individual, as is Emma Kate Stecker, who will be coming from Whitefish Bay here in just a moment, as Charlotte Doring, the senior from Homestead, finishing out her slalom racing in the high school competition here at Mount La Crosse, and it's 11th place for Charlotte Doring right now at 46.02.
46.02 for Doring. Now Emma Kate Stecker, also an individual qualifier, and a senior from Whitefish Bay. Emma Kate Stecker, Andrea Kinsey will follow Stecker.
Well, right now it is all about finding the finish line here for these ladies, as Emma Kate Stecker wants to do it personally here. She's got a nice tempo up on the upper part of this race course, all the way from Whitefish Bay into this race course here at Mount La Crosse. And once again, the girls a little confused on that corner. They were kind of hustled through on the inspection, and it's so tough to see sometimes when you've got over 100 athletes and their coaches standing out that hill to see all those gates clearly. As right now, Emma Kate down through the bottom part of this race course into the shadows, coming out into where we've got a little more light here in the finish line for those of you watching us. And it's 12th place for Emma Kate at 46.49.
46.49 for Stecker. Now Andrea Kinsey from McGuanago. And Brewster McGuanago very much in the picture for the team title in 3rd place after the Super G. They have some distance to make up, though, if they want to catch Arrowhead and the Madison Area Co-op. Andrea Kinsey, can she get McGuanago off to a great start? She took 7th in the Super G this morning.
Well, this is looking like a great run from Andrea Kinsey. She has been really nailing some great turns, got very active ankles going here. This is going to be a solid run. She's definitely going to be up at the top part of this course with that finish as soon as we get our result here. But that was a solid run there from Andrea Kinsey from McGuanago. As we're waiting for Taylor Von Barron now, she'll be in the start gate here in just a moment, as she will also be competitive. The young freshman from Madison Area Co-op, they were the leaders coming into this slalom in the standings by a 4-point margin over Arrowhead. And we saw Natalie Sorensen early on have a little bit of a struggle as she had to do a little hiking. But it'll be interesting. This is a long day here, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of racing. It's going to take a total team effort to win this state championship. And we do have a time now for Andrea Kinsey. 4th place is the position. 41.21 the time, so a nice job there from Andrea Kinsey, as she's just 63 hundredths of a second off the lead, laid down by Amanda Schuster out of Wanakee.
A great start for McGuanago after Kinsey's run, a chance to make up some ground. And now Taylor Von Barron from Madison Area Co-op, the team leader, after the Super G, and Taylor Von Barron got Madison Area Co-op going earlier this morning in the Super G with a 6th place finish. Can she follow that up with another big finish here in the slalom and maybe even contend for an individual state title?
Well, I'll tell you what, she really charged out of that start gate. She's getting some good active ankles going here, has a nice tempo. Talked about her brother earlier on having some boot issues, had to get that repaired this morning. But here's Taylor Van Barron now as she works her way down, and you'll see and hear a lot about Taylor over the years as she's a young freshman, certainly a rising star here in the state of Wisconsin, one of our top competitors in the Central Division. She'll be competing at our U16 Central R234 Bob Hosking Championships this weekend, and she moves into 6th place with a time of 42:58. 42:58 for Taylor Von Barron, unofficially in 6th place right now.
Sitting in the same spot she had after the Super G, 6th place. On the course right now is Emma Meeker from Ashwa Bay. Meeker with a good run in the Super G this morning. She finished in 11th place, and here she comes down in the girls' slalom.
You know, and the course is really holding up pretty well. You can see kind of the rut building up on that big corner up there. But really, that's all wide, and it's just loose snow. But if you look around the gates here, the snow is very solid, so the salt did its job and firmed up the surface there. So this is looking like it'll be holding up really well all the way to the end of this race here today. As Emma Meeker from Oshawa Bay now approaches our finish line, as she works her skis down, and she's going to charge it to the finish and find herself in the 19th place at a time of 49:87.
Haley Bartline from DC Everest now making her way down the hill. DC Everest. She is qualified as an individual. So Haley Bartline trying to make her way up here.
So Haley Bartline, as she makes her way down this race course. Saw her head coach here a little earlier today, and he's just having fun and enjoying this sunshine. And I'll tell you what, you know, the snow is firm on that race course, but down here at the bottom, it is melting big time.
And it's Haley Bartline across in 48.56, 48.56. That puts her in 17th place. Ayla Gagne from Kettle Moraine is due up next. And Brewster, when you say the snow is getting softer near the finish line, what does that tell the skiers? What do they need to do? Do they need to push a little harder towards the finish?
No, the race course itself, all the way to the finish line, is in great shape. I was talking down there by the lodge where it's like literally turning into a lake down there.
For sure.
So some serious melting, and we do have some standing water down there by the lodge, and that's how warm it is, ladies and gentlemen. It's well into the 50s here. But you look at this race course and the condition it's in right now, it is in great shape.
Ayla Gagne, a senior from Kettle Moraine, is coming down the hill. Kettle Moraine in 18th place as a team after the Super G.
So right now, Kettle Moraine has got some work to do here as she will help contribute to that. Their best place in the Super G was a 15th place as a team. I got to believe that was Ayla that finished in that position. She's got some nice turns going here to the finish line and finds herself into the top 10 right now at 9th place at 43.68.
So our top-seeded skiers have all made their way down the hill. And our leader is Amanda Schuster from Wanakee at 40.58 seconds. Anna Dybels in second. And here comes Haley James. Actually, we missed her earlier, and she's making her way down the course right now. The sophomore from Madison West, Mount Horeb, Deerfield. Haley James is making her way down. She was scheduled to come down third here in the top seeds, but she's coming down now, and then we'll update the standings for you.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened to her. No, we found out that she missed her start, so it'll be a jury decision on the reason why she missed her start. We know we had a problem in the guys' GS with some missing skis, so Haley James does come through with a time unofficially of well, that time's way off for sure, so we're going to wait to see how that shakes out. From what you saw on the screen, that was totally unofficial, ladies and gentlemen. So the time that it's showing us on the board is no way, no how was that the time there. So once again, just working on getting the proper impulses in there for Haley James and still waiting for the time to be corrected there.
So after our top-seeded skiers, it's Amanda Schuster in first place from Wanakee, followed by Anna Dybel from University Lake School. Sheridan Westfall from Wausau West is in third. Andrea Kinsey from Mugwanago fourth. And Danielle Sylvester from Slinger is fifth. And we are about set to start the second seeds.
All right, so I'm showing a time for Haley James of 48.96 now, and that puts her in 19th place. So that's unofficially where we have her right now in our positioning. And we'll get back to the second seed as our course crew has done their job, and really minimal maintenance. A couple turns that I see, at least on our screen, need any attention. Otherwise, this course is in excellent condition. We've had 26 athletes come down through that course, and really only a couple gates you even see a groove building up. So really good condition. Hats off to Bill Patza and all the course crew and everybody hauling salt out there and tossing that stuff. It is working. As Allison is making her way down from Mugwanago, you saw her get out of balance a little bit, but once again, some good core strength for her to maintain that balance and keep going on.
Slusar trying to back up Andrea Kinsey's fourth place finish with a big finish of her own. Slusar across in 43.73. That puts her in 10th place. Slusar in the top 10 at the moment, and that gives Mugwanago 2 in the top 10 so far. Now Martha Daniels from University School of Milwaukee making her way down. Martha Daniels, just a junior, competing here at the state meet. So glad you could join us on the World Wide Web as well. For those of you watching outside of lacrosse or on your TV and your computer, WIAlpinechamps.org on this unusually balmy, warmer than usual day here in late February. Martha Daniels at 45.23. 45.23 puts her in 14th place. Now Kira Dinkowski from Cedarburg making her way down. Cedarburg coming into this one in 6th place as a team.
So once again, we mentioned that Madison area and Arrowhead separated by 4 points coming into this slalom race after the Super G. And it'll be taking us a little while to really get a feel for where they are, as we'll be updating you as the time goes on here as we get into those third and fourth seeds to really get a sense of where that point spread might be here later on. But certainly in slalom, a lot of different things can happen here. So going to be very exciting to watch this outcome today.
Dinkowski, 52.64. 52.64 puts her in 26th place. Katie Connor from Verona is now making her way down, with Gabrielle Palmer from Madison Memorial due up next.
And Verona, they've had some good competition as well. They were in 5th place after the Super G, and certainly if they can have some solid performances here, they can find their way up into the top 3 here today, certainly within reach of Mugwanago, depending on the outcome of this slalom race, and then we'll all find out the final results after the GS tomorrow.
Katie Connor, 48.87. 48.87 puts her in 21st place. And now we have Rayanne Klein from La Crosse Central Logan making her way down. Gabrielle Palmer not up there yet, or not ready to go, but Rayanne Klein from La Crosse Central Logan making her way down the hill right now.
It's interesting. I'm just curious about some of these girls missing their starts here today. This is the second one we've seen. We were able to capture the issue with the boys GS with some missing skis, but this is the second girl, and we're here in the second seed dealing with this. I've turned off the radio for the jury to understand any of this, so we're going to kind of let that stuff ride, and we'll have those jury decisions coming out later. So remember, all these results are totally unofficial, ladies and gentlemen. They'll be getting provisional runs, and it's up to the jury to decide the outcomes of some of these situations. As we watch Rayanne Klein from our local La Crosse Central Logan drive by that on the way here to the race in a 1:02.56 time, puts herself in the 30th place.
Alexandra Benson from West Bend, a senior, is making her way down. Alexandra Benson, West Bend, coming into this one in 4th place, and certainly in contention as a team, trying to work their way back up. And they're trying to bounce off a 7th place finish from Sarah Davenport, who came down here moments ago in the slalom. So Alexandra Benson trying to follow that up with another good run.
And West Bend, sitting in 4th place after the Super G. Alexandra Benson getting plenty of training over there. Loses her pole here at the last gate or so, but finds herself into 16th place with a 45-44.
A nice run. Natalie Oakey from the Aquinas, Onalaska Co-op making her way down. Elise Robertson from Kettle Moraine is due up next.
And Oakey, as she works her way into the deep shadows, as she is right in the sunlight, looking from where I'm sitting here in the White House Broadcast Center, making her way down and just coming into my view finally, as literally the sun is right behind them when they come over that breakover. As Natalie works her way down here, trying to help out her team and improve their position coming in, as they were placed in 20th place as they finished up that Super G, and she finds herself into 29th place here with a finish of 53-37.
Here's Elise Robertson from Kettle Moraine. Kayla Fritz from Rhinelander will come down next.
And certainly Kettle Moraine could use some solid finishes here as well to help out with their standing, as they're down there at 18th place right now, as Elise Robertson finding the excitement here of the slalom. And one of the things I see with a lot of these skiers today is just really stiff ankles, and you've got to be having a lot of flexion in the ankles. I like to call it anculation. You may have heard about it earlier today, but you got to really have active ankles here in the slalom, especially as Elise Robertson finishes with a 51.06, puts herself into 28th place with that effort.
Kayla Fritz, a junior from Rhinelander, coming down. Ellie Schlinkman from Wausau West is due up next. So Kayla Fritz from Rhinelander. Rhinelander is a team. It's sitting in 12th place. The Hodags in 12th after the Super G.
Well, you think the light is pretty tough, but really this is kind of the time of day all these athletes train after school. So they're kind of used to the light a little bit, but with today's conditions and how warm it is, there's so many different variables that are involved in ski racing, and that's what really keeps it exciting. It's a different playing court every time you step out here and go skiing and train. It's not like being on a basketball court where it's the same hoop that you're shooting through all the time. So Kayla Fritz finding her finish with a time of 1 minute, 0.10, 33rd place.
Ellie Schlinkman from Wausau West, a senior, making her way down with Sydney Dawson of Oconomowoc due up next. Ellie Schlinkman on the course right now.
All right, Ellie Schlinkman doing a nice job as she works her way down the course here. As she makes her way down, we've got a couple more athletes coming up that could add some excitement here in this second seed, as we have yet to see some of the top skiers make their way down from the top teams that we have coming off that Super G.
Good run for Schlinkman, 47.96 seconds, 47.96, puts her in 21st place. Now on the course is Sydney Dawson, a senior from Oconomowoc. Sydney Dawson and Oconomowoc trying to make their way up here. They had a tough morning. They had to score a did not finish, and they're trying to climb out of the cellar.
Well, certainly some team bonding, I got to believe, took place after that Super G, and those girls are regrouping to find themselves completing all the runs here in the slalom course today.
Sydney Dawson across in 47.32. That puts her in 20th place. A nice run. And it goes along with her teammate Alyssa Messer in 12th place. So Oconomowoc off to a much better start here in the slalom as opposed to the Super G this morning. And then Jill Genova of Brookfield East running into some trouble.
Yeah, she did what I call stomp the gate, where literally her ski went right over the gate as opposed to going around it. So she has to hike up here on one side of the gate and then back up and then come around it this way. So that's like a straddle, even though she stomped right over the top of it. But at least she caught herself and got herself cleared up to go. Otherwise, if she'd continue... Oh, she stomps another one. That time, that was definitely more of a straddle. Now she can hike. Let's fire her up. Get her up there. She did it once. Let's get her to hike again.
Oh, she's digging deep. She's
Come on,
getting
hike,
all
hike,
the energy
hike,
she can get.
Get up there, Jill. Come on. You did it once. Do it again. Just bring a little more shape to the turn. Come on, you got it in you. You want it. It's for your team, the junior. Oh, no, she straddles it going this way. Now, come on. You got to get forward. Just focus. You got it, girl.
What an effort by Jill Genova, everyone.
You know she's just totally gassed. Now let's fire her up. Finish it strong, girl. Come on, you're loving it. Show her some love, ladies and gentlemen, for the effort. Yeah, there's one pooped puppy right there, I'll tell you, ladies and gentlemen. She is out of gas, but she's going to find the finish line. Let's give her a round for
Well
that
done.
effort.
Jill Genova, a time of 1:58.15, but the time doesn't matter. What a great effort, not giving up on that run.
That's
Annika
what we
Lewis.
call perseverance.
Annika Lewis, a sophomore from DC Everest. Perseverance personified right there.
Absolutely. That's taking it for the team. You got to do it. And, we had a couple ski team athletes, actually, Slobding, I think, happened this year. And it might have been Ryan Cochran-Siegel. I mean, he's in front of 100,000 people, and they're cheering him on hiking at that place. So they made a big deal out of that, and he had a lot of fun with it, but he was bound and determined to find that finish line. So it's really important that they put on all that work to get to these races, and let's work hard to find the finish.
Annika Lewis approaching the finish here from DC Everest in a time of 54.22 seconds. 54.22 puts her in 33rd place. It's interesting to hear you tell a story about some of the elite level skiers having to hike. It happens. It happens to the best of them.
Oh, no doubt about it. You certainly want to minimize those things, but when it happens, you put in the effort and you want to get her done. As Sydney Smith from Nicolay is making her way down the bottom part of this race course now. As she wears bib number 10. She's our 41st starter here. As you can see the time ticking away on her here at the bottom part of this race course. She's going to find the finish line and put herself into 19th place at 47.07.
47.07 for Sydney Smith and Nicolay. Now Lexi Bullis, a multi-talented winter sports athlete. She competed in the snowboard as well. And Bullis from Slinger, a junior.
As she is our 42nd starter here from Slinger, Lexi Bullis, making her way down this race course. As looks like she's eaten up some time early on in this race course here. As Lexi Bullis, the junior from Slinger, finding the finish line here. Coming up, we'll see Erin Hutchinson from Madison West.
Bullis, a time of 48.64, 48.64, puts her in 25th place. Erin Hutchison from Madison West, Mount Horeb, Deerfield, to be followed by Erin Bennett.
And then we'll see Maddie Cummings, our Super G winner, coming up here in the start in just a moment from that powerhouse of Arrowhead. And they're being challenged by that Madison Area Co-op where Riley Burkett will be the finisher of the second seed coming up. So we'll get a good feel for where these teams stand here at the end of the second seed, get an idea of what that pace is going to be like here as we watch Erin Hutchinson now find her way to the finish line and puts herself into 31st place at 49.93.
49.93 for Erin Hutchinson. Erin Bennett is now on the course from Wausau East. Erin Bennett, Wausau East, entering the slalom portion of the competition in 14th place as a team. Erin Bennett, the second Wausau East racer to head on down the hill here today.
You know, there's probably only two Erins in the whole field, and they go right after each other.
It's amazing how that works out.
And sometimes. So Wausau East, Erin Bennett coming to the finish line here in just a few moments. And then we'll see Maddie Cummings from the Arrowhead team, leader of that squad right now, as she is the senior leader right now of that team as Erin Bennett finds the finish line, the sophomore from Wausau East in a time of 54.14, 36th place. This is Maddie Cummings now. And look at the tempo she's got up here at the top part of this course. This is a seasoned veteran, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, and she straddles up there. Once again, that gate has been fooling a couple of these girls, and Maddie Cummings is one of them. And so now a little chink in the armor of Arrowhead as we saw Natalie Sorensen also be challenged in this slalom course. So Maddie Cummings opening up the door for some of these other teams to get back in the game. As Arrowhead's Maddie Cummings now carrying a lot of speed. You know, that's going to cost her a little bit of time, but she will still have a decent time relative to the field. It's 33rd place, however, unbecoming of the Arrowhead team at 50.14.
Cummings, the champion of the Super G, a little sluggish on that run, but still Arrowhead in second place as a team coming in, and you know the Madison Area Co-op was taking notice on that. Kate Gale from the University Lake School making her way down. The senior trying to pick up a good time. University Lake School in 9th place as a team entering the slalom race here after the Super G.
Well, and that's where Arrowhead is currently placed with a 20th and a 33rd. They are going to be depending on the depth of that team to help them get back up there at the top of the charts right now. But we have a lot of racing to go, ladies and gentlemen. Katie Gale to the finish line in 36th place at 52.84.
Here's Isabel Ulrich from Divine Savior Holy Angels. Isabel Ulrich making her way down, and Divine Savior Holy Angels had an excellent morning this morning in the Super G. They sit in 8th place as a team.
As Isabel Ulrich navigates her way down here to the bottom part of this race course, the sun has gone behind the hill, so everything's going to be pretty much shadowed except going right into the corner there. That's the only place there's sunshine on this course, as Isabel Ulrich finishes 19th place at 46.83. There's the sun you can see on the course. Oh, another straddle, as she looks like she was just following the tracks that Maddie Cummins laid down there. And so once again, that course on the corner has been a challenge for some of these athletes. And I just wonder if they just didn't get a good enough look during the inspection with all the athletes on the hill.
Well, Sarah Dempsey trying to finish things off now. She had to hike a little bit more right there. The senior from Wauwatosa making her way down. Sarah Dempsey.
Well, it just shows you how important an inspection is. Get the visual imaging in your mind. You just cannot afford those little brain lapses that happen from time to time here.
Dempsey
a lot of focus.
Dempsey with a time of 1 minute, 3.22 seconds, puts her in 45th place. Frankie Flores from Ashwa Bay now coming down the hill. Flores from a sophomore.
Well, I'll tell you what, I mentioned that anything could happen here in slalom, and we have seen it so far. So this, certainly the state championships is well away from being totally defined on who's going to end up winning this championship this year, at least here on the ladies championship field, as we are watching Frankie Flores from Oshawa Bay navigating her way down here in the mid part of this course as we're trying to get this race done before the darkness comes upon us, as we are at 4:23 here in the Central Time Zone in the Central Nation in La Crosse, Wisconsin.
Frankie Flores, 52.3 seconds, 52.3. That puts her in 36th place. Riley Hendren from Muskego now coming down. She's a senior.
And Riley Hendren had some nice pace up there at the top part of this race course, as she had some good tempo going as she makes her way down this race course, trying to pick up the pace just a little bit. Going to be a little bit off the pace for a top 10 finish, but certainly a respectable run here from Riley Hendren as she comes to the finish line now at 49.04, finishing in 29th place for Muskego.
Now back-to-back racers here, Brewster, that are very crucial to the team race. First, Alexis Stanke from Middleton on the course right now. She'll be followed by Riley Burkett from the Madison Area Co-op. Here is Stanke first from Middleton. Middleton trying to follow up an 8th place finish from Olivia Krigbaum in this event earlier. And now Stanke navigating her way down the hill here, cautiously.
Yeah, and Alexis needs to be a bit more aggressive to help out Middleton with their team score here. But I think right now she's just worried about finding that finish line, certainly. Taking a little rounder line, bringing some shape to the turn here. Oh, missed the bottom of that hairpin, I believe, from what I saw here. But so once again, we do have a time for her. We'll have to wait for the report of the referee. But a 59.37 is what's logged in the book right now at 45th place for Alexis. Meanwhile, you're watching Riley Burkett. She has to match up the time, 6th place finish from Taylor Von Barron, her teammate from the Madison Area Co-op. This is a solid effort right here from Riley Burkett, and they should be taking the lead with this, and they do, as that is an 8th place finish from Riley Burkett at 43.43, as right now it is Madison Area Co-op in 14 points. And then it's 15 points from McGuanago, West Bend at 24, Wausau West at 28 points, and Slinger currently in 5th at 32. So very tight racing. But lurking back there in the background is that national or the state championship team. It seems like a national championship with all the years of their wins. Arrowhead currently sitting in 14th place. We'll just have to see the depth of that team right now.
Unusual to see that, that's for sure, but you know they have depth on their team. They've shown it over the years, so we'll look for Arrowhead to make a jump here as we get to the 3rd, 4th, and 5th seeds, but it's the Madison Area Co-op champions in the Super G as a team and in first place right now in the slalom. Individually, Amanda Schuster still has the top time at 40.58. She's from Wanakee. Anna Dybel from University Lake School Brookfield Academy is in 2nd. Sheridan Westfall from Wausau West is in 3rd. Andrea Kinsey from McGuanago 4th. And Danielle Sylvester from Slinger is 5th. Just about ready to go for the 3rd seeded racers, and it's going to start off with Charlotte Siegel from University School.
You're not getting any hits right now, are you? Nope, it's back to normal.
And Charlotte Siegel makes her way down the course now, bib number 119. University School of Milwaukee entering this second event in the girls' state ski meet in 16th place.
Well, they're in 7th here in the slalom competition so far after the 2nd seed had finished. So we'll see how all that shakes out. Very interesting accomplishments from some of these ladies here in this slalom race, and we are a long way from getting the outcome of this state championship determined right now.
And here comes Charlotte Siegel making her way down through the final few turns of the girls' slalom. One of the longer, more challenging races for these ski racers this year.
Well, they're having about the same amount of space that they do in a GS, and they're racing slalom with it twice as many turns. So a lot of action. Charlotte Siegel with a 59.01 finishes in 46th place so far, unofficially on the scoreboard, as you're watching Annika Strand now from Wauwatosa.
Wauwatosa coming into this event in 13th place after the Super G. Annika is the first of the Strand triplets making her way down the hill today.
There's a little family competition going on there, I'm sure. Annika Strand will work her way down the finish line here and find herself into 46th place at the time at 54.93.
54.93 for Annika Strand.
And now you're watching Verona's Olivia Rawson on the course right now, as Verona trying to pick up some points right now. They are tied for 10th place with Muskego after the 2nd seed was completed here. And after the Super G, they were placed in 5th. So interesting how they will shake out here at the end of the slalom today.
Rawson with a time of 49.11, 49.11 in 31st place. Now Mandy Fitzgerald, the freshman from the Madison Area Co-op, making her way down. And Fitzgerald took 8th in the Super G this morning. She had a terrific run. Now the freshman trying to back it up with back-to-back good runs and help out the first place Madison Area Co-op.
Well,
Here
this
she
is a
comes.
rock and run. It's going to be very solid.
And in 6th place, Mandy Fitzgerald at 42.47, 42.47. Mandy Fitzgerald in 6th place. And so that gives the Madison Area Co-op three athletes in the top 10.
And I believe they are, well, Riley's a senior, but you look at Mandy and Taylor, they are freshmen. And they are 6th and 7th right now for the Madison Area Co-op. So good young group of ladies on that team, and they're going to be challenging for this state championship here this weekend.
Sydney Richetto from Wausau East is now closing in on the finish line. Sydney Richetto. And Richetto is going to approach the finish. 57.537. 57.53 seconds, 49th place right now for Sydney Richetto. Hannah Gage is about to make her way down.
Well, unfortunately,
we have a little
she
bit of
has,
slippage.
Lost a ski, so she will be a DNF for Hannah Gage, unfortunately. So that'll put an end to her run. And unfortunately, that is a DNF for her.
Hannah Gage had qualified as an individual from Badger High School. Olivia Costa is now about to come out of the gate. She is up next. Olivia Costa is from Brookfield Central.
You know, I talked about the Badger head coach, Doug Harrod. You know, I saw him here last year. He said he was retiring. Well, he never really retired. He's still here coaching. But he's got some individuals helping him coach, as he's certainly being challenged with some of his hip action going on there, but he's still leading this crew. His guys team is competing here, and then we saw just that individual performance come down from Hannah Gage, unfortunately, with her DNF. But Doug is another one of our skiing family. His daughter is on the World Cup circuit as our USSA press officer there. She just finished up in St. Moritz and heading to South Korea, where they're going to have an Olympic trial event there and a test event for the Olympics, which will be there next year.
And Olivia Costa making her way down from Brookfield Central. And Costa is going to cross the finish. 57.58 seconds. 57.58 puts her in 50th place. Marie Major from University Lake School now coming down the hill.
And Marie coming out of that sunlight into the darkness down here at the bottom part of this race course as she negotiates her way down. And I got to believe that we're going to be looking at Amanda Schuster atop the podium here. I just don't really see anyone else down this start list that is going to challenge that. I know Amanda was probably a little disappointed in her Super G performance, and she certainly rose to the challenge here with the slalom. Looks like she's going to end up with a win.
Marie Major, 54.97. 54.97 puts her in 49th place. Missy Plunkett from the Aquinas Onalaska Co-op is on the course right now.
So you see the time of Amanda Schuster as our current leader at 40.58. There's only two other girls in that 42nd club, and that's Anna Dybel, 1300ths back at 40.71, and then 3800ths of a second off of Schuster's time is 40.96 with Sheridan Westfall. They're our top three in the standings right now, all unofficial, as you watch Missy Plunkett from Aquinas Onalaska charging her way to the finish line here and feeling good about her accomplishment and finding the finish line in 57th place, currently at 103.88.
103.88 for Missy Plunkett. and Squires from Middleton now making her way down. She'll be followed by Allie Volmar from Slinger. But this is Ann Squires.
As Ann Squires works her way down, the Middleton girls currently in 17th place as far as the slalom standings go, as they are looking to rise up from the 19th place finish they had in Super G. So a little bit better performance here in the slalom. Let's see how it shakes out here at the end as Ann Squires finds herself across the line in 55th place at a 102.29.
102.29 for Ann Squires. Allie Volmar now on the course. Alicia Krause from Central Logan is about ready to come out of the starter's gate.
So right now we have 8 teams that have 3 skiers completing their course for their teams so far, getting a sense of where our standings are here, and we'll know more after the end of this third seed as Allie Volmer from Slinger finds the finish in 51.27, and that puts her in 40th place, and currently Slinger in second place. However, they're at 73 points to the 22 points posted by Madison Area Co-op right now.
Alicia Krause making her way down from La Crosse Central Logan in 20th place at the moment and trying to make a little climb here. Alicia Krause.
I think it's Krause, yes, from La Crosse Central Logan. I know Amy, I just hear Amy's voice ringing Krause in my ear right now. And I believe, Amy, you're probably out there listening to us, so thank you for that. Voice in the back of my head is Elisa Krause from La Crosse Central Logan, the senior, finishing up her slalom career here.
104.37, a minute 4.37 seconds for Alicia Krause. Now Zoe Stenseth from Rice Lake making her way down, followed by Allie Roberson from Ashwa Bay.
And Zoe, you know, these girls have had a long day. They started early this morning with the Super G, and here we are nearly 4:35 in the late afternoon. And, you know, this is the time of day where they've been in class all day, and they're coming out here just to cop a refresh and go out here and have some fun skiing. And here they are at the state championships with Zoe Stenseth finishing in a time of 56:13. 51st place so far for Rice Lake on that accomplishment.
Allie Roberson from Ashwa Bay now coming down the course. Ashwa Bay beginning this event in 17th place as a team.
And they're in 20th as far as the slalom standings go after the second seed of racing right now, as Allie Roberson negotiates her way down to the finish line here. You know, in ski racing, it's about the time. Tick, 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 tick. You're just trying to cut off the time as much as you can, and it's a 53:41 for Allie Roberson in 45th place right now.
Anna Meyer from Cedarburg, a sophomore, is on the course right now, and over the head wall, making her way down, Alexis Pachella from Rhinelander is due next. But this is Anna Meyer from Cedarburg.
And Cedarburg looking for a finish here. Right now they have two girls in the 40s with their finishes here, and that is a 39th place finish, so the best finish right there for her team right now. Anna Meyer with a 50-29, 39th place right there for Anna Meyer. So nice job for Cedarburg. This is Rhinelander's Alexis Pachella.
Rhinelander known as the Hodags. You know what a Hodag is?
What's a Hodag?
I believe it's a mythical dragon-like figure.
Wow.
It's a pretty nasty-looking, impressive, though, mascot. Here comes Alexa Pachilla, a Hodag from Rhinelander.
I wonder, do they have a Hodag on their flag, their team flag? I might have seen that this morning.
It might have, yes.
Well, right now they need the dragon to get her butt up the hill right now. As cheer her on as Alexis gets up there for that little hike. And she's got to keep those ankles moving. Her heart is pumping as she's excited because she's going to find the finish line.
And Alexis Pachella with a time of 1 minute, 8.64 seconds. That puts her in 64th place. Now on the course is Maya Wood, a sophomore from the Madison West Mount Horeb Deerfield Co-op, a team that entered the slalom in 15th place as a team. And Wood across in 48.35, a nice run, puts her in 27th place. Kettle Moraine's Kayla Osbach from Kettle Moraine, a junior, now on the course, and she's at the top, about to come over the head wall.
Well, Maya Wood just had the best finish for her team at Madison West in 27th place, and they put that team into 4th place unofficially in the team scoring so far with what is finished so far here in this third seed. As Kayla Oshbach from Kettle Moraine right now moving up the ladder, and let's see what they can do. Need a solid finish from her right now as they have an 11th and a 41st as Kayla keeps working those feet through these turns and finds that finish line in a time of 54.66 as it is Kettle Moraine now moving into 6th place unofficially so far.
Halfway through the girls' slalom, and now here's Charlotte Buer from Divine Savior Holy Angels. Buer making her way down, trying to help out DSHA. And she took a little bit of a spill. She might have to do some hiking to get back.
Yeah, she's going to have to hike back up. Looks like she's got to get into the top part of that flush combination right there. And skating her way up to the top. And, it looks like she's close to it here on the screen, but she's got a ways to go. Looking at it visually from our broadcast booth, as the angle of that video camera didn't really show how far she had to go. She's completed it, but you can see, you can't see on the screen, but there's another racer coming down right behind her, so she's got to get moving and make sure she's cleared these gates enough that they're not kind of interfering with the next athlete who's coming. So Charlotte finds the finish line.
And now Riley Heiger is coming right behind her. Heiger from Wausau West. Buer, a time of 1 minute, 23.66 seconds. And Riley Heiger close behind, and she crosses the finish, I should say, at 1 minute, 2 seconds, puts her in 61st place. Camille Mose from Edgewood is now on the course, or here she comes, just out of the starter's gate. Sarah Letcher from Oconomowoc will follow her.
We've got 6 more athletes to go here in this third seed, and Brittany Curry from Arrowhead will be bringing up the back of the pack here in this seed, and this is going to be a critical run for Brittany Curry to help Arrowhead out, as they've had a couple hikers so far today here in the slalom, so they're going to need a solid performance from her. As we watch Camille Moles from Edgewood, she's had a decent day, really doing a nice job here skiing, the senior from Edgewood, finishing out her career for her high school, certainly representing that community as she comes charging across the finish line in a 45:30, and that's a great run, 17th place for Camille.
Sarah Letcher from Oconomowoc now coming down the hill, and Sarah will be followed by Ashley Puccini from Menominee Falls. But this is Sarah Letcher, sophomore from Oconomowoc.
And Camille Mose, by the way, an individual competing here, representing her school, Edgewood. As Sarah Letcher now from Oconomowoc. You know, we talked about the challenges they had with only 3 finishers in the Super G. They've done a nice job here in the slalom so far, as that will be their 3rd finisher here at the 3rd seed, as Sarah Letcher 44th place with 51.55, as Oconomowoc unofficially in 4th place so far here in the slalom. But we have 4 teams that have yet to finish their teammates in this 3rd seed. So a lot to go here. Menominee Falls, Ashley Puccini is here as an individual competing, the young freshman, doing a nice job. There's a lot of energy going into the finish line there. 29th place, 48.40 the time.
Ashley Puccini at 48.40. Now a big run here for Allison Holm, McGuanago in great shape entering this 3rd seed. They were in 2nd place as a team, and now Allison Holm with a good run here can help McGuanago catch maybe the Madison Area Co-op. We'll see how it happens here with Allison Holm from McGuanago.
I believe they are separated by just a point after the 2nd seed, so this is a solid effort from Holman.
48.54 for Holm. That puts her in 30th place, and it vaults McGuanago into 2nd place in the team standings after 3 racers. Hannah Benson from West Bend is now on the course.
And West Bend certainly in the mix after the 2nd seed as well, coming into the 3rd seed here with 27 points. So a bit behind McGuanago, and let's see if they can make up some time here with Hannah Benson, certainly doing her training down there at Sunburst at that ski area down there just outside of West Bend, and a lot of energy here from Hannah Benson.
49.73 for Hannah Benson, 49.73. That puts her in 38th place. Justina Sviatoslawski from Muskego is making her way down, and this is a big run for Muskego as they try to make their way up.
And then we will finish up with Brittany Curry from Arrowhead to finish up this 3rd seed. Right now, you're watching Justina from Muskego rather, come into the finish area here. She's got about 10 turns to go coming into this hairpin combination, and then it's 3 to the finish line, and she'll come cruising across the finish in a 55.22, 60th place.
Now here's Brittany Curry from Arrowhead. Arrowhead, the defending state champs. Off to a little bit of a sluggish start in this event here for them, and looking for a big run from Brittany Curry here to see if they can move up the standings.
Oh!
She almost lost it. She was on one ski for a moment there,
wow,
Brewster, and she still hung on. Brittany Curry to the finish at 45.96, puts her in 20th place. What a run for Brittany Curry, considering she was inches away from losing it completely. That vaults Arrowhead all the way up to 6th place as a team.
Real good on that recovery. Wow, how's everybody's pulse rate from Arrowhead watching that, huh?
Oh, that was some high drama there for a split second. Well, they slipped the course. We can run down the team standings here. Each team has had 3 racers come down the hill. The Madison Area Co-op is in first place with 22 points. They have 3 racers in the top 10. McGuanago is second with 47, so that's a comfortable lead for the Madison Area Co-op. In third place is West Bend with 66. Slingers in fourth with 85. And we have a couple teams with 88 points. Verona and Oconomowoc have 88 and are in fifth place. Arrowhead right behind at 89. That would put them in seventh.
Yeah, I mean, they're a point behind the fifth place team right now, so very interesting outcomes there. And then Wausau West in the game as well, led by their third place finisher Sheridan Westfall, the junior, leading them as they are currently in that 8th place. So a lot of racing to go as Arrowhead has a little pulse rate adjustment here, watching their final racer just come through that finish to finish up our 3rd seed. That was Brittany Curry, and we are underway right now with our 4th seed, beginning with Kristen Bacan of Wausau West. Hopefully I'm close to that name. As she makes her way down, then we'll see Zoe Connor from Verona, and then Madison West Mary Deck here in the 4th seed. And this will really give us a feel for where the teams stand here. Right now, everybody has, believe it or not, all 3 finishers in the book here as far as team scores go. And it seems like we had some DQs and DNFs that maybe changed this thing a little bit. And so we'll report, we wait for the report of the referee and the jury decisions. Those will be posted after this race is completed. And so stay tuned for any of those announcements. I think some of those were individuals that were DNFs as Kristen comes through with a 62nd place finish at 56.05.
Zoe Connor from Verona. She's a junior. She's making her way down the course and just about to come over the head wall. There she comes. Zoe Connor from Verona, which sits in 6th place at the moment in this event, the girls slalom.
Well, a lot of racing to go here, ladies and gentlemen, as we are just in the 4th seed, and all these girls' teams looking to improve on their standings right now. And right now it's the Madison Co-op well out in front as they have 3 in the top 10. As Zoe Connor finishes with a 49.37, 38th place. A nice job there from the 4th-seeded skier from Verona.
Here's Mary Deck from Madison West, Mount Horeb, Deerfield. Mary Deck on her way down the hill. She's a junior. Once again, Amanda Schuster is the pace setter at 40.58 seconds. She came down really early in this slalom, and she looked dynamite. She is the leader individually. Mary Deck on her way down now.
Yep, and 0.13 of a second is the margin of victory right now over Anna Dybel, and then Sheridan Westfall, just 0.38 of a second separate the top 3.
Mary Deck, a time of 57.83. 57.83 puts her in 67th place. Abby Kuborn from Cedarborg is on her way down. Abby Kuborn, a junior, making her way.
Well, it's interesting how these delay gates are kind of confusing some of these girls sometimes. And they're kind of within 2 or 3 gates, 2 delays set up there. One's a left footer, one's a right footer, and it just changes up the shape of the turn. And so the girls really got to focus on how that tempo works here as we watch the finish of Mary Deck with check that Abby Kuborn from Cedarburg at a 49.57. 39th place finish for Abby there, so a nice job.
And Grace Dempsey's on the course right now from Wauwatosa. For our viewers at home watching on the internet, Brewster, can you explain what a delay gate is as opposed to a regular gate?
Well, what you'll do is right now you can see individual gates here. They're green and orange, which maybe some of our viewers aren't accustomed to seeing, but these are some of the new colors that we're seeing in the gates. They have been approved by the FIS, which is the international system that all our rules are based on. As we watch Grace Dempsey come through the 54.78, puts herself into 61st place. But right there you see the 2 green gates she just went through. That's where you have an outside gate. So you take and here's another one as she comes around 2 gates going the same direction. as opposed to one is a right footer, one's a left footer. So it changes up the shape of the turn, changes the rhythm of the course, much like you see our combinations where those are quicker, shorter turns, and a delay will extend the length and the shape of a turn.
And it really makes you think on the run, doesn't it?
Well, it just, it changes the tempo, and so it's really used creative ways. The coaches are learning how to use them more creatively to work with the terrain and how it can add a little flavor to the race courses. As Rachel Kushner from Middleton finishes in a 1 minute, 0.02 seconds at 72nd place for Middleton.
Addie Seatman from Arrowhead now making her way down here. Arrowhead hoping to make a charge back up the team standings. This is a big run for Arrowhead.
Well, right now, this looks like it could be the best placing for Arrowhead, as Abby Seatman has had a relatively mistake-free run, and this will be the best time for them as she's in 15th place with a 44.58. 44.58, and indeed she is their fastest racer so far on this course. So a big win for her as far as finishing that course relatively mistake-free. Everybody has a mistake here and there, and it really is about minimizing the mistakes. Because not even a Marshall Hirscher, who's probably the greatest skier in the world on the men's side, and Michaela Schifrin, they will admit that I messed up a couple turns. And so it is about minimizing those things, and you're just better than everybody else on that particular run in that race. And right now we're watching Helen Flynn from West Bend make her way down the race course, and she finds the finish line in 50.70, and that is 49th place for Helen so far for West Bend. As unofficially they are in second place right now, as we are about a quarter of the way through this seed as we look at it. Arrowhead is in the lead, but they're at 109 points. We're coming into this 4 seed. Madison is at 22 points, McGuanago at 48, and then 90 for Slinger. So with good finishes for those teams, they could still be ahead of Arrowhead here. So we'll just have to wait and see when their athletes get in that start gate and find the finish line, if they find that finish line.
Annika Lean from La Crosse Central Logan, the host school, coming through here and through the gates to the finish in a time of 1 minute, 8.61 seconds. 1 minute, 8.61 puts Annika in 82nd place. Annalise Schmidbauer from Muskego is now out of the blocks and down the head wall, and here comes Schmidbauer towards the finish.
Oh, and Schmidbauer gets a little wild out there. And look at this. She's got kind of a skirt thing on here, it looks like to me, watching her on the screen. So having some fun with herself out here ski racing, showing a little style. And maybe she's going to start something new here. I don't know if it's aerodynamically the best thing, but in slalom, aerodynamics are not the key. It's about good turns, and I like it as everything is matching up there. And Annalise finds the finish line in a 101.53, 76th place.
Schmidbauer fast and fashionable. That's a nice run. Samantha Larson from University School of Milwaukee now coming down. University School of Milwaukee trying to make their way and move up into the team standings. Their top racer is Martha Daniels, who sits in 17th place at the moment. And to the finish, Samantha Larson at 56.29, 56.29. That puts her in 69th place. Haley Seefeld from Rhinelander making her way down.
And the sophomore from University is the third best finisher right now for the University School of Milwaukee. So a nice effort there for the 4-seeded skier. Haley Seefeld from Rhinelander now making her way down this race course. And Rhinelander definitely being a little challenged here in this slalom event right now, as they are a young team competing here, and it's just great to see them here competing as a team. These girls, will be fun to watch them grow over the next couple years.
Haley Seefeld from Rhinelander now trying to help Rhinelander's team cause out here. They're kind of bringing up the bottom area here, but they have had every racer finish. And here comes Haley Seefeld. She's going to finish strongly as well at 104.3. 104.3. That puts her in 83rd place for Rhinelander.
Well, that's a good effort. She's the second best finisher right there for Rhinelander, so she's going to feel good about beating some of her teammates, as it is a team effort for those girls. As Oshawa Bay's Emma Teal now sporting some accoutrements to her helmet, showing a little style as well. as she makes her way down the course. And then we'll see Ellie McMeekin out of Slinger. And I believe Haley Hart, we may not see her, from what I understand, coming up, but we'll have to wait and see. Meanwhile, you're watching Emma Thiel has to hike back up and get that gate as she's got her ponytails hanging up there in her goggles, and she finds the finish in 87th place at 109.30.
109.30 for Emma Thiel. Ellie McMeekin from Slinger now coming down, and he'll be followed by the Madison Area Co-op is going to come up next. Ellie McMeekin.
So McMeekin from Slinger as they find her way down this race course. Slinger was in pretty good shape in the middle of that upper pack here coming into this, and right now Ellie McMeekin 75th place at 59.59 as she makes her way down. And can you see that bib number?
We have Lauren Kleinschmidt making her way down from Oconomowoc. So Oconomowoc has moved in to this spot here. We had Haley Hart scheduled to go there, but remember earlier this morning she took a bit of a tumble, and maybe she's being held out of this race. So we'll see if we get a substitute for Haley, but right now it's Lauren Kleinschmidt from Oconomowoc coming down the hill.
And Lauren Kleinschmidt making her way down this race course will help out this Oconomowoc team if she indeed made all the gates up there, as they started out slow in that Super G, but now have got a fourth finisher here in the slalom, 73rd place for Lauren at 57.92.
So a nice bounce back this afternoon for Oconomowoc, which was a dreadful morning for them. Larissa Thorpe from Wausau East is making her way down the hill. She's a sophomore. Larissa Thorpe.
And Thorpe is not on your screen right now. We are watching her here at the bottom of the course. What we're seeing is Alex Nunn up there on the top part of the course, from what I believe is on our screen here, as we are watching Larissa Thorpe come through the finish line here at a 58.07, as this is Alex Nunn, I believe, on the race course here coming to the finish area here at the bottom part of this race course right now. As we are off the screen as far as what you see on the webcast right now, ladies and gentlemen, but I can tell you that this is Alex Nunn approaching our finish line here at the bottom, and this is a solid run from the freshman.
Nunn with a time of 45.89 seconds, puts her at 21st place. That's a terrific run, this deep into the lineup.
Absolutely, and so the young freshman does a nice job right there.
And now Claire Sickinger is making her way down. Sickinger from Kettle Moraine, a sophomore.
So Alex Nunn with a great finish there from Divine Savior Holy Angels, as Claire Sickinger from Kettle Moraine now looking for a strong finish here right now. They have an 11th place finish already in the book from their A. Gagne. And we'll see what Claire Sickinger can bring to the line here.
All right, Sickinger toward the line. And she approaches, and her finish.
56.78 is the time. What we see for Claire Sickinger from Kettle Moraine, 71st place for her there. And as we are watching on the screen, getting some direction, is
Grace Murphy from University Lake School. Lost her spot there for a moment, but now she's coming back and coming back down with a vengeance. Grace Murphy from University Lake School.
You know, it's interesting with all the girls that, you know, are kind of being confused on the coffin corner, as I like to call it up there, getting some assistance by pointing fingers where to go. So right now it's Grace Murphy finding her way to the finish line here in 68th place with a time of 55.90.
55.9 for Grace Murphy. Now Lillian Zahn from the Aquinas Onalaska Co-op coming down the hill, and she'll be followed by Abby Erickson from Mugwanago.
Yeah, it's just, you know, the course takes such a severe change of direction. I mean, it's literally like a 90-degree corner up there where you're going straight across the flats, and then you got to hang a hard left footer or right-handed turn, if you will, and then come back down this way towards the finish area. So they have a big delay in there. I think the course really flows well, but for some reason, some of these young ladies are a little bit confused on that set they kind of get into the rhythm and tempo of every turn, and all of a sudden they throw that delay in there, and they're not really ready for that adjustment. As you watch Lillian Zahn, she got a little tied up in the middle of that hairpin there, and then clears herself. It'll be interesting to see if she actually cleared the middle of that, but we'll have to wait and see. As Lillian Zahn from Aquinas, Alaska, with a 121.74, 94th place right now.
And we have another racer making her way down the hill right now.
Yeah, this is Abby Erickson. A little out of focus on our screen right now, but approaching the finish here, as she's got one more gate to go to find the finish line, tucking it through for McGuanago's Abby Erickson into 48th place with a 50.08.
50.08 for Abby Erickson. And now we have Jenna Strand is in the starter's gate. She is going to start our 5th-seeded grouping. We didn't see anybody from the Madison area co-op come down in that 4th-seeded grouping, so we're wondering if we'll get a substitute later on that.
Well, I don't think I recall hearing something about they don't have an alternate on that team.
Okay.
And so I don't see one listed here. So I think they're going to end up racing with 5 athletes tomorrow as well, because from what I understand, there may have been some concussion-like symptoms, and so if that is the case, she will have to go through a concussion protocol in order to get cleared for tomorrow. So we'll let the professionals handle that operation. Jenna Strand, meanwhile, from Wauwatosa, is in the gate right now, and she begins our 5th seed. McGuanago is in the lead right now, unofficially on our score sheet right now, which is interesting. As I look down the score sheet here, Madison Area Co-op, because they did not have that 4th skier come down, that's why they're showing at the bottom of the list. But they have 3 in the top 10, so when we get down into the 5th seed, when their athlete comes down, and that is going to be down here at the end of this 5th seed with Grace Colvin, as she's next to last, and then we'll get an understanding. But Jenna Strand, meanwhile, she just T-boned that gate. Looked like the tip went directly head-on into the base of that gate, and unfortunately, she will be a DNF. But
that was a head-first fall, too. That was tough to look at. Hannah Lengauer from Ashwa Bay is now coming down the hill. She's at the top.
Yeah, I mean, she just came to an abrupt stop. She literally, her tip straight on, and that's like hitting the wall practically. So we got Steve Mickelson here. He's our chief of race. And, Steve, I'm going to just take the headset off and just have you talk about, first of all, congratulations on a great day of racing here with your course crew, as we just watched the finish from Hannah Lengauer from Oshawa Bay in 68th place with a 55.04. But talk about the challenges you had with your crew with these warm temps and how well this snow held up today.
This is awesome. The snow is unbelievable. The course crew has done such a great job. We started on Wednesday. Thursday we shut the run down and salted, and we've been salting it ever since. I don't think you could ask for any better conditions than we've had today. I've been through the course many times, and there's hardly a rut up there. It's just beautiful. The kids at the end of the race have basically the same track as the ones starting early, so it's an awesome day, and hopefully it'll continue tomorrow.
Well, you know, we were in here talking to Katie Paling, whose sister is on the World Cup tour with her husband, Forrest Carey, who's a coach with the U.S. ski team. And this is a World Cup class conditions right here. I mean, it is rock hard, and just hats off to your crew for the time and preparation you guys put into this course for the state championship.
We're lucky. We've got some people that have been around the circuit for a long time, and we've seen what works and what doesn't work. And we're very lucky we have a hill that cooperates with us and lets us do stuff to get this hill in great shape for just a spectacular meet. So good luck to everybody, and it's hopefully we'll have great weather again tomorrow and everybody can enjoy it.
Well, hats off to you, Steve, and all that preparation that took place. We just saw Riley Keefe come down from Wausau East in 93rd place with a 105.97. We are now watching Victoria Roberts come down here from Rhinelander approaching the finish line. And as you said, there is literally no rut in the course. It is just rock hard. Unbelievable at 50-some degrees out here today.
Hats off to all the workers. I mean, it's been a team effort. There have been so many people out here helping. It's just we couldn't get it done without everybody. So one quick reminder, we're going to have a coaches meeting at the end of the race. And we would like the coaches to go up and slip the course in after the coaches meeting. That would really help for tomorrow's track.
Did you want the athletes up there to help with that too?
Oh,
or just the coaches?
we'd love to have the athletes up there to help. Yes, we would.
Yeah, I know the goal is to keep the machines off the hill, and so with manual labor, we can really get that thing buffed out, polished up for another great day of racing. So any and all coaches and athletes, let's be prepared to get back up the hill and buff off this surface and the venue for tomorrow's action, because the work these guys put in all week is paying off in big-time dividends right now, because it's unbelievable for me to watch this race in these warm temperatures. As you were watching Ellie Brumder come to the finish line for Arrowhead, and they're excited to find her in the finish line, because that's a huge finish for her as Brumder comes through in 27th place, as she's their third-place finisher now, and Arrowhead unofficially in the lead at 92 points now to McGuanago's 99, as we are still waiting a fourth skier from the Madison Area Co-op to come down here in the 5th seed.
Yes, again, if everybody can help when we're done, a little bit of work today will go a long ways to making a better race tomorrow. Thanks, Brewster.
All right, thank you, Steve Mickelson, our chief of race, and his crew. I mean, you folks at home watching this, you can see that there's hardly a line in the course right now. And the temperatures, I've got to tell you, unseasonably warm, as it is an excellent day as far as enjoying the weather, but for racing, not the best. But these guys have done a world-class job here as we catch up with Alexandra Donnie from Verona, finishing in 87th place at 101.14. Also, I think we need to let you know that Ellie Parsons finished in a 58.66 from Kettle Moraine in 81st place. And I think we got Victoria Roberts back there in 93rd place at a 103.32. And then we just watched Eiley Blumler come down with the 47.11 at 27th place. That's a huge play for the 5th seed skier from Arrowhead. Basically puts them back in the game here, as Ava Green now finishes her run in 71st place at 55.73 as we move along. And we're going to be waiting here at the end of this 5th seed to really see where we stand as we await Grace Colvin, who really needs to find a finish line here for the Madison Co-op.
This is Aurora Mullen and Orley from the Aquinas Onalaska Co-op making her way down the hill. Aurora coming in here as a junior from one of the host schools here, the home course. And Aurora trying to finish strong, and Aquinas Onalaska trying to move up the team standings, sitting in 19th place at the moment. And they entered this event in 20th place. So a good run here for Aurora would help Aquinas Onalaska move on up. Here she comes towards the finish, and her time, 114.01. 114.01 puts her in 102nd place. Jasmine Babler from Middleton is coming down the hill now. Jasmine Babler. And she'll be followed by Zoe Kronig from Oconomowoc. Babler bouncing and weaving in her way through the gates.
Well, with Middleton currently in the lower part of the half of the bracket here as far as our overall standing, 17th place coming into this 5th seed right now here in the slalom. 89th place is the place for Jasmine, and she's a 101.24, as that will put her as the 4th place member on her Middleton team. So she makes a play there and helps out in reducing their score. Now, which you want low scores here in skiing, believe it or not, as we go by places.
Oconomowoc's Zoe Kronig making her way down as well. Oconomowoc, we mentioned it earlier, didn't have such a good morning, but they're having a nice bounce-back afternoon session here in the slalom. Zoe Kronig to the finish in a time of 59.94. That puts her in 86th place. and Oconomowoc sitting in 5th place right now for all the teams that have had 5 competitors finish, or 4 competitors at least. And now Ava Shively from La Crosse Central Logan, just a freshman, navigating her way carefully over the head wall and down the course.
And certainly Ava, as a freshman, kind of new to this game, but certainly, you know, that she's feeling a lot of excitement, because I believe there's some of you at home that think these kids are crazy for doing this. And yes, they are, but they have a lot of fun doing it. And we are crazy people here in the sport of alpine skiing, because we go through a lot of weather, and we talked about all the work that went into this with playing what I call the chemical warfare game. You are literally at war with Mother Nature and the snow, and coming up with a solution to make this a great race, and they have scored a win with that, in fact, as Ava Shively finds the finish line at 1:22.26 and finding herself in 106th place, as we watch Megan Quadracci now on the course.
And Quadracci is a sophomore from Divine Savior Holy Angels, another team that can make a push up into the top 10 with a good run here.
And I know the Quadracci family, big supporters of alpine ski racing all over, and just a great effort here from Megan, finding the finish line in 57th place at 52.61. A good effort there.
And that vaults DSHA from 10th to 5th in the team standings at the moment. Now Peyton Farley from Cedarburg, a sophomore, coming down the hill. She'll be followed by Macy O'Malley.
So Megan puts in an effort for DSHA, as she is the 4th place finisher so far, the sophomore, and that's pretty much a young team with Alex Don, their number 1 skier, as a freshman right now in 21st place. A couple seniors on the books for them as well, as Peyton Farley from Cedarburg comes through the finish line into 42nd place. A great effort there, 49.51. And Steve Mickelson mentioned about how fair this course is here at the end. I mean, literally, if you're a good skier in the 6th seed, you can make a huge play, and I think that's going to come into play, especially with Arrowhead's team here at the end, is wanting to have that 6th-seeded skier possibly come in here. Right now, they need better than a 28th place to make a play and help out with some points there, at least 1 point, because they got a 27 and a 28 here at the end of their book right now.
Macy O'Malley is coming down the hill right now, a junior from University Lake School and Brookfield Academy Co-op. Stefania Potter is due up next out of the gates.
So the University of Lake School right now finding their way down, as they have 4 across the finish line, and Macy's the 5th one. She's 91st place at 1:37.
Here's Stefania Potter from University School of Milwaukee. Alyssa Hutchins from West Bend is due up next.
Stefania finding that course suitable to her liking. I mean, you know, in any other course conditions, this thing could be rutted up to your knees without the use of the salt that these guys have done, and they've done it more than just today. As Steve mentioned, they've been doing it since Wednesday. From what I understand, they had a crew spreading salt in front of the groomer, and they would literally take the groomer and grind it up into the snow so it got deep and got super hard. And I believe Steve Cohen may be able to take some of the credit with that idea, and it has worked. So a lot of chemical engineers out here in our community of ski racing here in Wisconsin, and it has paid off in huge dividends. 56.63, the time for Stefania Potter, and she's in 78th place as you watch West Bend's Alyssa Hutchins, as she's got some nice pace coming down here. As these girls coming down at the end, we do have the lights on here, but right now the toughest time of the day, kind of in the twilight zone, if you will, where you're between the day and night, and it is the hardest in the visibility category right there.
Alyssa Hutchins, a time of 52.85, the freshman from West Bend. Emma Nye from Slinger is on the course right now, and Emma Nye will be followed by Ellie Olson from Muskego. That was an important run for West Bend. West Bend as a team in 3rd place right now at the moment, so Alyssa Hutchins helping her team's squad out as well, taking some points away from some other ones.
Yeah, she'll be taking some points away for like the likes of Oconomowoc, for instance, and Slinger, adding to their scores, it looks like, along with Madison West and Horeb, as we look at some of those 4th place skiers. So certainly helping with that point takeaway program.
Emma Nye with a time of 59.02. 59.02 puts her in 88th place. Here's Ellie Olson from Muskego.
Now, Emma and I just helped out Slinger there as she reduced their score by 2 points with that finish, so helps her out. They're within a point of Oconomowoc now as they have 183. Oconomowoc does to Slinger's 184, so a tight competition there as we're seeing Ellie Olson from Muskego now make her way down the race course, and then we're going to be getting into some exciting action here with McGuanago, who's currently sitting in second place, with Haley Ains coming down, and then we'll see Grace Colvin, who needs to find a good finish here from the Madison Area Co-op, as they are short-handed right now because of Haley Hart unable to start here in her fourth seeded position.
Here's Ellie Olson to the finish from Muskego, a time of 1 minute, 6.61 seconds for Ellie Olson. That puts her in 107th place. Now, Haley Ans from McGuanago, a junior, coming down the hill. And Haley Ans navigating that top part of the hill. A little tricky area, but she does so well. And now bouncing her way towards the finish.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, it's dark and the snow is hard, and these girls have got to be really standing on top of the skis to get the traction here, and they just want to be really solid because the snow itself is solid, and it is like springtime in the Rockies here today, ladies and gentlemen. A great finish there from Haley Anis from McGuanago, 64th place at 53.58. Okay, now you are watching Grace Colvin. As Madison Area Co-op, they have 3 racers in the top 10. They just need Grace here to find the finish line. Here she gets bounced around there in that corner, which is tough. But right now she's regained her composure. She's got to just keep planting her pole and maintain that balance right there. As you can see, she kind of reached for it right there. She's got to think about what her feet are doing as she works her way down this race course for the Madison Area Co-op. Well, as I mentioned, 3 in the top 10. They came into it with 22 points. Right now, Arrowhead has 92 points atop the leaderboard, and it's a 57th place finish right there. And it puts Madison back on top of the lead at 79 points to 92 for Arrowhead. So Arrowhead has closed the gap in this, but a great effort from Grace Colvin at 51.69 to get 57th place. But as you can see, just from that effort, Arrowhead right back in the hunt now.
And both the teams will still have one more racer to come down the hill, but it's looking good for Madison Co-op to win the team title here. Well, we'll see with this last racer coming down. This is Hannah Heiger from Wausau West, the last racer in our 5th seed.
And with Wausau West making it way down, they were in 11th place coming into this. And Hannah wants to try to beat 100th place here. She's at 105, just in 5th place on her team at a time of 103.66, as she's 105th place. So after the 5th seed, here's what we look like on the team scores, ladies and gentlemen. It's Madison Area Co-op, 79 points, 92 for Arrowhead right now. And it's McGuanago at 100 points, so they're just 8 points off the pace of Arrowhead. 126 is West Bend, Verona 136, 154 is Divine Savior, Holy Angels, Oconomowoc 185, Slinger a point off of them at 186, and rounding out our top 10, Madison West, Mount Horeb, Deerfield Co-op, and Cedarburg as they're separated by just 3 points. So very close action here, and then you get into the 200s, and they're literally points apart as well. As we are starting our 6th and final seed here of this ski race here for Wisconsin High School State Championships, as we have Cedarburg Zove Stratman on us. Or maybe you could do it better than that. I think I better let you take over,
Uwe Stratmanis is coming down the hill from Cedarburg. She's a junior, and we'll get a real good idea of how the team standings will shake out. The second skier in this grouping is Maggie Seatman from Arrowhead. But right now, our attentions are on Uwe Stratmanis, a junior from Cedarburg.
Well, and she's putting in a solid effort, but it'd be Maggie Seatman, the freshman from Arrowhead, and her job is to finish, better than 28th place, but at least she could be in here taking points away from Madison Area Co-op by just finishing in the top 50 even.
Stratmanis at 55.35, puts her in 76th place. Now here comes Maggie Seatman, the freshman. They need a big run from her.
Well, just by finding the finish line, as I mentioned, finishing in the top 50, she will add a point to the score of Madison Co-op. And this looks like she could be doing just that here as she finds the finish line in 24th place. And that is even better as it has not shown up on the scoreboard here.
40th place, actually.
Is 40th place. So she's finished in the top 50, as I mentioned. Does not contribute to their score, but does take points away from the Madison Area Co-op. And so the gap is now 12 points between those two schools for the championship.
Emma Ugolini from University Lake School, Brookfield Academy Co-op is coming down the course right now. Emma Ugolini.
So a great effort from Maggie Seatman, the young freshman from Arrowhead at 49.06, 40th place on that. As they are chipping away at that lead from Madison Area Co-op, it will come down to the giant slalom tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, for that state championship title. But McGuanago is also in the hunt here, and we'll have that athlete coming up in just a moment representing the 6th seed. Oh, and down goes Claudia Strand. We talked about the Strand sisters. I believe you said there are 3 of them?
The triplets, yes. By the way, Ugolini, 1 minute, 0.96 seconds in 99th place. And now Claudia Strand from the Strand skiing sister family is making her way down after a bit of a spill.
So right now, anybody that finishes in the top 50 will help out Arrowhead as they chip away at the Madison Area Co-op. However, Tia Coates, the Madison Area Co-op freshman, will be coming up in just a few moments, and her job will be to also finish in the top 50 at least and help chip away at the 58 points that are sitting in their 4th racer right now.
Well, Claudia Strand finishes at 1 minute, 16.52 seconds. So it is Annika Strand, the first triplet that came down the hill, wins the family trophy in that race. But now coming down the hill is Macy Mayer from Oconomowoc, the freshman.
And Macy wearing some twin tips here in the competition. I believe, seen her even on those twin tips in the Super G, so that's pretty bold to be doing Super G on those twin tips, but certainly using those for every event out here. She could be coming down, going through the slalom course switch if she wants to, going backwards. So if she happens to cop a 180, she's ready to go on those twin tips. Right now, as she navigates her way down, she's approaching our finish line with just one more turn to go. Macy Meyer from Oconomowoc, and they have achieved their goal of everybody finishing here in the slalom after a tough Super G. 108.31 the time for Macy. 114th is her place.
Sonia Erickson from McGuanago is now on the hill, and Oconomowoc with a bounce-back afternoon in 7th place in the slalom event. Now Sonia Erickson from McGuanago, and she'll be followed by Tessa Gurink from Wausau West.
So right now, Sonia Erickson from McGuanago making her way down this race course and finding the finish line in 83rd place, 56.59 the time for Sonia Erickson, the junior from McGuanago.
Now Tessa Gurink from Wausau West, a junior. Wausau West coming into this one. This final racer, they are in 12th place as a team. And Tessa Gurink's going to have to hike back a little bit after missing a gate.
Yeah, once again, that delay gate causing some issues there. It is kind of set in a place where you could possibly be fooled, I guess, because a lot of them have been fooled. And she makes her way down as Tessa Garrick. You can kind of see the light shining on the hill now, and that is from the lighting here, as it's certainly late here at 5:23 here in the Central Time Zone, wherever you are in the world. Hope you're enjoying your evening, if you will, or maybe you're in the early afternoon. We understand we got some folks from Hawaii watching and listening in.
Tessa
this
Gearing.
championship.
Tessa Gearing to the finish in a time of 1 minute, 16.48 seconds. That puts her in 120th place. Emily Kreiner is now on the course. She's a freshman from Ashwa Bay. A reminder, folks, we'll have the award ceremony here after this race. And then you heard Steve Michelson say there will be a coaches meeting. And they also would like the coaches and athletes to slip the course a little bit later as well. I imagine that coaches meeting is going to be to talk about contingencies for tomorrow in case this weather, which has held out beautifully for us, turns badly.
Well, the clouds are getting a little darker here. My latest forecast was it's going to get a little wet tomorrow morning. And so we'll have to just see how that forecast shapes up as we move along here. But certainly these guys have done a great job in the planning, and actually a little rain will actually help this salt even work better tomorrow. The key is how cold is it going to get tonight?
Emily Kreiner with a time of 1 minute, 10.99 seconds. Puts her in 119th place. Tia Coates from the Madison Area Co-op here, a chance to put a capper on another great day for the Madison Area Co-op. Tia Coates, her team sitting in first place. They have 3 athletes in the top 10 and trying to maybe extend that gap a little bit.
Well, they need a solid finish here from Tia. If she can finish in the top 50, she will extend the lead that the Madison Co-op has, and this looks like a solid above 50 finish, and right on it, 50th place, so that helps out. They knock off 9 points with that result in the process, so 49.95 from Tia Coates. She does her job, helps extend the lead, coming out of the 6th seed with that 50th place finish.
And that would help Madison Area Co-op clinch the team title in the girls slalom.
Absolutely. So Madison has won the team slalom title, but it is about the overall championships here, ladies and gentlemen, as they appear to have a 20-point lead here in the slalom, and they came in with a lead of just 4 points, so 24 points looks to be the lead going into tomorrow's giant slalom. Mugwanago sitting in 3rd place right now at 102. They're just 10 points behind Arrowhead. So certainly they could get in there as well. Right now, those are the top 3. West Bend in 4th place at 129 points. But I believe West Bend has yet to have their 6th seed skier go. Yes, that is Isabel Kruger coming up in a few moments. Once again, another athlete having a little issue with the corner up there. That's Grace Dempsey, unfortunately from Divine Savior Holy Angels.
Moments ago, Nicole Shivo from Madison West, Mount Horeb Deerfield finished in 1 minute, 0.04 seconds. Nicole Shivo in 99th place. Grace Dempsey is now back on track and making her way down the course. The lights here at Mount La Crosse starting to take a little bit more effect on the hill.
Yeah, you can see some of the shining through on your screens if you're watching these from wherever you are out there in the world. Watching us, you talk about innovation. I mean, there's no way we would have been able to show this to you 5-10 years ago, but the innovation that's happening here to be able to put this on the World Wide Web with this great broadcast today, we really appreciate all the effort. Grace Dempsey finished with a 109.89, puts herself in 121 her place points for that team right now. Isabel Kruger out of West Bend now on the course, as West Bend right now making their way in the standings at 4th place, and 55 points is their top scorer right now as far as their 4th place finisher, I must say, as Isabel Kruger trying to help out with that effort. We'll see if that's going to pay off right now, and I believe she's going to be falling a little short of that, but right now she just wants to finish for the pride of West Bend, as Kruger comes to the line in 93rd place at 58.70.
58.7 for Isabel Kruger. Sofia de Oliveira is now on the hill for Middleton. Sofia de Oliveira.
And you could kind of see Sofia looked like she was a little confused with that delay up there as well. You watched her skis do the kind of the wiggle waggle, but she makes it through there and continues on. As we are nearing the end of our day of competitions here at Mount La Crosse, I'd like to welcome everybody to our broadcast. And looked like she missed a gate there, Sophia, and looked like she missed a gate coming out of that combination up there, so we'll have to wait and see if the gate judges catch that. But from my vantage point, Middleton, Sophia will be getting a time at 104.79, 116th place. Remember, all these places and points and standings are all unofficial until you see the official printout, and that depends on any kind of jury decisions coming down the line.
Mira Stevens from University School of Milwaukee now navigating her way down the hill, closing in on the finish. Mira Stevens, University School of Milwaukee, sitting in 14th place right now in the slalom.
And they are led by Anna Dybel from that team, the sophomore, in second place.
Stevens, a time of 1 minute, 0.45 seconds. 1 minute, 0.45 puts her in 103rd place. Sydney Clems, a freshman from Muskego, is now on the course.
Sorry, wrong school. It's Martha Dennis leading the way for that University School of Milwaukee. The juniors in 17th place. And so we just watched Mira Stevens come through and find herself in that 103rd position.
Sydney Clems, Muskego, now closing in on the finish.
As we are wrapping up a day of racing here, the snowboard competition has been completed. The awards have been given, and it's all Alpine from here on out, ladies and gentlemen, as Muskego's Sydney Clems comes to the finish line in 101.21.
Now on the course, Naomi Coulter. Naomi Coulter, just 3 racers to go here in our girls' slalom before we call it a day. Naomi Coulter, very impressed, Brewster, with how the girls have competed here in this race. We've had very few DNFs here in this competition.
Well, that's the thing about slalom is you can hike even in the USSA, and unfortunately there's Naomi Coulter. As we were talking about DNFs, there you go.
Oh, man.
And there we have a DNF right there.
I completely jinxed it. My apologies.
Nice job. That's what happens to us as broadcasters. You know, we say something and boom, right on cue, there they go. So unfortunately for Naomi Coulter from Kettle Moraine, they do have 4 girls in the barn there. They're currently in 13th place here in our slalom standings, just a point behind Wausau West at 224 to 225. Claire Johnson, meanwhile, from Verona, they're currently sitting into 5th place here in the slalom standings at 138 points. As Claire Johnson right now would need to finish in 42nd, above 42nd place to help lower the points from Verona. Otherwise, she is in the point takeaway program for Verona to extend their lead over some of the other schools just behind them in the standings. As Claire Johnson is our next to last racer. Marissa McGuire from Rhinelander, the young freshman, will close out today's racing as Claire Johnson has the finish line in her sights at 58.72, 94th place.
Marissa McGuire, the freshman from Rhinelander, is now on the course. Our final racer of the day, making her way down. From Rhinelander, of course, as I mentioned, Brewster, they're the Hodags. Hey, Hodag fans out there, let me hear you.
All right, I can hear the Hodags, and right now the Hodags need a better than 124th place finish to help them out in the standings. So let's cheer on Marissa, get her down this race hill, and see if she can help that Hodag total. As we've got the Hodags out there cheering. I know you can't hear them at home, but we can hear them here in the White House Broadcast Center here at Mount La Crosse. And Marissa, she's got one of the best courses you will ever find in the 141st start position in a slalom ski race. And she comes to the line, and she does a job finishing in 120th place. And that does help Rhinelander as she is their 4th best finisher of the day for Rhinelander. As you watch the standings scroll by up there on the big screen, our winner is Amanda Schuster. Congratulations, Amanda, for your slalom championship here at the state championships. Anna Dybel, you are in 2nd place, and Sheridan Westfall on the podium in 3rd place. Those girls were all in the 40 club, separated by just 38/100ths of a second. Rounding out our top 10, Andrea Kinsey, Danielle Sylvester, Mandy Fitzgerald, Terry Van Buren, Sarah Davenport, Riley Burkett, and Olivia Kraigbaum, the senior from Middleton, finishes off her high school slalom. in the top 10. Madison Area Co-op enjoys a 24-point lead going into tomorrow. What do you think?
Well, they've been sensational here today. They've took on every challenge, and by placing 3 athletes in the top 10 here in the slalom, the pressure did not get to them. They competed with poise, and they are poised to maybe take over and end Arrowhead's reign atop the girls' team standings. We'll find out tomorrow, though. 24 points, Brewster. You know you can make that up in a hurry.
Oh, no doubt, in a giant slalom. But certainly Riley Burkett, the senior, with 2 freshmen helping her out in the top 10, and Mandy Fitzgerald and Taylor Von Barron coming through. And then finishing in that 50th place position, another freshman, Tia Coates. So a young team at that Madison team, just 1 senior. That's Riley Burkett. She was in the top 10 in 9th place. And then the junior Grace Colvin finishing in 59th with a big bobble there. So the future looks bright for the Madison Area Co-op. You know, some of the folks were telling me about this team, and they're proving those folks to be right. They're going to be putting on the challenge. But Arrowhead, a veteran squad right there, and I got to believe certainly with Miss Cummings in there having her bobble in the slalom, she as Maddie Cummings, the senior, was the 53rd place here today, and after winning the Super G, she's going to come back and look for the win in that giant slalom, and that could be a big game changer for Arrowhead tomorrow.
And a reminder about coming up real soon is the award ceremony here for the slalom. Post-awards, don't forget about a coaches meeting. And then, of course, they like the coaches to slip the course and any athletes as well. Anything you can do to help out now will make things better tomorrow. And a reminder tomorrow, for those of you watching on the web stream, the WIALPineChamps.org, we begin at 8:20 tomorrow morning with the boys slalom here at the Mount La Crosse on the south side of La Crosse. And then at 11:40 will be the girls' giant slalom. And then we'll wrap things up tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock with the boys' Super G. And that's when you let it rip as fast as you can go.
Well, we've seen some excitement in that boys' Super G over the years for sure. And we are getting the course taken down right now. We do have a number of coaches out there. We'd like anybody with their boots on to head on up and really want to try to keep the skis sideways, knock out any piles you see, and just buff out this whole trail. You literally are the grooming crew, and that will be key for having a great venue set up for tomorrow. So any and all athletes, if you can hear my voice, please get your boots on, get your skis on, get up there, and be part of what I like to call the road repair crew, and buff out this track for this venue tomorrow. Just an outstanding effort from our course crew today. I mean, here you are at the end of the day. It's been well into the 50s all day, and that was rock solid. Unbelievable effort. World class all the way. Congratulations to the crew and all the volunteers here, and especially the athletes for the outstanding competition today. We will have the footage of the awards coming up shortly, so stay tuned with us on the web. For all you folks here live, stick around for those awards, and we'll ski you soon.
Our ref report for the women's slalom is being posted right now. It is currently 5:45. We have DQs for bib number 94, 77, 15, 134, 34, 72, 133, 112. You have 15 minutes to protest.